let's say you found a skeleton. How would you tell if it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hey everybody, welcome to the birthday stream. I am Lord Draken, I guess? I don't know. You know. This is actually what David Hercules got me that I thanked him for a little while ago. Thought I would stream it for just a little bit. Not the whole time, because it's actually kind of uncomfortable, hard to see in, hard to breathe in, and I can't wear headphones with it. So yeah, I can't really stream with it the whole time, but that's okay. It is still a really nice gift that I've separated a little bit there. So yeah, you know, thank you very much. Thought you guys might like to see that. Put that down over there safely. There we go. All right. So, hope you like that. Now, let's go over to our regular scene here, where we are going to be taking a look at my first guest so far. So, here he is, TD. TD, say hi to everybody.
Konnichiwa.
There you go. All right, we got a couple super chats. Actually, we got a super chat and a membership chat. Let's see. Oh, no, we do have a... No, okay, yeah, we do. That's the two things we have. DM Consonants Go Vroom Wing says, curious how you calculated your birthday in the Human calendar after 100 million years, especially with the discrepancy in day length between now and then. Well, hopefully, Landon Knoll will be on to tell us how this works, because he is the math genius around here. And so, he will be around to let us know the exact methods used to work that out. Although I do believe that I have some of his stuff. So, you know, he's the one who calculated my age to be 150,880,901 years old. So, there's that. Let's see. But we are going to be continuing with the Hollow Knight game. In fact, it was our bottom game here, the one where we have just about 5 hours in, which... How is that if I was playing it for like 6 hours? Whatever, it doesn't matter. That's not important. Math is chaos and nonsense. Who cares? So, yeah. We're gonna start that, and then we're gonna actually share a video, because we've got some debunking to do. And also, let's see, David B22585 says, can't stick around, but happy birthday, Dapper. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So, TD, what I've got for us today is actually an adult Sunday school class from a preacher about evolution and creation. Now,
oh, good.
I know, right? So here's the thing with that, right? This is not the pros, but that's okay. But what it is basically what creationists sort of on the ground, like in the pews, are getting, right? Because, you know, we focus, and fairly, we focus a lot on stuff like, well, what are the professionals saying, right? What are the experts of young Earth creationism, such as they may be, saying? The PhDs. The people who are LARPing science. But that's only one aspect of young Earth creationism, and it's actually not, like, the biggest part of young Earth creationism. The big part of young Earth creationism is just, like, you know, people in pews. Alright, talking to the little wormy guys. So what are they getting? And that's why I like to take a look at things like this, like creationism in the pews. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the professional creationists where you have pseudoscientists LARPing as scientists is like the worst kind of LARPing.
Oh, yeah.
As compared to the cool kind, which is, you know, huge thousands of people doing basically one big RPG.
Yeah, and throwing beanbags at each other and saying lightning ball, or lightning bolt, sorry.
Yeah, that stuff's pretty cool.
Yes, that's one way to put it. No, it's cool. I'm not going to be down on LARPers. I'm sitting here playing a video game as we go. So, you know, I can't be too down on the LARPers. Because what's the big difference between this and LARP? I mean, a screen?
Yeah, basically.
I have less freedom of action in this?
I mean, LARP is just a Gmod Dark RP in real life.
There you
What else
go.
do we have to say?
Alright. So, oops. Didn't actually connect with that wall. I was going to try to wall jump there. Alright. So, let's see. Eric Foxy, Mr. Serious, a whole bunch of other people have also said happy birthday, so I want to say thank you all. Let's see. So, this is not going to be a formal drinking stream, but it will be a stream in which I have a beverage. I'm currently using my official Quarks Bar glass here with some strawberry melon stuff. Let's see. Let's bring in the video. Whoa. That started with some loud guitar music. I do not know why. I was not expecting that.
Good to be here at
There we
my
go.
First Baptist Church of Havity Grace. And welcome to
It's always
part
Baptists.
1 of our 4-part Sunday school series on creation and evolution. My name is Jonathan Rufinot. I'm a born-again, Bible-believing, church-going, chicken-eating Baptist.
Oh, just like Kent Hovins.
In that order. And I'm Pastor Jimmy's brother, and so for the next 4 weeks you'll be getting a double dose of Rufinot. And
Oh, that was an R-word joke. Jeez. Just starting right in with it. Cross-Platform Adventures, who's been a member for 5 months and is at the Amniote level, says, happy birthday, Dino Bro. Thank you very much, Cross-Platform Adventures. I really appreciate that. What I don't appreciate is us just jumping directly to, you know, grape jokes,
Yeah.
if you will.
That's...
Yeah, classy. You know, a lot of times you get people holding, like, their church attendance as if it were some kind of indication of moral equality. And then you get people like this that are not that uncommon in churches, and it's like, look, I'm not going to say that you're bad for going to church. However, I am not going to count that for you as, like, some kind of moral superiority thing, right? It's just not.
Yeah.
Oh, so Nasty Hobbit for $50 says, the dinosaur is an ape! No, it's just a human suit. Also, happy birthday. I have learned tons on your channel, and I'm looking forward to much more. I can't do this while I'm trying to read. Looking forward to much more in the future. Apparently, I can't add pelagic tunicates in this message, so I'll require others to put it in the chat for me. No! Never put pelagic tunicates in the chat. They're gross and nasty. Oh, Chesh is here.
It's too late.
Alright, now that Chesh is here, we'll never get through more than 30 more seconds of this video.
Professional staller.
Nobody wants to get through 30 more seconds of this video.
Okay, that's fair.
We got 10 seconds in, and nobody wants to see any more already. Why does this man look so square? Why does he look like he should be wearing the Grimace costume? I already hate this place.
Yeah. I mean, you ask valid questions, right? You really do.
I always ask valid questions.
Yeah, he does have a very squarish look. I mean, look at his face. You can put it in a cube.
Looks like he should be on the what is it called? The children's show, The Wiggles? Like, as like a bad guy.
Wiggles bad guy. Fair enough. Alright, well, we're going to listen to a little bit more of him, rather than just body shaming him.
Bruh. No.
Yep, that's what's going to happen.
Fine.
And I'm glad you're used to Rufinot's going over time a little bit, because I might have to today. And I believe that the Bible is the infallible, inspired, inerrant word of the living God. I believe it from cover to cover.
Yay, more Kent Hovind
I believe that in the beginning, God created the
quotes.
heaven and the earth, and that he did this in 6 days about 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, dude, you're a creationist.
I
We all get
believe
it.
that in God's original creation, things were a lot different. People used to live longer. I think that most of the water is currently in our oceans today, previously was under the crust of the earth.
Jeez, that's
And then
dumb.
about 4,400 years ago, all this water came shooting to the surface and flooded this world. A worldwide, catastrophic, global flood in the days of Noah. I
Where
believe
is this man's
that
pocket
dinosaurs
protector?
were created with man. I think that dinosaurs lived with man.
I don't know, but I mean, this is one of the weird things, right? Like, we all know what you're here to do and all your beliefs, man. You don't have to state them for the church that already believes the things that you believe. Wait, why did I go down here?
Are you requesting that he stop preaching to the choir?
No, I'm requesting that when he does so, because look, the choir needs to be preached to just as much as anyone else, right? But that he tell them things that aren't already immediately obvious. Right? Like, you don't normally start too many sermons in, like, a Christian church going like, I believe in Jesus. Well, yeah, you're the pastor at a church. That's kind of obvious. Go with something more interesting than just the most basic thing.
I mean, do you really expect this born-again, Bible-believing, Bigfoot-looking Christian is really all that good at public speaking? At all.
I mean, he's a pastor. Aren't they trained in public speaking?
I state this again.
Okay. So by the way, for $20, Tex-Mex says it's always Baptist because in Baptist denominations, the Bible has more power than the church. In Catholicism, the church has more power than the Bible, which is why there's not a lot of Catholic creationists. Yeah, that is actually, I think, true to some extent.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting factor.
And so one of the things is that, yeah, so the Catholic Church, as well as a number of other Christian groups, like the Eastern Orthodox, the Oriental Orthodox, I'm not so sure about the Church of the East, but various more traditionalist Anglican groups and whatnot, all maintain that the Bible is a book that was made by the church, for the church, and that therefore the church, to some degree at least, has that overall the church is more important than just the literal text of the book, and that it carries some authority when interpreting it. Which, yeah, can go a long ways towards getting rid of these ridiculous interpretations that you're getting out of, like, young Earth creationists. And it's also why you don't get so many weird, like, doomsday cult crap stuff coming out of, like, Catholicism. It's because, like, they don't even read Revelation in church. So, like, they're just like, yeah, no, people get crazy over this. We're just not even going to read it. And that's, like, a long-standing thing. Most churches, until Protestants, never read Revelation in church. It was in their scriptures, technically, but, like, only very technically. Let's see, we've got $2 from Wayne Rossi, who says, I want to suggest hydro pants for hydroplate. Nice. And Inkboy for €5 says, happy birthday, human suit wearing dino. Not wishing you a happy birthday is a real sack of eggplants move. Has AIG wished you a happy birthday? Pelagic tunicate equals best. Well, other than that last one, I agree. No, AIG has not wished me a happy birthday. I don't expect them to be fair.
Well, they might wish you a happy birthday if copyright strikes.
Oh, that's true. Although I haven't really covered any of their stuff in a while. Not because I'm worried about the copyright strikes, but because their stuff is increasingly boring.
It is.
Like,
They're very bland.
All they're doing now is just, like, culture war stuff. And quite frankly, I don't really care what Kem Ham has to say about, like, trans people. I know it's going to be shitty, and I know I'm going to disagree with it. And, yeah, why would I pay attention to it, right? It's just going to be some guy saying, oh, they're pretending to be women. Okay, dude.
It's gonna be the most. It's basically the free space in bingo.
Yeah, basically.
Really?
Oh my goodness, Ken Ham had a shitty take on trans people. Yeah, no shit.
Wow.
So basically just standard conservative nonsense currently.
Yeah, basically.
Whatever the horse that needs to be beaten this year is.
Dapper's
Yeah.
out here swearing more than I am today.
Well, it's my birthday. I'm allowed, I think, somehow.
I think that's fair.
You're 150 million years old. Of course you're allowed.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really old, you guys.
Older
Seen
than the
some
Earth.
shit.
Oh no, I didn't make it. Oh, where am I going to fall to? Alright, we're going to get a little bit more of this in now that I'm in the resting grounds, which was my plan all along.
Up until the flood, have since gone extinct, but that we can later, but we can still study them not only through paleontology, through their fossils, but also through archaeology and through history. I believe that God gave us a reliable account
We
of
got
these
the
events in
actual
His Word,
dragon,
but that we can
quote-unquote
also, to
pictures.
some extent,
This is gonna
study
be
these
great.
things through the scientific method. And I believe that these two worldviews do not conflict with each other. However, there is a different worldview that is presented in public school systems today. This
Square
textbook
Man
says,
has
in the
opinions.
beginning, the Big Bang.
Right.
Now, I've heard the phrase "in the beginning" before, but not with the Big Bang. The Big Bang Theory says that
Is he
that 13.7
complaining
billion
about, like,
years
the
ago, nothing
literature?
exploded,
I think so.
and here we all are. That's where the universe came from. This,
Nothing
here's,
I like how he made it
Discover
sound like
magazine.
a.
It says,
I
"Where did
like how he
everything
made it
come
sound like
from?"
a queef.
It says, "The universe burst into something from absolutely nothing, zero, nada. As it got bigger, it became filled with even more stuff that came from absolutely nowhere."
All right, so this is a pretty obvious mischaracterization of the Big Bang. Although the thing is, it's always curious to me when creationists who believe in creation ex nihilo, which, by the way, you can't get just from a plain reading of the Bible. That's a part of later Christian theological tradition, the idea of creation from nothing. But anyway, they're typically the ones who believe in literal creation from nothing. But then they're like, yeah, but the Big Bang, I can't do that. It's like, why not? Well, because only God can do it. Why? Because I said so. All right, what if I just say the Big Bang can do it, and I just say so? Okay. Oh, no! I was trying to look over to read something, and I fell. By the way, Nicole has been a member for 4 months, says, happy birthday, Dapper. May you enjoy another trip around the sun. Thank you very much. I plan to. Andrew Methius for $9.99 US says, happy Borth. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for super chatting. While I try to do the easiest platforming of my life and fail because I am trying to do did it again. Too many things at once.
Chat is 100% the most like lethal part of any like playthrough.
It really is. I don't think I've ever
Also,
actually
hello.
died at this point.
I'm starting like a workout thing, so I finished my beer yesterday, so I can't have any more beer for a month, so no beer for me.
Oh no.
But it's Dapper's birthday, so I brought a very small glass of wine. So I'm
well, thank
cheating
you.
I'm cheating a little bit, but only with this amount. Like I'm not going to go get more. I didn't bring the bottle with me. I've only got that.
Right.
It's
Hey,
only fair.
I got the dream nail. Yay!
Yeah, I hope that goes well for you. I mean, I cut out soda almost entirely last
that's
year
rough.
and been mainly going water since, and I honestly feel a lot better.
I'm not doing a
It's pretty
huge.
nice.
Yeah, I'm not doing a huge thing. Most of my diet's gonna remain mostly the same. I'm gonna cut out a little bit of sugar, so I'm like not gonna get like Wendy's or chips or whatever. But I'll probably order a pizza the next day or two. But no beer.
Pizza.
No beer. No beer.
Pizza
No pop.
is pretty cool.
Cutting down on tea a little bit, but sorry, this is Dapper's birthday. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you. For $5, Tex-Mex says, these people are so into literal interpretations, but they don't even read the Bible in its original language. Okay, so some do. There are some Hebrew and Greek speaking, or reading at least, creationists out there. Not all of whom are even Christian. Like, for instance, I covered, Yosef Mizrahi, and I'm pretty sure he's reading Genesis in Hebrew, and not in, like, English. If for no other reason than, Hebrew's his first language, so, you know, now granted, not biblical Hebrew, but, you know, still, it's a lot less work to go from modern Hebrew to biblical Hebrew than it is to go from modern English to biblical Hebrew.
That is true.
So, you
Your
know.
chat's calling me out.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not like I'm drinking alcohol today. I don't know what they're calling you
No beer, just straight vodka.
Nice.
Ethanol.
I mean, I was
Wait.
very specific about beer because of all the yeast content. I'll probably stay away from too much wine because of all the wine content. But vodka, yeah.
Did I not save me getting the Descending Dark spell?
Oh no.
No, I did. Or Desolate Dive. That's the first version of it. No, I did. But like, why can't I? Oh, it's because I don't have any spirit juice. That's why.
Very technical term.
Well, I don't know what it's called. Look, but I don't have any of it, and I'm like, how come I can't cast the spell? Because you don't have any of the spell juice. Okay.
Spirit juice sounds like a euphemism.
Well, I mean, it looks like it should be a euphemism. Have you seen it? Come on, look at this. This is ridiculous. All right, so let's talk about the Big Bang, right? So why is this guy talking about the Big Bang creating everything from nothing a bit of a lie? Well, so, for one thing, the Big Bang isn't supposed to have been nothing. Now, it's, no, you know, not the easiest thing to understand, but, like, it's not clear that there was ever a nothing. The Big Bang starts out with a bunch of energy. And that energy then cools off into matter, eventually. Because matter is basically just, you know, slow energy, in some ways of thinking about it. Not literally, but, like, yeah.
But also kind of very, very literally.
Well,
almost
yeah,
too
in some way.
literally.
In some ways, yeah. So, it's not that, like, nothing exploded, because first of all, it wasn't an explosion. The Big Bang is an expansion of space-time. Explosions are expansions of stuff within space-time. So, it's an explosion... It's sort of like an explosion in the same way that your bread rising is, in that, like, oh, you know, the various... Oh, wait, this is just phase 2. I thought it was done. So, like, if you were to take, like... I know people have used this, ooh, almost dead. This analogy before, right? But let's say you make, like, some raisin bread. So you've got your raisins all over the place within your bread dough. And as it rises in the oven, you know, oh, goodness. I'm not doing well with trying to explain this and fight this boss. Will this be my first boss death in the run? It might be. Yeah. I'm actually gonna heal again.
Chat, whenever Dapper dies, make sure to post plot communicates.
That's actually appropriate. One of the few times I will accept blood. Oh my god. Yep. Oh, no, not quite. So yeah. The Big Bang is not supposed to have been a nothing. And so the analogy I was going for with the bread is like, an explosion would be like one of the raisins bursting into the bread, right? But the raisins spreading apart from each other is just happening because the thing they're embedded in, the bread, which is analogous to space-time here, is itself expanding.
Think of it as rising while it's cooking.
Right.
Except that it will never stop cooking, effectively. In a amount of time we can really understand.
Tommy Dragon has been a member for 14 months and is at the Tetrapod level and sends a milestone chat with no message. If you did mean for there to be a message, let me know. Trudy Stubbs for $1.99 says, AIG is a bag of objects which shoot spirit juice. This is accurate.
I took my drink.
Well, technically, we're not tracking drinks right now, and I'm not drinking alcohol yet, so... Oh, there he is. Hooray!
But I did.
Yeah, fair enough.
I also rather like what they're using here, what this guy's using. Because, like, there are books written by cosmologists, there are actual technical papers, there are those that you could go quote mine. But no, he's quote mining a magazine. And not even the text inside the magazine, it's the cover page.
Yeah, that's that's one of the things with Creationists, right? They will quote mine anything. They will quote mine the first line of an abstract of a paper. You know, the thing that's usually setting up the problem the rest of the paper is about to solve.
Yeah.
I've had one Creationist, in particular, one Sal Cordova, who, by the way, has been bitch made for 58 days, 23 minutes, and 42 seconds.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because I got a bitch made timer up for that guy. I've heard him quote mine the title to a paper, and also misattribute it.
He knows better.
Oh, he absolutely knows better.
Oh, no, my boy, don't do this.
So, like, it's really kind of frustrating and honestly pretty insulting. The degree to which...
enough. Like, to think that nobody would notice.
Right, exactly.
Especially, like, he knows who he's talking to, right? Like,
yeah.
Come on, dude.
Like,
oh, no.
With the South thing in particular, he's like, oh, you know, genomes degenerate despite long-term fitness games. Growler, whatever year, I don't remember. And so I'm like, that seems like a weird thing for Grauer to say on his own. Not Grauer, Lenski, sorry. I'm like, that sounds like a weird thing for Lenski to say. Especially since, you know, I've read some of Lenski's work, some of his more famous work. And that is not how I would characterize it. Oh, and Pibblepunk has joined the channel at the Amnio level. Thank you very much, Pibblepunk. Everybody, make sure you send sessile tunicates, and tetrapods.
Yeah.
Ah!
Did Dapper tell you that you can join the Patreon and it costs like basically like $10 for an entire year?
Not yet, I haven't. That was coming though.
Oh well.
But it is true.
Did you also tell them that you can buy these fancy Dapper Dinosaur blankets that are available on the store and they're super soft and comfy and dogs love them?
I did not.
Did
But
you tell them
that was
about
also
joining
coming.
membership? And that it only costs like basically the amount of 1 cup of coffee a month?
I did not, but that was also coming.
Did you tell them that it's actually like considerably less than an entire monthly subscription to something like the Daily Wire, which is awful and gross, and you should totally like make sure that Dapper makes more money than the Daily Wire?
That would be nice if I could make more money than the Daily Wire. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you should.
Vandalia 1998 says, "Happy 200 million years old." No, that's definitely older than I am. Oh, there was spikes.
Hello, I'd like to call myself Fem DJ Khaled on behalf of Dapper Dinosaur.
All right. So now that we've kind of gone over a little bit of this whole Big Bang thing, we're gonna hit play.
Once this nothing exploded and created everything, it exploded in the form of gas, and then all that gas had to collapse down to start forming stars and planets. Then everything that we know was created by this process, the same process that created the stars.
I mean,
This,
basically that part.
this textbook cites the song Woodstock by Joni Mitchell. In it, she says, "We are stardust, billion-year-old carbon." The textbook says that she sums up
Okay.
the literal truth of what we are made of.
Ow.
What?
Oh no,
It says,
incredulity.
"Are we stardust?" To a large extent, yes. Stardust? That kind of sounds like a fairy tale to me.
I mean, okay.
But then after
Okay, well, hold
these
on.
stars
The book is
collapsed and the
amazing
planets
and
formed,
stuff,
then
and so is the
it
movie.
rained.
Also, like, read and or watch Stardust because it's fantastic. Second off, what does he think this means? What does he think Stardust is made of? Pixie dust?
Yeah, that's one of the things. Is like when people say stardust, they mean like the things that are
Literal.
left behind by a star when it explodes. They're tiny little
Which is
bits.
pretty
They're all
metal.
over the place. In
Well,
some
and,
cases,
like,
literally metal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You can just look up like the composition of like what makes up a star and what makes up a star when it now explodes into no longer being a star and becomes dust. You can look up what that composition is
Mhm.
and say, well, how much of that is on the planet, how much of that is in our bodies, yada 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 yada, etc., etc. I don't know why he thinks in a scientific sense they would be referring to stardust as if it was a magical substance. That's just absurd. And why does this guy sound more bored than I am?
Maybe he's given this talk a whole bunch of times. I don't know.
It makes it.
I
Well,
mean-
that's the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be really hard copying Kent Holman.
I'm wondering if like maybe he's gonna pick up when he gets to the stuff that he's like actually interested in presenting to people, like it's convincing. But this guy really needs to take a charisma class.
He's got a charisma of 8.
Well, he didn't
Becomes a
learn the
preacher.
only thing that Kent Hovind was good at in his time, which
True.
was being charismatic.
That's one of the things. I cannot pretend that Kent did not have a fair bit of charisma to him.
Back in the day, right?
Well, yeah, he has less now. That's true.
Oh,
He's
definitely.
much more boring now. But
And
that's,
even looking back, a lot of his like charismatic techniques would not fly as well or as easily as today.
true. Luigi Potter, who's been a member for 6 months and is at the amniote level, says... Oh, hold on. Says, "Happy birthday.
Yep.
Hope the rest of the stream and your Hollow Knight gameplay goes well." Thank you very much. Nasty Hobbs member for 6 months says, "Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 5? Are you 6? Are you 7? Are you 8? Are you 9? Are you 10? Are you 11? Are you 12? Are you 11? Or 111? 111? 111? Are you?" I feel like there might have been a song behind that I'm not familiar with.
Oh, you're not gonna like read out the 11 11 11?
Oh, well, it's 111. 111. 111.
Oh, see, I was reading that as like the commas.
Oh, there's
were,
a...
like,
Oh, no, that could be a whole big number, right? So it's a...
yeah,
111 million, 111,000, 111?
100. Yeah, yep.
Well, I'm none of those ages. But then Valentine, I'm not really sure, for £5 says, "The guy who thinks Adam was made of clay and thinks that's less silly." Yeah, that's basically
I
the Big
just
Bang, nucleosynthesis, gravity, things that we know exist, definitely sillier than humans literally being made out of clay, a thing that we don't have any reason to think is real.
I'm just like not sold on this bait and switch of as if Stardust is something magical and not something literal from a group of people who likes to take everything literally all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Look, this guy is just
Especially
a lesson
scientific
as to why
textbook.
you don't dump charisma and intelligence.
Oh, can we make a
Take
D&D
one.
character that's basically like a young Earth creationist who's like a paladin or a cleric who has actually not like they've dumped their charisma stats?
I
I'm playing D&D right now, but I'll do that in Pathfinder.
I made a 5e cleric domain that's young Earth creationists. That's what the domain is. So, yeah, we could.
It'd be funny to have a young Earth creationist in that scenario, but the world is like definitely older than that, like from archaeological record.
And
Oh,
like their actual
money.
god is just the actual god they're worshipping is accidentally just a trickster god.
There you go. Yes. Yep. Definitely. All right, I'm gonna hit play on this guy.
On the rocks for millions of years and filled in the oceans, and then the oceans turned into soup. And then the soup came alive millions and millions of years ago.
Direct quotes
There's
of
a
Kent
scientific
Bowman's.
paper that says primordial soup
Come on,
that cooks
dude.
itself.
Must be.
I wasn't
That's a good trick.
actually laughing at his joke. It was just
But once
laughing at,
this
like, the
once the
deadpan
soup
moment.
turned into life, then this life form started to reproduce and started to turn into other life forms, and all of a sudden, all of the living things on this planet were related to this common ancestor. This is what the textbooks teach.
All of a sudden.
This textbook says that chimpanzees are humans' closest biological relatives.
Well, and bonobos.
Now, are you related to a chimpanzee?
Yes.
Everyone say hi to Grandpa.
No.
Now, the textbook...
That would be a cousin, not grandpa, is if you're going to use the analogy here. Understand genealogy and or phylogeny challenge. It's just impossible. It's an impossible challenge for creationists.
It's...
The thing is, in their daily lives, I don't think creationists normally have trouble distinguishing between, say, their grandparents and their siblings, right? When someone says, oh, you share a common ancestor, it doesn't mean that that person is your ancestor. It means that person is a sibling or a cousin, right? If I said, oh, hey, TD and I share a common ancestor, no one thinks that TD is my grandpa.
Yeah, I mean, our common ancestor was some salamander-looking MF, so you know.
Yeah, exactly. There's that too. So yeah, it's just, and this isn't even like a scientific problem. I mean, it is, but it's not just that. This is like a basic, can you comprehend words error? And apparently the answer is often no. For some reason. And I don't really get it. Wow.
I don't know. It's one of those things that it's very unnecessarily bizarre to get hooked up on. It's not even a make or break thing. Right? It's not even the strongest part or even really an argument. It's just I'm gonna misrepresent it and look how funny it is if it's misrepresented. And it's
yeah, oh no, if I strawman something, it sounds ridiculous.
Oh, yep. Go figure.
That's true. That is how that works.
It makes me think of those badly explained anime plots. Or badly explained movies.
Yeah. Yep. My favorite one actually was one I pulled on the Science Friends where I said, hey, are you guys watching this? No. And I'm like, what are you watching? I'm like, I don't know, this kid, his family got killed in a military action, and now he's joined up with some religious fanatic to go commit some act of terrorism. And I'm like, holy crap, what's going on? What are you watching? And I just sent him a screenshot of Star Wars: A New Hope.
I feel like I missed something I would have enjoyed.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
So yeah. All right. We'll hit play.
Books are very clear that we didn't evolve.
Wait, Landon's here.
Whoa.
Landon, I hear that you have information about my exact age that you need to share.
Yeah, but first, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dapper. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you
Yay.
very much, Landon.
And it's public domain now, so it's fine.
That's
I'm not
true, it
inviting
is.
Landon to my birthday stream.
What?
Yeah, anyway, it's interesting to see you in your hairless ape avatar suit as opposed to your old self, but that's fine. It's a special day. You get to put on special appearance. So how are you feeling in this birthday?
So, I mean, I feel a lot like I did my last birthday, which was also live on the channel. Although that day, I believe I was playing Dark Souls 3.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well,
You were playing one of the Souls.
So as I understand in conversation with Dapper, that you have sort of kept track of seasons, right? I guess in the like in a cave or a wall, you kind of scratch marks as like the winter season went through, and so this age is kind of like the number of seasons you've experienced.
Yeah, so I kept track of, like, where my birthday was in relation to, like, the equinoxes and solstices and whatnot. Obviously, closer to the summer solstice.
Yeah.
And, like, how many hours away was my my hatching. Because that's what we're really celebrating.
Yes. Yeah, and the egg thing for your but I understand as well, your actual day of your birth is more of a tradition. It's like Saint So-and-so's day, right? It is a tradition as opposed to them knowing exactly, because days get kind of
well, it's a tradition.
wonky.
It's a tradition based on, like, amount of the year away from the summer solstice.
Yes.
So,
and
yeah.
so it's in the proper season. So your age, right?
Yeah.
150,880,901 is actually a really interesting age. There, besides being greater than 6,000, which might give our speaker a bit of a problem, but that's his problem. It's a prime number, right? 150,800,901 is only by 1 and itself. Now that's there are primes around there, but that's just not only that, but 2 plus your age is also a prime.
So in a couple years, I'll be a prime again.
Yeah, and if those are called a twin prime. But moreover, 4 plus your age couldn't be a prime because it'd be divided by 3. But 6, your age plus 6 is also prime.
Oh.
And your age plus 8 is also prime. And plus 10 wouldn't work because of the factor of 3. But your age plus 12 is also prime. So you have in the next 12 years, you go through 2 twin primes back to back and then another prime on top of that.
Wow.
And that's in a nice cluster because prior to this age, you would have had to have gone back 30 years before you were another prime number age. Big numbers primes get rarer and rarer as the numbers disappear, right? And so you had a gap of 30 years of not being prime. Now you're prime.
Yeah.
And you have these your age plus 2, age plus 6, age plus 8, age plus 12, and then you have a gap of 48 years. So you have this cluster
48.
of primes that are just stuck there in the number line that you're just beginning to do. We got a gap of 30 on one side and gap of 48 on the other side, which I think is quite cool. So you are
cool.
coming into some prime years, pun intended.
I get it.
And it's of course it's also greater than 6,000, which might give some people some problems. But that's their problem. By the way, Creationist, Big Bang is not an event. Big Bang is a theory about a process.
Yes, I agree.
And we are still in the Big Bang. Big Bang is ongoing. It doesn't just happen, pop, and then you're done, right? And the Big Bang, models describe the process, not the thing that preceded it, right? So it's not part of the model to ask what happened before the Big Bang. That's not what the Big Bang model is about. Big Bang about is the process moving forward.
Right. And it's also not even clear that before the Big Bang is a meaningful thing.
Yeah, now we're into models, and there are models that say essentially that could actually be even a nonsensical type of thing, like saying what is south of the South Pole.
Right.
Right. It may be a meaningless thing, but it depends on which model you have on there. Now there was a nice model where the Big Bang was a cycling process, where the universe would expand, stop, contract, and get a big crunch, or gnab, right? Big Bang, gnab. That's Big Bang backwards. Gnab. And recent evidence suggests that cycling process is probably not correct.
Yeah, I believe the latest evidence suggests that the universe is basically flat. It may be slightly open.
And also that the cyclic cosmology is in trouble based upon its moderation. Now, doesn't mean it's been ruled out, but it is harder to see how a cycling universe will be. But again, people are looking at ways to try to study what happened before the Big Bang process began. Remember, Big Bang was Fred Hoyle, who, while he was a marvelous person in terms of stellar synthesis and figuring out stars, became more enamored with his being a stick in the mud than science, right? And when presented with evidence, he was much more comfortable with being a denier than a person, right? Einstein was not comfortable with quantum mechanics, even though his Nobel Prize was in quantum mechanics and he helped launch that whole thing.
Field.
However, when Einstein was presented with very strong data on the Big Bang, on quantum mechanics theory, he accepted. He didn't do a stick in the mud thing or a Ken Ho But Hoyle was coined the term Big Bang because he wanted to ridicule the process.
Right.
And the name kind of stuck. But it's like how the universe evolves. Sorry, anti-evolutionists. But that's the universe is evolving, and the Big Bang is a process of cosmic evolution.
An ongoing process.
Yes, and we are still as a result of the Big Bang. Now, details of the Big Bang, how it worked, other parameters are still in areas of active research, as well as people trying to figure out perhaps how the Big Bang, what might have caused the Big Bang, is something there. But much like biologists may not know how life started.
Right.
But biology is about life, right? And
as long as it started.
No. Yes. Now that they don't know, there's pretty good evidence that it did start because of reality. But
right.
Anyway, that's my comments so far on this person. But and Shish, I brought a harness single tree. This is a really nice blend of Merlot, Cabernet, and Malbec from British Columbia.
Nice.
And I
hate
will be
this
drinking
guy.
it.
The spear guy is the worst.
So
Very nice.
I'm sorry to derail your game, but
Oh no, Landon. Part of the challenge is that I'm trying to play while doing things like debunking and dealing with guests and such. I'm intentionally handicapping myself in this way.
You need to get some hairspray and just color the top of your head blue since you're trying to pull a destiny.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's true. Well, Chesh and I, we can help distract you for that. But this other pastor dude, I think he's not the main pastor. He's like the brother of the pastor.
I think he's like a
or something.
traveling guy that he's like a ringer they brought in to discuss evolution. Which is weird because so far he's just like Kent Hovind Light, which like why would you want that?
I mean, if you want Kent Hovind Light, you just get Eric Hovind.
Right?
Yeah, I mean...
Starting to run out of printer ink?
Yeah.
Let's get a little bit more from this guy in.
Okay. I'm still
Both from a
listening.
chimpanzee, we have a common ancestor with a chimpanzee.
Over there.
So this is not our grandpa. This
Oh, okay,
is
he
our
got
grandpa.
it kind of right.
That's much better.
Yeah, actually it is.
This textbook says that the ancestors of primates, that's us, may have coexisted with the dinosaurs. Well, I believe in that. I believe that humans used to live with dinosaurs. But I don't think that's what this textbook means.
Well, it's nice you believe
That's
that.
not what it said, though.
Ah.
It meant ancestors of primates, which is roughly
You get
true.
to believe anything you want, whether or not it's credible, whether or not you can justify it, other than say that's what I believe. That's a different story.
Yeah, a much different story.
I mean, if you want to actually get the actual good information on that subject, you can go watch Gutsick Gibbons' channel, because
Yes.
she's done videos on the ancestors. of
And
primates.
she's on her way to Kenya.
Yeah.
She's not here specifically because she's on her way to Kenya. Which, by the way, I want to say thank you because I know that a number of my viewers are also her viewers who helped get her fundraiser off the ground. She had a live stream fundraiser as well as a GoFundMe, and it paid for all of her travel expenses because she did not have a grant for this research. She had to self-fund her participation in this research. Don't I have the elegant key?
Well, Kenya is a marvelous country to visit. I've had the pleasure several times, and it is also probably where perhaps one of my grandpa to the meaty power came from. It is in the area of the cradle of civilization, that general region.
Yeah.
Because you have the rift valleys of this stuff, which, as I understand, early humanoids have been found in spades, and it's a great, the wildlife out there is marvelous. It is a little bit of a challenge because you usually have to fly into the capital there in Kenya. And that airport is a little bit, in my review, is a little bit dodgy. But if you have some people to meet you and take you through the gauntlet of stuff, it turns out to be quite marvelous.
Okay.
Have we devolved back into Square Man Has Opinions?
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
I would say it's more cubic than square. I'm hypothesizing a third dimension, but
we can
you're
only
wrong.
see 2 dimensions here, Landon.
That
He's
is
a cute
true.
boy.
I believe, if he gets to believe in this creation nonsense, I get to believe he's 3-dimensional.
It's like-
Okay, but I haven't seen any evidence of this.
This is true.
It's like he did point buy. He put everything in the con and dumped everything else.
This dude does look a little bit thick, but it's kind of hard to tell, like, if
But he
he's,
doesn't look
like,
like he
how
has any
tall he
muscle.
actually is, because I don't know how tall he is compared to that door.
But he clearly doesn't have any muscle. So it's like, yeah.
Hey, listen, no, you can still be in, like, great shape and not have muscle. I'm observing his shape. I'm not saying his shape is bad. I'm just stating what it is.
I'm just suggesting he's in at least R3. In fact, I would go far as to say that he is an event in space-time.
Wow.
Oh.
But that's my belief.
I got to this
Oh
guy.
my god!
What?
Sorry, go ahead. Ugly German Truths in chat said he actually looks so a tiny bit like the actor that played Samwise in Lord of the Rings. I'm like, that's there. It's a little bit there.
Okay,
No, yeah.
volume evangelical, Sam.
Evangelicals.
It's no longer Samwise.
Yeah, no, that's too long.
Bibles, boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. Call it biblical stew.
Biblical stew. I like it. Alright.
What kind of
It
soup
says these
did birds
ancestors
turn
were
into?
probably mouse-like
Potato?
mammals. Mouse like mammals. Grandpa?
No, because that's an actual mouse. Do you think we're gonna get anything but other than incredulity from this guy? Because that's literally all he's had so far. Is just like, I don't believe that. Like, yeah, dude, we know. Oh, by the way, I'm missing something. Valentine said, we already said that. Savannah Broadway with the first super chat, at least on this channel, says, "I'm at work, so I can't stay. But happy birthday, Dapper." Insider did the Flat Earth Arcana for April 1st. Maybe a resource for Creationist cleric. That could be fun, yeah.
Creationist cleric.
Well, I would have to say to Cubic Preacher Dude, guess what? The universe doesn't give a damn what you believe.
That's true.
Your viewers can say you can take your beliefs and fuck off with them, right? Yours gonna do what it does.
Landon dropped our F-bomb for the show.
Oh my.
It wasn't even me.
I know.
I specifically avoided doing it earlier.
Wow.
Sorry, I apologize. You can edit that out and post, right?
I can, but I won't.
You only need to apologize to me because those F-bombs are mine.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, so yeah, but seriously, the universe does not ask permission to do what you do. So so the fact you believe the universe is made out of green cheese doesn't impact what the universe actually is, or that you believe in a fictitious Abraham or a Noah or that sort of thing. The fact you believe in that doesn't mean that that's true.
I gotta say one thing. Technically legendary, not fictitious. They're not the same.
Okay, I will say on the other hand, it's legendary, but the fiction going around the legend has turned into quite a bit of stuff, right? Because if the legend of Noah has turned into this whole religious movement that I think is far removed from the legend.
Dapper, who is this guy that we're watching? There's been some new people popping in. Who is Squareman?
He is the guy that we're watching.
You boy. Oh, he doesn't have a name?
He does. He said it at the beginning, but I don't honestly remember it.
he's so boring. Are we just gonna call him like he's just a loaf of white bread?
That's just Minecraft Steve.
Yes.
Minecraft Steve.
This doesn't go up anymore. I'm disappointed.
Minecraft Steve.
I'm trying to read the sign on the wall there. Is that a affirmational sign, or is that like when you leave, please turn off the lights and lock the door? And
I think it's
know,
more of an
crosses
instructional.
It put crosses there as point form.
Yeah, but I feel like that's just like because it's a Baptist building, and like
it might
things like
say,
that.
just turn on the light, make sure the toilet's not running, and yeah.
Ah.
Minecraft Steve.
All right, well, we're gonna hear more from him now.
Great.
It's gonna be amazing, and hopefully he has something besides incredulity.
Richard Dawkins, in his book on the evidence for evolution, talks about the time that has elapsed since our fish ancestors.
Okay.
Now, does Richard Dawkins have a fish ancestor?
Yes.
I don't know. Can
What
you
if that's on
see
his
through
dad's
your
side or his mom's
eyes?
side? But
Both.
the idea that the whole
can't
universe
read.
exploded from nothing is called the Big Bang Theory, and the idea that stars and
not
planets can just
exploded
form
from
on their own
nothing.
is stellar
It's a
evolution,
process.
planetary evolution.
And it's not an explosion.
That's true.
It's an evolutionary process.
Yep.
So can we look at that third one there, where in there it's abiogenesis, previously called spontaneous generation?
Oh my goodness.
Because that's
yeah.
wrong.
That is very wrong.
That's very wrong.
So let's go into that a little bit. So
Yeah,
spontaneous
this
generation.
started.
Oh, and Andrometheus for $1 says Sean Astin Samwise is already a Lutheran. Okay, but is he a creationist?
That's the real question.
Yeah, because most Lutherans, to my understanding, are not. Because so Lutherans are what's called the mainline Protestant denominations. Now, I want to point out that in this context, mainline does not mean like normal or typical or standard. It actually refers to a road system in like colonial America as well as the early United States called the Main Line, which went, up and down the East Coast. And those were the denominations that were most popular along that main line. So it's not like these are the standard Christian denominations. But the mainline Christian denominations have some things in common. One of which is that they tend to be less theologically conservative than, say, I don't know, Kent Hovind would like. Which, I mean, whatever, who cares what Kent Hovind would like, right? But they also tend to be more willing to accept, how do I do that? Evolution and science broadly, including things like, you know, maybe gay people aren't evil.
So can I bring out a couple of Monte Carlo level stuff on this chart, such as this?
I mean, I personally refuse to read it. If he's not going to read the stuff he's presenting, I shouldn't have to read it.
Well, you can listen to it, and it gets worse because it says the idea that the universe exploded into existence and then began to expand it.
Yeah, those are
What are grammars?
And so that's not the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory is a process of the universe evolving from what was originally a super dense, hot, uniform, energy state. The second thing it says is the second thing says the idea that stars and planets can form themselves.
Did you not have like somebody edit this in spell check?
No, I don't think we did.
Or is this just first draft?
Yeah.
This is another thing I was thinking that the Conscious Universe author guy might have helped.
If you take heavy cream and vibrate it a lot, you can get butter, which is basically the butter making itself. You don't have to be the thing shaking it.
So let's see. I guess maybe what he might have been trying to say is the idea that planets can form themselves. Well, planets don't form themselves. It's a physical process. If our models of how planets form are reasonably correct, as solar systems form, you get an accretion disk of material that usually gets lodged into that material from perhaps a previous shockwave from a supernova. You got a supernova hitting a bunch of gas that's just minding its own business, zooming around, and all of a sudden gets this bang on the side of the thing and a compression wave, which causes densification of gas, which leads to gravitational collapse. And with angular momentum, you get material that gets seeded. And in the case of our solar system, given the isotopic models, we actually had two events, right? Mm-hmm. The best model we have so far is about 4.8 billion years ago, which is more than 6,000. Just pointing out, 4.8 billion years ago, a star went supernova and exploded, and shockwaves hit a gas cloud. Perhaps not unlike you might see something right now, some nebulous thing, and that impact hit a particular nodule that began to form stars, which is our sun. And then 4.7 billion years ago, while that proto star was being formed, another nearby star went supernova and slammed again. And supernovas, when they do their bang, it's kind of a chaotic process. You get a distribution of isotopes. We have this bimodal distribution of isotopes, which given other evidence about decays and so forth, suggests that we actually had two supernovae that seeded. So when you had this proto-sun
but Landon,
nodule,
we're talking to Baptists. We can't have bimodal.
Yeah, your birds are way too big.
Heteromodal and evil modal.
Yeah.
That you had this lump, and then that lump got hit with another cloud, and in fact, the larger majority of material that made the rocky planets, that wasn't hydrogen, helium, lithium, came from those two supernova shockwaves, and gravitational collapse, accretion from planetesimals to larger bodies to the current planets that swept out the accretion disk is physics. That's a very solid, well understood process of how planets evolve, and we can see instances of this happening around the universe now, in our now.
Mhm.
We can see back then it happening.
Now,
So,
Landon, real quick, I gotta say thank you to Ann Stevens, who gifted 10 Dapper Dinosaur memberships, and I'm gonna scroll to see who got them. So that was Smitty, Mr. Sirius, Steve Weber, Jerry Lotus, Robert Carpenter, Andrew Methius, Mark Rose, Rye, Heater Zero, Strawberry Milk Goblin, and I believe
one of my
that-
people.
Yes, I believe that is it. Also, by the way, I'm seeing that nearly 20 people have not hit like. Gotta help me out,
I'm
guys.
one of them.
Yeah, you
That's
gotta
me.
fix
That's me.
Trevor
I'm the
Kenner.
problem. That's
Oh,
me.
come on, Chesh.
I got 50.
I'm sorry, I forgot to. So
Oh, it was both of us.
Oh my goodness, my
I
guests
thought I
are
had liked
betray-
it, but I also had it. So
Oh, you messed
we're
it
all
up, too.
failures.
Goodness, I'm fed up with this world. Everybody betray me.
Did you like your own?
No, but I'm also not one of the people listed as a viewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if I'm just watching from the YouTube studio, I don't get listed as a viewer.
that's true.
Yes.
So that's how it's he has the idea. His name is stellar evolution. Well, that's actually as planetary evolution, and they don't form themselves. Physics doesn't. So the other thing before you go on to the biologists go on to the other two rows, I want to read the other side, which says all four are colloquially called quote evolution unquote, even though scientific terminology defines evolution as only the change of life forms after the first cell. That's cell with an S. You have the cosmic merchant who has, hey, I got some biological form for you to, if you want to buy, got a good deal. I guess it's the first, after the first cell, right? And once that cosmic merchant has sold you those life forms. Now, on that first sentence, or approximation of a sentence, evolution is not a biological. It's not the case that Darwinists came to the word evolution. Evolution has a meaning, and many dictionaries describe its many usages of it. Not just they keep using this term, but stellar evolution is how stars evolve. Planetary evolution is how planets evolve, right? So it says after the first cell with an S. I like to refer to all four as the quote naturalistic worldview.
I hate that phrase.
Yeah.
But it will sometimes use the colloquial use of the word evolution. Again, I like to refer to all four as naturalistic worldview, but we'll sometimes use the colloquial use of the word evolution.
Okay, so I've heard people legitimately use evolution to describe like the evolution of the universe or stars and planets, but specifically those and in its colloquial usage. But I have never heard evolution be used colloquially to refer to all of this by anybody that isn't a creationist.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just a creationist thing.
Although at the same time, words should not be tied down into boxes of a specific field of study and like only used by that specific field of study. You will find a lot of words that are not applicable outside of a field of study, but that is not inherent to the word itself. That's just not the way dictionary or like the way vocabulary of society functions. So that's why you'll see words that are specifically pulled from languages that we don't use anymore, because it's easier to pull from those things than it is to try to reform. You don't want to put in ideas that do not, like, by accident, because of like what society happens to think at the time. That's how you run into like evolution and theory are very like malleable words that are used outside of biology and outside of science, which then you'll see a young earth creationist trying to take and then like which the terminology like stardust, right? Yeah, sure, there are fantasies that talk about the stardust or the pixie dust, but when science is using it, they're being quite literal.
Yeah. And so you can talk about how the internet evolves. You can talk about how a political party evolves.
Change over time. Right.
Yeah, it's but of course they're putting it into quotes because they don't want to confuse their flock with terms that might be satanic, maybe.
Now, they do want to confuse their flocks with terms that might be satanic.
So now, and of course the columns are ideas, description, right?
And I mean, let's look at that fourth column, because evolution, and we're already doing the goalpost shift to macroevolution when, look, if you're talking about the theory of evolution, specifying that, no, I'm actually talking about one, this is actual evolution, is like, microevolution and macroevolution are not necessarily different. Macroevolution is just microevolution over time.
Yeah.
And most creationist organizations, and anybody that says multiple species are part of the same kind, accept macroevolution.
By the way, I want to say Fade to Grey ultra official, is very official right now. Says, happy birthday, Dapper. Hope your human suit doesn't get too itchy. On this momentous day, let us reflect patriotic tunicate, Cecil tunicate, worker, thankful, pie, apple pie, pelagic tunicate, gross, equals devil plus science plus horns plus gay pride flag, which I'm not sure if I agree with all of those.
It probably makes as much sense as this word solid here on this thing. It just says that the idea is description, right? As opposed to say, I think probably going to say just the description, right? Because it's not clarification of terminologies, period. It's clarification of terms, not terminologies. You don't clarify a term, you clarify terms, and it should be description and name. So he says the idea that life could come from non-living matter, currently called abiogenesis, previously called spontaneous generation,
which it's not. So actually, that's one of the things I want to talk about. I want to talk about the difference between spontaneous generation and abiogenesis, because I think he's going to get into that pretty soon. So, abiogenesis, it's actually not the most common term used nowadays. Most people just talk about origin of life, and people in the field don't call themselves abiogenesis researchers. They call themselves origin of life researchers. Also, Lance Hall for $5 says Happy Hatch Day. Thank you very much. But spontaneous generation is an explicitly supernatural idea that is tied to vitalism. So, the idea behind vitalism is, now, in our current world, as we, live in it, it seems pretty obvious that living things are very different from non-living things, right? Like, very few people are going to mix up, like, a rock and, I don't know, like a dog or a cat, right?
Aaron might.
Well, Roger will.
Roger might, but he's...
I still don't accept his existence.
Aaron, I was just about to say, sorry.
So, now, the idea was, since we didn't really understand how life worked, and maybe there was this sort of vitalizing energy called vital energy. And having vital energy is what lets things become alive, and not having it is what happens when you die.
Yeah, I know. So leaves that fell into a pond became fishes?
Things like that, right. So, like, if you, say, had an animal, and you killed it for meat, right? Now, most of the vital energy has gone, but some of it might still be in that meat, and it might leak out into the environment and start to create maggots from the meat. So the vitalizing energy spontaneously starts to create maggots out of this meat. Now, this is not at all the same thing as a no vitalizing energy, strictly naturalistic chemical account of the origin of life, which is what is actually being talked about in origin of life research.
So the fact that on my farm flies got into the backside of our ram, who didn't do a good job of cooing and began to develop there, and were in a cluster in the hind region of our ram, and I, as a kid, had to go in and shear the thing and brush them off. That was just spontaneous life stuff.
Well, according to The idea
Yes, I
behind
was
spontaneous
traumatized by it.
genesis. So yeah, according to the
This
idea
sounds
of
pretty awful.
spontaneous generation, yes, that is accurate. Now,
Yes.
the thing is that abiogenesis isn't that, right? Abiogenesis doesn't have anything to do with vital energy. It doesn't have anything to do with the creation of modern multicellular life out of, like, physically out of dead matter. So conflating these two things is to strawman the origin of life research that's going on right now. Which
It's
I'm
also
not okay with.
extremely incorrect.
Yeah. And so the other thing it says is the idea that all living things are related through descent with modification. It's interesting you say descent. Maybe he's here like the descent of man or whatever. I don't know. But the other side it says evolution, open parentheses, specifically macroevolution, semicolon, or the generally theory of evolution, period.
Yeah, there's no
And
such thing
as
as
a
a
res-
general theory of evolution that I'm familiar with.
And so that open parentheses now continues through the rest of his talk, and everything else is in that parenthetical.
That's true, yeah. From now on, everything he says is just commentary on things he's already said.
Like, yeah, I'm not gonna begrudge people for missing a parentheses, like in a text message or in a tweet. But this is a presentation, and there are multiple, just constant spelling and grammar issues as well as that.
Yeah.
All I can think is period,
Right.
but
And you know, period. But I understand, and you're that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. You know, I think from the fact that I'm a mathematician and a coder, and unbalanced parentheses deeply offend
Yeah.
me. It is like the pelagic tunicate of characters.
Yeah.
Mr. Sirius asks, how does energy transfer work with the Immortals and Highlander? So I told him that process is called the quickening.
That seems fair.
Right?
Yeah.
Accurate? We're gonna listen to a little bit more of this guy before I have to go.
Yeah, let's listen to a little bit more of them.
Do you need to get any super chats or anything? Members?
Nope, I am currently caught up. Just gonna figure out where the heck my mouse is.
Alright, while
Hey,
he's doing that,
mouse.
I'm gonna remind everybody that you can support Dapper Dinosaur for like a whole one coffee a month. It's not very expensive, and you can join his Patreon for $10 for an entire
The idea
year,
that life
which
can
is
come from
And
non-living.
if you take your Discord thing and link it up with your YouTube thing, then you can get on the Discord server, and you don't have to ask Dapper to intervene.
It's true. I would actually
And you'll
prefer that you
have to
not
do-
ask me to intervene. Because if you do, I will simply direct you to the instructions for how to get in here automatically.
And those who previously asked, and he was gracious to process the stuff, you know, are embarrassed the fact that they had to ask when they could have done it themselves.
I mean, don't be that embarrassed.
And I mean, if you guys
He doesn't do it anymore.
watch Power Rangers Turbo.
Yeah,
Yes.
Power Rangers Turbo, by far the bet. I can't even do it. No.
The biggest hit.
I think Power Rangers is more educational than Ken Hoven's videos.
Oh yeah, definitely.
yeah,
Probably more factual.
Yeah,
Probably.
definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we go.
Matter that life can just make itself is called abiogenesis. The idea that this life form can turn into other life forms, that all life forms can be related, is known as evolution or macroevolution or the general theory of evolution. We often refer to all of these as evolution. Strictly, if you want to be scientifically technical, evolution only refers to that last part. But sometimes we call this the whole thing evolution, colloquially.
Okay, so evolution does not refer just to macroevolution. When used without qualifier in a discussion about science, evolution means biological evolution, and it includes any change in the allele frequencies. Alleles are just the different versions of a particular gene in a reproducing population over time or through generations, whichever one you prefer.
it says $5 that this is gonna be the most honest he's gonna be in this entire talk. That's gonna be the most honest thing he said the whole time.
That is a pretty safe bet. I would not take that
I
bet.
mean, and I say in general, evolution is a result of a process or a development, right?
Mm-hmm.
The evolution of capitalism, the evolution of the Catholic Church.
The evolution of dance.
Yes. The evolution of creationism.
Numa, yay!
Right?
Numa, yay!
This cubic man is a product of the evolution of creationism. And if he were to look at his ideas ancestors, he might find a bunch of wackos in his evolution, a bunch of wackos from the Seventh-day Adventist Church, who well, let's just put it this way: the highest concentration of Seventh-day Adventists is on Pitcairn, which has the highest percentage of its population in prison for child molestation and child abuse.
Ooh. Now,
Mrs.
Mrs. Spexinder for $5 says, when I do look at the shriveled AIG, all that I can quite see, a bag of things that pee. Very nice. Thank you very much. That was a great super chat.
I gotta take off. I need to go to the grocery store and go pick up the things to make my first attempt at making miso soup. So
thank you. And my suggestion: think umami. Think if you have a opportunity to, when you make it, to put some of it aside and let it evolve in the refrigerator. The next day, those flavors will do their thing, and pretty soon you'll have chimpanzees popping out of your. Well, I would suggest eating it before it evolves to chimpanzees.
Yeah, but don't do it raw, or you'll have pelagic tunicates.
All right, I'm gonna try my best. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you later.
Right.
Happy birthday, Dapper.
Thank you. Starberry Vane for $5 says, and bonus, supporting Dapper directly spites Daily Wire. Yes. That is now true. It was not always true, but it is now true.
Yeah. But anyway, that little poem was I mean, your chat has got some of the most literary, wonderful literary people on there.
Yeah, and I do like, just before even getting really started, is just shift that goalpost away from microevolution, because you have to accept microevolution happens.
Yeah, they do.
Otherwise, you're just completely flat earth levels of denial.
I was told by a gentleman at a coffee shop that microevolution was the devil messing with God's creation.
Okay.
I'm sorry. The devil messing with God's creation, huh?
Yes. So they didn't deny that microevolution occurred. They just said it's satanic.
Yeah. But I mean,
wow.
Okay. Prediction: he's gonna say macroevolution is a changing kinds.
No, he will.
It's just redefining the term.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so macroevolution, which actually creationists actually do accept under, the definition that scientists use. The people who are in charge of the science, who define the terms in that science, those people. So, in evolutionary biology, what macroevolution actually is evolutionary change at or above the species level. So, the minimum amount of evolution that counts as macroevolution is speciation. Right? Creationists, by and large, accept speciation as a real occurrence that happens, which means they accept macroevolution. Now, they say kinds because there's no definition for kind. A kind is whatever you want it to be, right? Whatever's convenient for you at the moment. And so, when it's convenient for them, it's a species. When it's convenient for them, it's an order. Phylum. A kingdom. I've heard people refer to bacteria as a kind. So,
But isn't phylogeny, a lot of it, just a systematic way to try and classify, but not in a rigorous, thing? Isn't it just a system or a taxonomy organization to some extent? Some of the terms. Maybe I'm
yes
not
and no.
Biologist,
So taxonomy has two layers to it. One is that ideally, and scientists strive to make this the case to the maximum extent they can. Taxa reflect actual clades, because clades are real things, right? A clade is a group of organisms that share a common ancestor, and all of the organisms that are descended from that common ancestor form a clade. So clades are real. Even under creationism, clades are real. So, Now, a taxon is a human-made classification, and ideally, each taxon will define a clade. It won't.
Okay.
There won't be a taxon for every clade that exists because we don't really realistically have a way to find out about all of them. So I need to move something real quick. There we go. That's better.
And is it possible that things could be in more than one, or are they distinct?
So you can be in any number of clades because new clades are basically what evolution is about, right? When a species splits into two, that one species now has two species that are in a clade together, and their common ancestor is that species that split.
So it's a set thing that can be overlapping stuff.
Yeah. So within clades, there are further clades, and each taxon ideally is a clade in itself. Now, one of the things is that the ranks of clades, like family, genus, with the kind of exception of species, all of these taxonomic ranks are fundamentally arbitrary, right? Like, there's nothing about genus that makes it a real thing. Oh, real quick, I want to say, Benthic Tunicate B2022 has gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. They went to Shauna Davis, Raziel Faustus, Curb C, Attila Conceição. I'm sorry, I don't know any Portuguese like at all. And Margaret Zelensky all got memberships. So yeah, by the way, I can barely even read Portuguese. I tried reading a paleontology paper in Portuguese, and it went... I mean, it wasn't the worst thing ever, but I definitely did better last time I tried to read a Spanish geology paper than last time I tried to read a Portuguese paleontology paper.
Yeah. It's probably easier. It's easier to read a German mathematics paper because much of the German terms are the same in English, and the symbols are there. What gets really tricky is when you have a heavy symbolizing like algebra in Greek, where you're using Greek letters and Greek, and it gets to be
that does sound
difficult.
Annoying.
I mean, not
that sounds painful.
But I mean, you have to start looking at context opposed to symbols there. I wonder how Greeks managed to do some of the equations. Do they use Roman letters instead? I don't know.
Well, I mean, look, you use Roman letters in some of your equations, and you also write with the Latin alphabet normally.
Yeah.
It's just a different set of symbols that you have to be aware of are sometimes being used mathematically.
By the way, there's nothing wrong with Greek language. It's like a perfectly fine language. It's got a great history, and its evolution is well appreciated by linguists.
Yeah. Also, I gotta say, we have a whole bunch of other alphabets out there that we could draw mathematical symbols from. Like, let's get like some like Devanagari or like Hebrew symbols in there for math. Right?
I have seen Hebrew alpha, symbols.
Oh, Aleph, yeah.
Used.
Aleph does get.
Aleph, yes.
Yeah,
Aleph Null is example of infinities.
Mm-hmm.
They pull from that sort of thing. Aleph. I'm sorry, Aleph, not Aleph. But yeah,
Says you even need to use extant language. Yeah. Just pull from writing systems that aren't even used anymore.
You have 2 super chats.
Yes, I do. So, real quick, Crafty Siren for $5 says, Happy Hatch Day. Also, AIG should be buried like Richard III. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, we don't necessarily want AIG to suffer that fate, but particularly we would not wish the Charles I fate on AIG. That's bad. Don't do that.
And also, Pelagic Tunicate Truth Official says, Pelagic Tunicate, arise, show our love to Dapper. Well, I appreciate that the Pelagic Tunicates are appreciative of me, but that doesn't make them any less gross. Pelagic Tunicates are just the worst.
Yeah, they're just so awful.
They really are.
They're so awful. Here, let me... Yeah, just awful.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, I said this earlier, but if you accept microevolution, you buy fiat except macroevolution, because macroevolution is just microevolution plus time.
Yep.
And it's not necessarily even long by biologic standards. It can be just 100 years. Because it's entirely dependent on things like, I don't know, selection pressures.
Yep.
So...
I might die.
Just... Look, I'm not huge on the term on it saying it's basically a new species for that definition of macroevolution, but it's the definition. And species concepts, while they are kind of a bag of AIGs,
Yeah, species concepts get weird.
we'll work with them for now.
Man, that took forever.
So another, as I sometimes I sit in this coffee shop and listen to people chat about stuff. I remember another lady saying that essentially that the schools have become godless, infecting the religion of Darwin on children, and that she said if the courts were really following the First Amendment correctly, they would not allow that Darwin religion be pushed on to children, and would allow parents to not send their children to school.
Well, I mean, the government allows you to send your children to schools that aren't going to teach them science, basically.
Yeah, which isn't great.
No,
I'm just passing along the message. I don't have to try.
And I mean, here's the thing. Public schools, the only place where religion should be involved is in history class and maybe a comparative religion class.
Yep.
Otherwise, yeah, they should be entirely secular.
Maybe also a literature or art, because certainly art and literature have been heavily influenced by religion.
Oh, yeah.
But just don't do the let's tour the Vatican museum. There's some wonderful Hindu art. There's some wonderful Islamic art. There's wonderful other Sikh art, so forth. Their architecture, so forth. So.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of people celebrate art from Western civilizations that are ancient or relatively modern. Tend to ignore Eastern or African or Middle Eastern or Indian or Central Asian or Native American.
Look, I'm on record as saying Islam has some of the best calligraphy that's ever existed.
Oh,
yes.
Absolutely.
And also some of the tiles, right, are really good, and they know how to build soundscapes, right? Most let's say Roman Catholic Church inspired chambers have all these things around the walls that essentially make the sound go all mushy. Whereas you've got like the Blue Mosque in Istanbul, it's got a really great dome, has really great sound resonance. So when I was there in the 1999 earthquake inside that thing, and the dome was going boom, 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 it was really interesting sound waves, because that dome is a clean dome with tiles that makes fantastic sound.
And domes are cool. More places of worship should have domes.
Yeah, probably the best Roman Catholic Church dome would be the baptistry at Pisa, right? The place where they had that tower that's having trouble staying upright. Like AIG is a bag of.
Speaking of which, Benthic Tunicate B 2022 says AIG, a serpent secured to a scrotum. So, thank you very much.
Okay, hold on while I stall a bit here.
Okay.
If memory serves, the Leaning Tower of Pisa isn't leaning because of a structural fault in the building itself. It's actually because the ground underneath it is shifting.
The foundation is not done well there. Now, the cathedral there was a kind of cathedral where Galileo saw the pendulum, right? They had lamps there on the surface and saw essentially that the pendulums, the rate that the pendulum swung was a function of its length. But next to that is the baptismal spot, and they have in there a very clean dome, and it's great for singing. You can get you get really sustained sound and echoes, and you can make nice chords if you know how to sing, and you ask permission.
Yeah, but like unconsolidated sediments like to shift. So if you plan on having a house or literally any building built, hire a geologic consultant beforehand. It will save you likely a lot of money.
Yep. And spend time not just at the tower, but in that whole area, because they've got some great art, some really historical things that are quite magnificent. And if you hear Gregorian chant sung in the baptismal there, you get to understand how some of those decays of stuff gets overlaid and how they build up these wonderful soundscape chords. Yum.
All right, let's hit play.
No more
I like to refer to as the naturalistic worldview, just in case you're wondering about terminologies. But I believe that the scientific process is not based on authority or majority opinion or indoctrination, but that the scientific process relies on critical thinking, defining your terms, collecting data that is measurable, observable, and repeatable, and developing theories that have explanatory power and predictive value.
I predict that this, what I believe, may not have been written by you. You may have copied and pasted this.
Yeah.
Possible.
Also, I mean, I agree with him on that, which is specifically one of the big reasons I'm not a creationist. Because those ideas do not meet that definition when it comes to science. Like, kind of iffy that.
I think he cut and pasted this, given his grammatical and sentence structure capability over the previous slide. I think this was grabbed without proper attribution.
There's a pretty high chance of that, yeah. All right.
I believe that the Big Bang Theory, stellar evolution, abiogenesis, and macroevolution are laughably ridiculous scientific theories that do not hold up under critical thought.
Okay. But when you say scientific theory, that don't hold up a thought, right? You're better off to say do not rise to the level of scientific theory, right?
Yeah, because if it's scientific theory, it already holds up to scrutiny.
It is some of the it's one of the highest standards of evidence and surviving falsification and so forth there. Now, the fact that you think it's laughably ridiculous is like the belief the universe doesn't give a damn what you think is laughable. Your humor, right? That has nothing to do with the fact that you laugh at it. Doesn't have to do with the thing. Doesn't hold up under critical thought. Well. I mean, the fact that his theory has been that it's held up extraordinarily well under critical review. You may not think it, but again, that's your opinion, which the universe is free to not ignore.
Landon, you gotta say it like, yeah, well, that's just your opinion, man. You gotta say it right. You gotta channel the dude when you say things like that.
Yeah, well, that's just your opinion. What do you know?
Almost. You're getting it. We gotta get you to watch The Big Lebowski, Landon, is what really needs to happen.
Oh.
I think I have that somewhere on disc. I should watch it.
We'll set up a time and day for Landon to watch The Big Lebowski.
Hell yeah, I'll.
I have not watched it, so I would do that.
I need my Geo back. Darn it. All right, here we go.
These theories are taught in public schools and believed on by many of its students because of a pseudo-scientific assumption of naturalism that the world just had to have made itself.
No, naturalism is the scientific assumption, right? Now, that doesn't mean that naturalism is, like, intrinsically true in some way, right? That's not what's happening. But the only way that you can get predictable results about the natural world is when you presume that gods and devils aren't just, enter into your experiment, change things around, and therefore you can never actually assess whether or not, your ideas are correct scientifically.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Naturalism does not need to be presumed true for science to be functional.
Mhm.
It doesn't have to be absolutely true.
Yeah.
If it's just what's required for the system to work. And frankly, if that gets you in a mood because you're angry about naturalism, then you just have a problem with what's necessary to have, predicted science.
Now, Benthic Tunicate B2 2022 says, but Landon, what about my fifis? Yeah, what about?
Your fifis, yes, fifis. Now, sometimes Fifi is a toy poodle dog in a cafe brought in by somebody who said, well, this doesn't count as a dog, even though it says no pets because it's Fifi. Is that what you're talking about, Fifi? And what do you think he says? What do you think pseudoscientific means? Does he's using that?
I don't think he has a clear idea about that.
Just because it sounds pejorative, but
Yeah,
but,
probably. So, in the strict sense, pseudoscience has some definitions that we can use to figure out whether or not an idea is in fact pseudoscientific. So, one of the big ideas is that it is sounding scientific, right? That's the whole point, is that it sounds scientific, but in some important way, it actually violates some of the important aspects of science. So, for instance, if it has supernatural causation, automatically pseudoscience. Doesn't mean that supernatural causation can't be real. It just means it's not part of science. And if you want to pretend that it is, you're not doing science, you're doing something else, which is fine. Not everything you do has to be science, right? You can do art, you can do poetry, you can do spiritual stuff. I don't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and this is important. Creationism broadly isn't necessarily pseudoscientific, but scientific quote-unquote creationism by definition is.
Yeah.
Yes. And the notion of naturalism really is an idea or a concept that only natural laws and natural forces operate, function, make the universe function, right? That the universe is only a function of laws and forces, right? There's no supernatural out of the box stuff. So, in fact, naturalism, whether it's true or not, is much more scientific than saying God did it, or there is some crystal power rule things, or there's stuff outside that is beyond science, right? So naturalism, I think, is really dividing between things that are natural law based, natural forces based, versus something supernatural coming out. And so, if there's anything that would be non-scientific, it would be those other things. Not to say that's true, but science deals with nature. Now, are there scientific processes that aren't strictly naturalism, philosophically speaking? Yes, but generally, naturalism is probably, in its pure form, is probably as scientific as you can get, because it says there's no outside stuff. So you could say that naturalism opposes many concepts of things like spirituality and deities and that sort of thing. But this notion of that naturalism is somehow pseudoscientific is probably as wrong as you can get.
Yeah, I would agree.
Now, I don't know. Naturalism, it's an interesting thing to say, Dapper, do you have an opinion on naturalism as a philosophy?
Not that I'm going to share.
Okay, fair enough.
Because that's not the point of the channel.
And I can say this right now, as a theist who is also a scientist in training, you can accept naturalism while still believing in God. Whatever God you might believe in.
And my use of the term agnostic, based upon the Noel McRae diagram, is because I don't see evidence of non-naturalistic things in play. But I'm open to be convinced. I don't have absolute proof that naturalism is the only thing.
Yeah.
And so therefore, I don't go into what's sometimes called hard atheism. I use the term agnostic for purposes of philosophical thing, because I lack solid proof to the contrary. But in street parlance, I'm an atheist. But in terms of, you talk about philosophy and philosophical matters, and you use the nomenclature diagram, I sit in the agnostic camp. In part because of the compelling thing for naturalism. Now, the problem with naturalism in a scientific thing is that there could be things beyond laws and forces. And in fact, one of the questions is whether or not the predecessor or the cause of the Big Bang can be described in naturalism, right? Because if you have in a multiverse and universes coming into existence, you get into a problem of describing those laws and forces. But that's a...
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jack of Hearts for £5 says, come on, Dap, everyone knows the world was created last Thursday by the Great Gazoo, and everything is just made to look really, really old, including memories. Which is interestingly indistinguishable from some creationist arguments, right? Like, last Tuesday, but by that I just mean yesterday. Kent Hovind made arguments about ancient starlight that were basically just identical to that. Which is to say that if you take this seriously, you come to the rather severe problem, I think, of introducing an omnipotent trickster into your epistemological framework, which then makes it hard to ever believe anything, because literally anything could just be the omnipotent trickster doing tricks.
Yeah.
How would you know? And the answer is, well, you wouldn't.
And a deity brings something into existence, or creating it to look like it's in process, is a non-naturalist, non-scientific conjecture.
Yeah.
If you try to explain that scientifically, you run into some very big challenges.
Now, one of the reasons that that's non-scientific is specifically because it doesn't make any predictions that you can then go ahead and test.
Yes.
Right? There's no way to falsify that idea. So, if we say, "Oh, I think the God of Abraham made the universe," well, okay, fine, but like from a scientific standpoint, that doesn't help us any.
Yeah.
We don't.
And go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, there's no test to perform to show that that's not true. And the important part in science is falsifiability. You need to be able to say, I can find a good reason to say that my idea isn't true. Finding a good reason to think that your idea is true is trivial.
Yeah.
And that's why... sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Go ahead. Okay, you're right. I wouldn't disagree.
I was just going to say, that's why Karl Popper, who was sort of the guy who first thought up the distinction between science and pseudoscience, in large part because he was annoyed by psychology. That's one of the reasons why he said that unless you can falsify an idea, it's not really scientific. Now, you can use unfalsifiable ideas as sort of like an inspiration to perform science, right? So, for instance, right now, like, the many worlds hypothesis doesn't really, as far as I can tell, have any testable conclusions. Which means I don't currently think it counts as science. However, it might gain testable predictions in the future after more of the idea has been explored and more of like how that might work is explored by physicists. And if it does in fact gain testable testable predictions, then it will become something that is at least potentially scientific.
Now,
yeah,
and I think you raised some very good points. Now, Popper really talked about the fact that a hypothesis or even a theory needs to be refutable or falsifiable if it can be logically contradicted by an empirical test. That's what he specifically said. Mm-hmm. So part of the thing in asking, you say, you test it by asking questions and making tests. But you got to be able to, you have to be within scientific questions to say, is it my opinion that stars evolved
All right.
from stardust, right? That's not a falsified. That's not a valid scientific question, right?
Right.
You have to have something which is you need to take a hypothesis and challenge it with a scientific question, not simply does God like this thing, or in my opinion, is this sports team the best sports team of all time? Right? That's not a scientific question. You need
Right.
to have, and so it really the possibility. Some people take Popper stuff and just say, as long as you can say it's wrong. That's not what he said.
Now
It
there.
needs to be,
Sorry, go ahead.
but it is, you have a theory that's predictive, testable, and useful in practice, right? That's the other thing.
So let's see. We got a few things here. Smitty, who's been a member for 13 months and is at the amniote level, says Manya ain't here, but hi anyway, Manya. So Manya, if you're watching, hello. I suspect Manya is currently at work. I think it's like Thursday evening or something for her. The Screen Geek for 10 euros says, hey, I made it. Happy birthday and best wishes from Australia, Dapper. Sorry, Austria. That's why it's euros and not dollary dues. That makes sense. Austria. I know the difference. Austria is the one that doesn't have kangaroos, except in zoos.
Does it have Australopithecus?
No, it does not have Australopithecus.
I met a guy in Vienna who was Australian who wanted to come to Austria simply because he said, I'm tired of my country being confused with other country and wanted to see what the other country was.
Fair
And
enough.
he loved it because Vienna is wonderful and magical and blah, blah, blah. But
But there, we do have to finish the super chat, though. Okay, becoming a member, first time ever, was the best decision. Keep up the great work, and of course, much love to Sessile Tunicates. Yes, we do love our Sessile Tunicates here. And also, I'm very happy that you made me your first membership on YouTube. That is very flattering, and I really do appreciate that. Like, I gotta say, no one here owes me anything, right? Anything that anyone here ever gives me is out of the kindness of their heart. And the fact that people are actually bothering to do so is, to me, just kind of crazy. Because I know I've told the story before, right? But I'm going to tell it quickly again. Look, a while back, I had a job that didn't really work for me. And I started this channel. It was just a little hobby. And I was like, sometimes, I might be able to get up to a video a week. Some weeks I'll miss. And that was it. It was just a little channel. And then, we started doing some Kent with Bent. No big deal. And then, eventually, I was fed up with the job. Basically, they told me at one day, hey, never travel on a holiday unless we specifically have a phone call about it. Then the next holiday that came up, they were like, oh, hey, we need you to be here the day after this holiday. And I was like, well, I was told not to travel on the holiday, so instead of traveling on the holiday, I will travel on the day I was supposed to be there, which is what they told me. And then they were like, oh, we're entering a formal reprimand into, your record or whatever. I was like, you know what? No. I'm out. Y'all can figure out what you're going to do for this job yourselves. And also coupled with things like, they were like, oh, I don't know if we can give you time off for Christmas. I don't know. And, I requested it, 4 months in advance. And I was like, all right, guys. You might not be able to give me time off for Christmas, but how's just being down a tech for Christmas? How's that? Is that going to be fun for you?
wow.
So anyway, but then shortly after, my channel got monetized, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I can make a go of it. I'll have to reduce, my spending, and I will certainly be in the red for a long time, and I was. But I'm currently in the black. It's all because of you guys, and now I'm currently doing this, 40, 50 hours a week. Oh, hey, it's Cloth.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, everybody, because it's because of your generosity. It's because you super chat. It's because you become a member. You become a patron. You buy merch. Share the videos. You hit like. It's because of all those things this channel can put out. Usually 3 videos a week, although this week it's going to be, I think, 5 videos.
Well, so Dapper, the other side of the coin. So that's really, I'm pleased you said that. Other side, from an audience member, we like to contribute because we appreciate the content you put out. Not a case of agreeing, but the effort you put into it. That 40, 50 hours a week is not sitting there going, let me just type in Google searches and repeat what it says, right?
Oh,
You read papers, you translate stuff, you work with guests, you work a lot.
I do.
It's a whole, you would not be able to do this channel if you had to do a full-time job at the same time.
No, certainly not at the level that I do it right now. No.
Yeah, and so I think as audience members, as supporters, we, while you don't owe you anything, we appreciate what you do.
Well, I'm glad.
And like to see more of it, and so we are on Patreon. Although I must confess, even though I'm a patron, I have resisted going into the archive of stuff because I can imagine myself just binge watching everything that's in the pipeline. And then what do? Do I keep going back to the spot? So I tend to like to see the things as they release, such as this interesting idea about particle physics, which is just special.
Well, I would say
Roger doesn't exist.
Don't be too scared of the back catalog. It's it's there for a reason. Plus, I have almost all of my multi-part series are preserved for your convenience as single-click supercuts, so that if you have a few hours and you want to just binge some Dapper Dino content, you absolutely can. With minimal additional... Oh, there it is. I died. With minimal additional effort.
And that's a part of the value of being a patron is that you have the archive of all this material and information you can draw from, which is really quite valuable. So because as you said, YouTube is a volatile platform, and it depends upon a certain whims of certain people whose process is not scientific or logical. It's just kind of factual.
Benthic Tunicate B2 2022 said that I'm the only channel that they are a member of, and it's because of how great the content is. I really appreciate that, guys. Like, it's still weird to me that, like, there are people who, like, well, I only support one YouTuber, but, like, that guy's me? Like, that's still, like, how is that even a thing? But, like, it is, and I'm very grateful. I don't know if it's possible for me to explain how cool it is that you guys like this stuff enough to support it.
But Dapper, there are a few, YouTubers attempt to put out quality content that do as much background research and so forth as you do. So you're in a rarefied field of just not sitting there going, these guys are stupid.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All right,
unlike other sci-com, quote-unquote, people on YouTube.
Hey, I'm not the only one, though. Like, we've got Erica putting out great stuff. We've got Dan Stern Cardinalis putting out stuff. Zach Hancock has recently started a pretty darn good channel. So,
okay, there are a couple of standard deviations above the usual, here's a cat, isn't it cute?
Thank you. All right, so let's get a little bit more of this guy in now that I've been, all mushy about the channel and my supporters and whatnot. We'll get a little bit of this guy in, then we'll have a little bit more to say, and then I'm going to have to go and refill this because I am nearly out of my beverage. And I'm also, unfortunately, going to be having to turn on the air in this room because, let's see, what is it out here in freedom units? Because, of course, I live in Murica. Murica.
Express it in Kelvin.
Yeah, so it's 96 in freedom units, which, is, let's see, what is that? That's
it's deadly to the British.
35 and a half in, yeah, it is deadly to the British. It's 35 and a half in communism units.
But as I say, you said it was 98?
Yes.
98. So 98 is almost 310 Kelvin.
Oh.
And by the way, just a pet peeve, it's not degrees Kelvin.
Correct. It is 39 Kelvin.
Kelvin. 310 Kelvin, right?
Landon, could you confirm for the audience that negative Kelvin is a thing?
Yes, it is a concept. and in fact, negative temperatures can be described. And stuff. But if you talk about a large macro scale of material,
you're
going to have 0 and greater. You'll have greater than 0 Kelvin, because typically you observe something, and even the act of observing would change its temperature. So if you had something that could theoretically be considered 0 degrees Kelvin, plus minus your error, most likely when you observe it, you'll raise its temperature.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna hit play, and we're gonna get a little bit more in, then we're gonna take our quick break.
And I believe that any and all sides, no matter how ridiculous, should be presented in any and all arguments, no matter how controversial. So I think that in order to be educated on this issue, you should study both the creation and the evolution worldview. However, that is not done in public school systems today. And I think that
that's for a very good reason. In science classrooms, only science is to be discussed, and you cannot support religions per se in public classrooms. For the very good reason that when you do, people start actually getting violent about it, which is, less than ideal.
Yeah, and more importantly, he isn't suggesting we teach, different views of creation. No, it's only evangelical.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hear anything about, the dream of Brahma or anything.
He doesn't want to hear anything about, Middle Eastern Christian ideas on creation either.
No,
so
he probably doesn't.
There as well.
Yeah, he's got a very specific, narrowly Christian idea.
And more importantly, teaching creation in the classroom is just, violating that whole separation of church and state.
By the way, for $100 dues, Resenston says, "Happy birthday, old man. How does it feel to be older than the flat Earth?"
The mud flood.
It feels great.
See, no, older than the flat Earth would be what Pauli would say is not even wrong.
I mean,
well,
I've heard rumors.
But Rez, that's a great,
I know.
Great quote. But yes,
we could also interpret it as older than the idea of the flat Earth, which is also true, because only humans have had an idea about the shape of the globe or the world as a whole, and I am older than humans, which means before the even idea of a flat Earth occurred to anyone, I was already around. And I will tell you that dinosaurs never believed in a flat Earth that I can find, and by the time I hatched, we had already figured out that it wasn't a flat Earth.
Yeah, it was dinosaur-shaped.
Yes.
In fact, Earth is actually, ironically, as a spheroid, is more egg-shaped than you might think, for some value of an egg shape. But I guess as well, you talk about flat Earth. It asking the historian, what is the oldest definitive description of a flat Earth? Or not just we think this Bible means, or the Quran believes, blah, blah, blah. A definitive, Earth is flat, here it is. Where do you think the oldest?
So, it's basically going to come down to the oldest writing system, because we know that the Chinese accepted a flat Earth from their earliest writings, as did the Egyptians and the Sumerians. And actually, the Chinese held on to that basically until extensive European contact. They were flat earthers at the time that basically people were making fun of Europe for being flat Earth, even though it wasn't, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So the thing is, we have records of flat Earth belief going back to 4,500 years ago. But it must have preceded that, because it doesn't seem to have been a development from an earlier idea when it's written down. It seems to be a pretty fully fledged cosmology where there's a dome, the sun goes across the dome, and then depending on who you ask, it might come back behind the dome and then go back to the east, or it might go under and then come back up. Actually, in the I don't remember where. Vishanti might be able to help me out, but I've read a discussion in the Talmud where there's, and this is some of the older sections of the Talmud. We're not talking the Maccabean period. We're talking older than that. Where there's this discussion about how the Greeks think that the sun goes under the earth, and the scribes of the the Jewish scribes think that it goes behind the dome, and then the person who's writing is like, yeah, but we think the Greeks are probably right about this. And it's like, well, I mean, it does go under, doesn't come back up, but like it also isn't a flat Earth. DM Continents Go Broomwing says, can you confirm that other dinosaurs were flung off because of the speed of the Earth's spin, and you just held on tighter than the rest? No, actually. So that is one of the weird things about flat Earth, right? Is like you can just do the math to calculate the strength of the centripetal force of Earth spinning at any given location, and then compare that to the like idealized force of gravity from the Earth if you assume no spin, and you'll find that even where it's greatest at the equator, it's still much lower the centripetal force is than gravity is. So
But
really weird.
If you use the Pratchett's Discworld analogy, that flat Earth kind of has some interesting coherence to it, even though tests on flat Earth would greatly reveal the spinning disc thing.
But Dapper, you already know what their answer is to that. It's math is wizardry.
That's true. Yeah, they do like to say math isn't reality, as if that just obviated any need for like rigor or measurement. It's like, I know that math is not literally reality, but it is how we objectively describe reality, so like, might be a good idea to get yourself some math. Oh, man.
I mean, it's the objective interpretation of reality, effectively.
Yeah. Without math, you really don't have the ability to do much objective interpretation.
Well, it is a useful tool in describing models, but my advisor kept reminding me, mathematics does not tell the universe what to do. You can have this mathematical model and say da-da-da, and the universe does something else that says nah, because your model necessarily may not be a good description of reality, or reality might have nuances you didn't. So Dapper, as a young hatchling, did you have an opinion about the shape of the Earth, or was it just not?
I mean, as an actual hatchling, like hatching out of an egg, no, because I didn't have opinions about anything other than food. I had opinions about food, but that's about it. But as a juvenile Ceratosaurus, I did start to understand that the Earth couldn't be flat because of easily observable phenomena, like, lunar eclipses and solar eclipses, which actually were more common when I hatched than they are now, because the moon was significantly closer.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't get as good a corona because the moon would really block out the sun. You wouldn't see in the inner chromosphere stuff very well.
Well, so there were glancing eclipses where like the sun's here and then the moon just kind of boop, and then you get to see the corona around the edge. So
but only for a little bit. But it's hard. It's much harder back then. So as a when I was just less than 2 years out of my, in my larvae phase as a human, or 2 years old, I had a notion of what a sphere was. I hear people talking about the Earth being round or a globe, and I had a mathematical notion of what a sphere was. And I said, I thought, well, the Earth is not round; it's lumpy. I saw a lump because I saw mountains. But we actually lived on a ridge line next to the San Francisco Bay Area, and I could see the sun setting over within the San Mateo Peninsula, right over here, and I could see it rise back up, over Pleasant, and so my model, I had, the sun was going around, but what I saw was kind of a lumpy terrain, and it didn't occur to me that there was a curvature to it. I just saw lumps, but I saw the edge of the world was beyond the peninsula, and so I thought if the sun was really close, I could convince my parents to go to the other side of the peninsula so I could look and watch the Discworld, the sun go over the edge and go around. I thought it would be cool. So that's where I put forward the mental acuity to utter my very first complete sentence, which was a question. Do I need to be a scientist? And my question was, how far is the sun? I still remember that where I was and the feeling and so forth. Just about 1 month shy of my second birthday, and and they went to get a book called Questions Children Ask, which I still have on my bookshelf.
Nice.
And in that book, they had one of those interstate highway signs that said sun and an arrow like an off ramp, and it had 93 million at that time miles. Sorry.
How dare they?
And I knew from watching my odometer in the car kind of how hard it was even to get the 1,000-digit tick. And I saw all those other digits. And I was thinking, how in the world could you measure something that long? And take a tape measure and stick it out to Texas. And I didn't know, right? And so my second question was, why, right? Which really was, how do they know it's 93 million miles? It seemed to be too big of a distance to study. So I say as young kids, we tend to grow out of it once we start seeing more data.
All right, now there's a couple things. First, Nee says, Dapper, did you hatch on Earth or Quintaglio Moon? I hatched on Earth. I actually hatched before the preserving aliens came to get the T-Rexes that would then form the basis of the Quintaglios. Which means that actually I'm not going to get to see my Quintaglio cousins for like probably hundreds of years. Because, they're still not even spacefaring at this point. The moon is actually still, like, more or less in a stable orbit. It's decaying, obviously, because we all know that it's going to decay. That's a pretty commonly known fact about the Quintaglio moon. I think everyone here probably knows about this, right, Landon? You know about the Quintaglios? Yes, of course.
I have heard the description, but I have not observed the evidence.
Well, I mean, the evidence is in a series of novels, obviously. the Quintaglio, I believe, trilogy, which actually I listened to on Audible not that long ago. Really, it was recommended by a YouTuber who does a lot of like sci-fi book reviews and like lore dives and whatnot. I believe it's Quinn's Ideas. If you're looking for someone who's going to do some good sci-fi content for you. So, but yeah, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go get myself a fresh beverage before I continue on with this this abyss nonsense. And we have a couple ideas. We have a couple things we could do. I could put on the the intermission video. Or Landon, if you have stuff that you would like to say to the audience for the next few minutes, we could also do that.
Sure.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove myself, and then I will be back shortly. Landon, go ahead.
So Dapper, again, I want to encourage you to click the like button because it helps the channel algorithm. Because the algorithm is important for that, but also share it with people because it's a nice way to learn stuff. So with regards to, again, astronomy, we have, just like, he's talking about the phylogeny and taxonomy of life, we have a bunch of terms we wrestle with, such as what is a star, what is a planet, and the terms are somewhat effectively arbitrary. So the reason why we might describe a planet is for a particular scientific function. An example is there are planet definitions that talk about that where people are concerned about orbits, orbital mechanics, things moving around things, and gravitational fields and orbits and that sort of stuff. There's a completely different set of things where they talk about the physical definition or physical properties of an object and describe a planet. Now, on upper side of things, when you get to somewhere between 13 times the mass of Jupiter to 70, 80 times the mass of Jupiter, somewhere in that process, the material gets to be of such pressure you can start to get some level of fusion going on inside the core. We like to talk about those as entering into the stellar part of the object, if you will, the object taxonomy. On the lower side of the thing, the question becomes, where do you cut it off, right? Does a grain of sand count as a planet? Does the little dust particles orbiting in Saturn's ring count as a planet? And although there are spheroids inside there, what the geophysical definition says is that if you have enough material such that the gravity forms it into roughly a spherical shape, kind of a ball, although it could be spinning, so it could be a flat, bulging ball, then it's a planet. So if it has enough mass where gravity deforms it into roughly a spheroid shape, then from the geophysical definition, it's a planet. So you have where a planet is, that's what the orbit people, or what a planet is, that's geophysical definition. Now, the American Astronomical Unit, the AIG of astronomers, did a thing where they had an improper, a procedural definition where at the end of a plenary session with not a quorum even present, less than 1% of the members present, they voted to say a planet must clear its orbit and must orbit our star. So these group of orbital dynamicists who did this improper procedure effectively said there's only 8 planets in the entire universe because they have to orbit our star and they have to clear their orbit. So we came back and said, clear orbit, okay, that's interesting. So the next they have these sessions every 4 years where they do these silly stuff, and 4 years later, we enter a resolution demoting Earth as a planet because it's got this big honking thing called the moon out there. It's not cleared its orbit, so Earth can't be a planet. And we also said now Jupiter, on the other hand, it's nice and big, but it's got roughly 70,000 Trojan asteroids, about 60 degrees in front, and about 80,000 at least Trojan asteroids 60 degrees in back of its orbit, all around there, so that Jupiter has not numerically cleared its orbit. So we wanted to demote Jupiter. We had similar arguments for there, and by that time, and we also would use the word extrasolar round thing because a thingy orbiting another star, according to the stupid people, the AIG of astronomy group called the International Astronomy Unit, they said it had to orbit our star. So now what's the current state of affairs? Well, we fixed that stuff because we basically hacked their thing and threw it back on them, and they had to fix it and say, okay, it's not there. And so they actually created a class called dwarf planet. And people ask about Pluto. Pluto is a dwarf planet.
Yes.
And they say, well, is Pluto a planet? Yes, it is. It's a dwarf planet. Now, the people who were sort of into that orbital mechanics stuff got mad and said, no. Dwarf planet is a double noun. And therefore, it's dwarf planet, not planet. But dwarf stars are stars and dwarf galaxies are galaxies, but somehow dwarf planet is not a planet. So, but the answer is that yes, Pluto is a planet. What type of planet is called a dwarf planet? And there's some definitions between dwarf and non-dwarf. Between rocky and gassy, those are properties or modifiers. And so finally, the thing is that when you get with the geophysical definition, you find that it's not where an object is that makes it a planet, it's what it is. And so our moon qualifies as a planet. Io, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto qualify as planets. Titan's a planet, right? Now you say, but they orbit another planet. Well, that's fine. You can have like Pluto and Charon are 2 planets that orbit each other. Nice little thing, right? So the result is these taxonomies. I know in biology they can get all kinds of interesting discussions and arguments over categorization, filing and stuff. Astronomy has it too in spades, and we like to sometimes embarrass ourselves. And having the AIG of astronomy called the International Astronomy Unit, IU, we have the ability to do some really stupid stuff.
Now, I have a couple of super chats to read. We've got one from Linda Peterson, who says, "Happy birthday to my favorite non-avian dinosaur. May you get all the wishes a dinosaur could have and more." Thank you very much.
Yay.
And DM Continents Go Room Wing says, "Can you confirm that other dinosaurs were bonked in the heads by the near-Earth moon and you just ducked long enough to avoid it?" I can confirm that did not happen.
I mean,
to the best of my knowledge.
But you did survive the Chicxulub impactor.
I did.
I mean, that was you were still a midlife, or young strapping critter.
Well, I mean, compared to
90-something
my
million-year-old
con specifics, I was not very young.
But compared now, you're much,
True.
You were less than 100 million years old at that time. But did did some of your friends die, or were you in some spot where you were able to
see now we're getting into the areas that are like super classified by the USGS, and if I tell you the answer to all these questions, I would either have to kill you, or I would have to be in the same situation as an erstwhile president.
Did
Let
you
me guess that you were not in North America at the time of the impact. Otherwise, you'd be carbonized.
Again, I cannot currently confirm or deny my location at the time of the Chicxulub impact.
Any further questioning about this will result in being space lasered.
And look, TD has access to the space laser.
I do.
He's a card-carrying member of the Jewish cabal.
Yep.
That runs the space laser.
Right. That Congress lady said that those people have space lasers.
And guess who's part of that? TD. I've seen the Hanukkah latkes to prove it.
Yeah, and I mean Dapper's getting paid off by the cabal for my Jew guild.
Exactly.
Is it controlled by dreidel knobs?
Yes. You gotta. Once you align all the dreidels to Gimel, that's when it fires. Let's see. We have another one. Heading off. This is from Bentham Communicate, B2022 for £5. And heading off. Happy birthday, Dapper. Also read that today that all AIG staff are legally changing their surnames to Anchor and their first initials to W. Thank you.
Actually, if you've seen this niche movie called Star Wars: A New Hope, the space laser is actually featured in there.
Never heard of it.
A global model of it.
Well, if it's a globe model, we know it's fake.
No, yeah.
So you mean that the Death Star is a fake thing because it's a globe?
I don't know if that's why it's a thing. It's a thing regardless, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is after I do a little bit of surviving here, we're going to play more.
This is a very important topic.
Wait, hold up. Olivia Williams, who's been a member for 14 months, is at the tetrapod level. Says, I just saw that I had that. So happy birthday. Oh, you mean the membership chat? Got it. Thank you. Sorry, the antecedent for that. I was like, what's the? By the way, I am going to be switching to some rum and coke in the next few, like at the top of the hour, I think. Which reminds me, we were supposed to listen to this guy.
Yeah.
This textbook says that the Bible says that species don't change. However, the textbook then says that species do change.
I mean, I don't know that I would agree.
So is
that
my
the Bible says that.
wrong? Paul wrote to Timothy and said, O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science falsely so called. One of our jobs as a Christian is to be ready to fight against false science. Peter writes, so we should sanctify the Lord God in your heart. And
so it's science. The word is the word in the KJV, but that's not a very good translation into like modern English.
Yeah.
Basically, modern English usually says like philosophical musings or things like that. Something less,
like philosophy or knowledge, something along that line,
right.
Maybe.
Because you got to remember, in 1611, or well, more accurately, in like 1540 whatever, when the Bishop's Bible was translated, the word science didn't mean the same thing that it means now. It more generally meant just like learning and like the outcome of like philosophy broadly, stuff like that. Bitcourse, who's been a member for 4 months and is at the tetrapod level, says, Happy Pelagic Tunicate Day. I hope today isn't Pelagic Tunicate Day. It's it is Flag Day, and then I was also made aware years ago that it happens to be the 45th president's birthday, which is... It's unfortunate that that has to taint my birthday, but so be it.
I mean, let's just ignore that. This is Dapper Dino Day.
It's true. That is true.
I mean, there's other things that happen. I mean, the city of Munich was founded on this day.
Oh, well, there you go.
1158.
There you go.
I have nothing against Munich. I haven't been there, but I'm sure it's lovely.
It is.
Well, there
And
you
you
go.
have, if you get off of the tourist line to go a number of blocks back, you can find some Gerstuhles that are just insanely great. It just fantastic.
It's where the original holotype of Spinosaurus, I forget which species, but was stored before it got blown the F up.
That would be Aegypticus, by the way. Spinosaurus aegypticus.
Yeah, it's just... World War II.
Yeah.
Wasn't it great?
I mean, to some extent, that's what you get for trying to do a genocide.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, for doing a genocide, really. The attempt was mostly successful.
Yeah, pretty much. And, well, they kind of got what they want. There's nowhere near as many Jews in Europe now as there used to be.
Yeah. Now the country with the largest number of them is the United States.
Yeah, it's partially because of post-war stuff, but let's not go into that can of worms.
But by the way, mathematicians also celebrate this day because Alonzo Church, an American mathematician logician of extraordinary capabilities, was born in 1903 on this day.
Well, happy birthday.
Cool.
All right, let's see. Oh, we got the Darwin and the Jesus fish. I'm not actually watching the video very much because I'm trying to do the gameplay, but yeah.
You're not missing much.
Oh, I wasn't expecting to be.
Be ready always to give an answer to every man that asketh you a reason of the hope that is in you. And I think that Christians haven't done a good enough job of answering the scoffers and the skeptics about evolution, and
Yes.
that's why I do what I do. Charles Darwin said a fair result can be obtained only by fully stating and balancing the facts and arguments on both sides of each question. However, that is not done in public school systems today. And so what I'm going to do is teach...
Look, here's the thing. I will, right now, present you with all of the evidence for young Earth creationism that could be presented in a school. I have now completed this task.
Yeah.
That's it. I just presented you every last shred of evidence that indicates that young Earth creationism is true. That is not simply, the Bible tells me so. So I don't know what you want, man. They already do present all the evidence for creationism. It's just that it's literally nothing. Sorry.
teach you
That's
the
life.
alternative worldview that you're going to hear in most public schools. The worldview that is critical of evolution and supportive of creation. And so this first class, we're going to be talking about evolution, this naturalistic worldview, and the scientific problems with it. Next class, we're going to be talking about the creation worldview, what the Bible says of how we got here, and the scientific evidence for it. In our third class, we're going to be talking about dinosaurs and how dinosaurs fit into the Bible. So you can bring the kids to that. The kids are going to like that. And in our last class, we're going to be talking about the origin of evolution. Where did these ideas come from? How did they get into our textbooks? And what do we do about it?
By the way, if people like this, it could be the next thing that I do for Dapper Reacts. After we finish with the Genesis Apologetics conference that they ran. So if that's something you would like to see, let me know. I'll put it in the comments, put it in the chat, you know, stuff like that. If it's not something you would like to see, I would also like to know about that. And also, why am I in Dirtmouth? I feel like I had a reason for coming to Dirtmouth, and I now don't know what it is. Oh,
Maybe you just want to be there.
No, the reason was because I want to show you guys how to cheese one of the bosses. You know, we're going to keep this guy on. We're going to get rid of Soul Catcher. Alright, I'm going to put on Defender's Crest, and why not, Gathering Swarm, just because I like the money. Alright, you will notice that I now have a poo cloud emanating from my character. This is important, because the poo cloud causes damage, but it does not count as a hit. And so, when I encounter the next boss I'm going to fight, the boss will not wake up, and I will simply be able to take a break while the boss dies.
Nice.
So
I'm
Eagle,
going to
just,
go
just
refill my
grab a
water.
rabbit.
All right.
A rabbit was probably going to go in. Yeah, the eagle. Now there's another eagle wanting the eagle with the rabbit the eagle grabbed, and we're doing a dance of it in the air.
Ah! I was not paying attention.
So I think there's value in having Cubic Creature Man stuff because he is, I think, projecting a classic classic preacher sermon thing about evolution, right? No, he's not one of the Kin Ham type professionals. He is more, right. I think, probably more common in how evolution is being pushed in Sunday schools and attempted to be pushed in schools.
Well, that's the big reason that I am listening to him, right? Is because I don't think you were here when I said it, but there's this sense in which, you know, a lot of the counter-creationist people that you see either in literature or, you know, here on YouTube, a lot of us focus on, like, what the professional creationists are doing. The people with letters after their name, right?
Yes.
But it's less common to focus on what actual people in pews in church are hearing. And ultimately, I mean, they're the people I'm most concerned for, right? Like, I know that, like, Nathaniel Jeanson or Andrew Snelling are never gonna, you know, give up this thing that's giving them money, right? They no longer care about things like intellectual integrity, right? Like, we're past that with them. But I do think that some of the people who are just, you know, in the pews are still people who can be reached. And I say that because, well, you know, I was one of them. So, yeah, I think that therefore they can be reached. So yeah. Alright, I'm gonna play this.
Now, I talk about a mile a minute, so trying to stop me while I'm teaching is like trying to stop a freight train with your bare hands. But but we'll have a question and answer time afterwards, and I will stay as long as you guys want me to and answer any and all questions that you guys have. I have a lot of information to give you guys today. I have about 200 PowerPoint slides.
Wow.
So it's going to be very difficult to take notes on this, but we are actually filming this and getting some audio on it.
Thanks.
So that we'll have this on the internet as a resource for you guys.
Oh,
so that
I'm
you can
grateful.
look up all my citations, you can watch it back, you can send it to someone.
Citations, you have citations.
He has citations? Oh my goodness, we might get some Trojan sources in here, guys. How cool would that be, right?
Or self-referencing citations.
Well, okay, yeah, that would also be interesting.
If you would like, and that'll be a resource available for you guys. All right, so let's get started. This textbook says the Big Bang Theory states that at one time the entire universe was confined to a dense, hot, supermassive ball. Then about 13.7 billion years ago, a violent...
I wouldn't call it a ball, but okay. Also, what year is this? 2006? Great.
explosion occurred.
It's a textbook.
Yeah, it's
Not
a
really an
textbook.
explosion.
And to be like 5 to 10 years.
Right, and it's not a
further
textbook
back.
for, like, college kids, right? It's a textbook for babies.
Yeah. Now, you know, the question about whether or not it was a point or a singularity is also debated. I mean, I'm one of the physicists that find it incredulous to assume that you have singularities, that is infinitely dense points. Because I take a more naturalistic view that there are processes that prevent you from mathematically collapsing stuff into an infinite density. But I could be wrong. I don't see evidence for it. But the notion of
Wait,
the
it doesn't work
universe
anymore.
was hot, energetic, and compact, such that photons would go back and forth and equalize. It was relatively uniform. Is one of the fundamentals of the Big Bang Theory. 30.7 billion years ago, about, right? Again, that's a nice scientific thing because they're not saying it's exactly. Just so we don't say Dapper is exactly 150 million years old, we know now there's a nice prime number 8 right now.
They must have
But a
passed
violent
out the
explosion is not hurling material in all directions. No, that did not happen. Space underwent rapid expansion if the inflation submodel of the Big Bang model is correct.
Yeah. All right. First of all, they patched out the cheese.
Yeah, no exploits for you.
I had to actually fight him, which is disappointing.
Yeah, can we get Ken Hogan in chat for that?
Seriously, yeah. Send some Ken Hovens for patching out the cheese. Come on, guys. I've used that exploit before, too. Because it's not my favorite fight, so like I'm just like, I'll just go over and, kill him with the poop smell. But now I can't, darn it!
No bacterian for you.
Elmerthian does games, I think. Not sure. For 100 CZK, let me know. Happy birthday, dinosaur of the dapperness. AIG is a box full of kombuskin. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated.
So
check Krona?
Crown.
Yeah.
Check Crown? Okay.
Yeah.
Oops.
I'll also point out in that textbook, they're talking about the first stars galaxies formed 200 million years after the Big Bang. That actually number is an actual area of research, one of the things that James Webb is looking for. We have been surprised at how early some well-formed galaxies have been, how soon after the Big Bang it is. Basically, the surprise was that the ability to form a galaxy was not what people thought it was. People thought galaxies like our Milky Way were complex things that would require billions of years to form in the current state, and that's obviously wrong. Why? Because the data says otherwise. As to what is called population tree stars, when they did, there was a dark age between when the expanding universe or expanding space-time universe went transparent. It cooled down where hydrogen became neutral and the photons went whee, and we had the Big Bang flash, now microwave. There was a dark age before the first stars started switching on. And one of the things that the James Webb's trying to do is to try to understand that period of time and detect some of those early stars.
Okay.
But it's not to say this is wrong. I'm just saying that this is how the model has evolved.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna hit play.
It says all matter and space were created at that instant. Now the problem is that this goes against the first law of thermodynamics, literally the first law of science, which says that matter and energy cannot be...
Okay, the first law of science, you guys. I kind of wish I were drinking right now.
Yeah, I'm
did take a drink for that.
Breaking out the wine at the top of the hour, so yeah.
Wait, you're old enough to drink, TD?
Yeah, sorry. I'm permanently 20, much like Chesh is permanently 17.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I've been 20 for, 4 years now?
Yeah, but
well, no, it's next year.
You're living in an area where that's perfectly fine. There are areas where 14 is sufficient.
Yes, but TD is in one of the areas where 21 is the number.
Ah.
Yeah, welcome to America.
Yep.
Hippity hoppity, bad age limits.
Yeah, for no good reason either. It's really weird.
I can't remember if it's a prohibition holdover or just America being dumb.
So my memory is that I think it's closer to a prohibition holdover.
Yeah.
But I don't actually remember very well.
Just general temperance movement holdover.
Sadly, that temperance movement was another case of religion infecting society and damaging it. The whole temperance stuff was.
Yeah,
it was a reaction to the Roaring 20s, where the amount of alcohol consumption was truly staggering. Even in today's, they put college frat houses to shame the amount of alcohol being.
Oh yeah.
consumed.
Oh yeah.
If you look into the
temperance
stats,
movement the temperance movement had good ideas behind it of lessen the amount of alcohol. The problem is that the most extreme takes of it, which is ban all alcohol, is the ones that got adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a bad idea. It didn't work for alcohol. It's not working for marijuana. It's a bad idea.
It's a sad thing. I mean, if I were on the U.S. Supreme Court and I got a case coming about, let's say, laws restricting, because if, for example, you cannot in California ship grappa to Idaho through the postal system, right? I would come back and say, due to the repeal of prohibition, I strike down all laws regulating the transport and sale in the United States. It's a federal matter that says your dry counties are unconstitutional, and deal with it, right? Because I think to me, my interpretation of the Constitution is that one, alcohol should be able to be, flow freely through areas. It can be regulated, but it can't be prohibited.
I mean, I am not a constitutional scholar, so I will not have much of an opinion on what is constitutional per the U.S. Constitution.
That's all lines and paper anyways.
Well, it is literally lines on paper, yes, as Uncle Kent has told us.
They said
Which actually reminds me, I saw the other day, I think it was on Twitter, an ad for, like, the Patriots Bible that included the 66 books of the Protestant canon, but then also, like, the Constitution of the United States and, like, the Declaration of Independence, and I was like...
And flag etiquette. It had flag
etiquette? Goodness. That's...
And others.
That is weird and creepy and, like, jingoistic, and I hate all of it.
Yeah, can we burn that?
I mean, only if you buy it.
Yeah. Guess we're not burning it.
Yeah, because like
continue with this person who's we got him in mid-hand gesture.
Yes.
Created or destroyed. Okay, there is no natural process that just creates matter out of nothing. Now,
out of
the
nothing,
first law of thermodynamics.
True, but again, we don't have nothing to start off with.
Yeah.
The Big Bang is in fact not creation ex nihilo. It is creation ex. I don't know. I was about to mix Greek in, which is bad, but out of like energy, lots of energy.
Yeah, when scientists say there was nothing, it's not the literal nothing. No. It is metaphorically nothing. There is actual energy.
Big Bang theories and their models do not cover how the Big Bang started. They cover the process of how the cosmos evolved, not started. So in fact, the much like abiogenesis is outside of current biology models, but it's being investigated. Same thing, how it got started there. And by the way, there are models that state that when you look at when you sum up the entire cosmos energy, because you can have, positive, from a potential point of view, you can have positive and negative energy, because that the entire sum of the universe energy comes back to zero. Right?
Yes.
There's a model that says essentially that, so in fact, you can get things from nothing. In fact, in space, you can get, electron, positron pairs popping out of existence, doing the ritual particle thing and going back in, and it's not just a fiction, it really is the case. So his notion of you can't get something for nothing, tell that to Hawking radiation, which is theoretically coming from a black hole, but that's another story.
All right.
Says that matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. To make it a little more complicated, there's a second law of thermodynamics that says that...
Yeah, we added a second law because that was too simple. We wanted to make it more complicated.
Yeah, look, you got to make things really complicated, or else then everyone will be able to understand science. There's nothing to do with actually trying to adequately explain the data.
Look. Here's the ironic thing. He literally believes matter and energy were created ex nihilo.
Yeah, but it doesn't
It's
count.
fine for him.
It doesn't count when God does it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, in this parenthetical thing, he says chaos, randomness. Randomness is not chaos.
Yes, that is true.
Chaos is not random, right? So, for example, these lava lamps are chaotic. The thermal dynamic, the fluid dynamics of that is chaotic. And in fact, we use, this is the whole thing about lava ramp and using these to generate encryption seeds, because the chaotic system, imaging of it is chaotic. It's not random. These lava blobs just don't decide to turn into a cube and dance and head of a pin, that sort of thing. There is very, very specific things happening up here, but it's not random. And so the lava ramp patent was a chaotic system used to generate seeds. In fact, there's a large chunk of the internet from encryption, which is actually where the source of randomness is a big stack of lava light lamps in a room. Go and look at, there's some companies that have large rooms of lava light lamps bubbling away with cameras using these chaotic systems to generate things, because computers tend to be deterministic, and you need something which can stimulate a computer to do something that is hard to predict.
Right.
But unpredictable and randoms are not there. And the other thing he says is useless heat energy.
Poor heat energy.
Quibble at the word useless.
Poor heat energy getting all this bad rap. Although he probably means not available to do work.
Yes.
Which is what is actually being talked about in the second law. We're gonna hit play.
Entropy, or useless heat energy, never decreases in a closed system. What that means is that everything is tending towards disorder. This
It's
whole
an isolated
universe is
system.
falling.
Okay, so we need to talk about that too. Okay. There are three main types of systems that you can consider thermodynamically. There are open systems where energy and matter can freely pass into and out of the system. There are closed systems where matter may not enter or exit the system, but energy may. And then there are isolated systems where neither energy nor matter may enter or exit the system. The second law strictly does not apply in closed systems or open systems. It only strictly applies in isolated systems. So, yeah. Just because the system is closed doesn't mean it can't decrease its entropy.
And one of the things that Sandbell is really focusing on is the irreversibility of natural processes. And the tendency of your teacup that falls off the edge of the table and the floor accelerates up and hits it. Right? The teacup does not fall to the floor, according to general relativity, accelerates up and hits it, and it shatters. That process of shattering, because the floor hits the cup, is a irreversible process. Because it's not going to sit there, shatter, bounce off the walls, and come back to form a cup.
Right. All right, we're in it. Play. By the way, in a little bit, I am going to be shifting over to some rum and coke. James Duncan, who's been a member for 7 months, says the feds raised the drinking age to 21 in 1984, telling states if they wanted highway funds, they had to raise the drinking age. Before that, it was 18. Yeah, so I don't know what their reasoning was for this, because 1984 is way after Prohibition.
Apart.
That's dickish.
And this is what the Bible teaches. Hebrews says, "The heavens are the works of thy hands, they shall perish, they wax old as doth a garment." The whole universe is wearing out like an old t-shirt. That's what the Bible teaches, and that's what the second law of thermodynamics says. But the universe can't be falling apart forever, can't be falling apart for eternity. There has to be some beginning to this. And so the second law of thermodynamics implies that the universe had a beginning.
So what he's saying is that the universe can't be of infinite age, because then maximum entropy would already be reached. Which, I mean, there's some sense to that. Like, if the universe were already infinitely old, why would there be any free energy available at all?
But part of some Big Bang models talked about the state of entropy early on in the Big Bang process, where the universe was very uniform, hot, dense, compact from a energy density point of view.
Yes.
And relatively uniform. And one of the big problems early on with the Big Bang, the process was, how did you go from, if you run the Hubble expansion backwards to a compact state or a dense state, how did you go from dense uniform to lumpy, right? And that's where inflation, cosmic inflation, was put in to the model. And they are in the process of trying to test some of the predictions of inflation to see whether or not that actually can hold up or is falsified.
Oh, I just realized I did something very, very stupid. Whoops. That blows.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
So the Bicep 2 experiment in South Pole, which suggested that inflation might be correct, but there was another alternative explanation. So Bicep 3 and then the Keck Bicep system is being done to try and differentiate what they're measuring from other processes. So they're in the process of trying to test one of the predictions of inflation to see whether or not their most current Big Bang models have inflation, because you go from some early Big Bang dense, hot, energetic universe to a lumpy universe. And so the entropy of that early universe was very low.
Right.
So it's not the case of it says, it can't be infinite, right? You could have a very low thing that slowly decays to the current state.
Yeah. By the way, I want to say Jillian Wren for $2 says, "Happy birthday, my contribution to the studio." Thank you very much. And that is apparently Jillian Wren's first super chat on the channel. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is greatly appreciated. It really is. Like, guys, I know it's a $2 super chat, right? But all of that adds up.
Yeah.
Like,
They're also, and it helps. It helps.
Yeah, it's
helps make
really
the channel.
important, honestly.
So $2 is just fine. 2 yen, all those things, those are all good.
Actually, I think for yen, there's like a minimum of like 200 or something. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
200 yen.
Oh, yeah, yen is, I think it's like, yeah, it's about 200, I think, but it's somewhere
200
around
trillion Zimbabwean dollars is probably the minimum as well, but that's it.
Why would I want that? Okay, guys, chatting in Zimbabwe dollars will not help. In part, I believe, because even Zimbabwe has given up on the Zimbabwe dollar.
Yeah, they have.
They deleted their currency, and the black market currencies became sort of de facto currencies.
Yeah.
In Zimbabwe.
If I remember correctly, when they were still using it, people were using the US dollar and the South African rand anyway.
Oh yeah, I went to a store to buy a newspaper, and I had with me a $2 bill, a $2 US dollar bill, and but I find sometimes people have never seen that, so they didn't know what it was. But I showed them $2 bill, showed them, this person on the back, the Declaration of Independence, my ancestors is this dude right here, and it was like, okay, this is a mail thing. We never had a $2 bill before. I can put up on a frame. But you bought a newspaper, I could give you change, and it took a while to get the change. The change included a thick stack of 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollar notes.
Of course it did.
They were trying to get other change. In fact, what they did is they gave me something even rare. I had like 1,000 Zimbabwean dollar coins, which are super rare because they're like stuff. But it ended up yes. And by the way, some of the later Zimbabwean dollars had expiration dates on them.
Nice.
Where they basically said you had to spend it after this date. And Zimbabweans began to look at to value the bill by the number of digits it had on it. Like, they were actually taking the logarithm of the number of dollars as kind of like the currency thing. And then what they went to was promissory notes, where someone said, well, we don't know what the exchange is, but let me draw you a note saying, you bought a newspaper and you get the equivalent of half a newspaper, or you can take this note to somebody else to buy something else, right? And so then you have, there were shops that have some artists that draw a little drawing, like a dinosaur, and say, this person gave you this much value, and so you can take this to somebody else, and became this make your own currency notes.
I mean, when your currency becomes that hyperinflated, you might as well just go back to barter.
Yeah.
The last inflation number that Zimbabwe published before they just died up in the currency was 17 million%.
Whew.
And let me,
you
better have a good.
Keep printing money, kids.
You better have a lot of digits of that E constant, because at that stage, those bottom digits, those digits way down in the line matter.
Yeah, American conservatives, like 6% inflation doesn't seem very bad now, does it?
Well, no, it still is not great.
Oh, it isn't, but relative to that.
Look, this isn't the who's a shitty economy Olympics. That Zimbabwe is way worse than the U.S. is not a good sign for the U.S., right?
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's a low bar.
And 1 quadrillion notes were because people didn't understand what a quadrillion was, right? And at some point they worried about how many digits could they put on a bill, because people started seeing the number of digits on the bill as kind of it's this bill has twice as many digits as this thing, so it's twice as good as this other thing. Yeah.
Oh, Skeletor 9000 says I can cheese this boss. How am I cheesing this one? Because I failed to cheese the previous form of this boss, which was annoying. Yeah, Dapper died on his birthday. Look, I'm gonna die a lot in this. Although pretty soon we're gonna be switching over to some rum and or coke.
So second over nice.
I'm gonna go grab wine and more bread now.
Yay!
So there are Big Bang models and pre-Bang models that talk about that the Big Bang
Stay in the doorway.
Established time going back to infinity. Like
Okay.
the notion that so there are and Big Bang models that say essentially, you can, because you can think about time going back as far as you want. It's just a vector, right? It's just a set, and so Big Bang process could have established an infinite amount of time as part of this process.
Wait, how am I going to stay in the doorway if the gate closes? This doesn't make any sense.
So let's see
Skeletor
what
over
the
9000
implies. Universe had a beginning.
You're not making any sense to me, Skeletor over 9000. How am I going to trigger the boss fight and stay in the doorway? Explain it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying explain it, because I don't get it. Because this is one of my least practiced fights in this game. I am terrible at this fight. Will Star stand against the gate? Okay. Huh. Well, okay, well I still need to dodge that. Okay, but how am I going to actually deal damage? Because, I mean, it's... Ah! Yeah, I mean, it's great that I'm not getting hit, but, like... That doesn't help much if I can't cause damage. Alright, yeah, we'll listen to a little bit more of this guy, and then I'm going to go get myself some rum.
But the first law of thermodynamics implies that it could not have had a natural beginning.
Why?
Now, the textbook's answer is to ignore the first law of thermodynamics entirely.
No, it's not.
My answer is that there was a supernatural beginning. In the beginning...
That's literally pseudoscientific. Like, look, fine, dude. Have that assumption. I don't really care. It's, like, whatever. Whatever metaphysical beliefs you have are fine by me. But let's not pretend that you're doing a big mega science thing when your explanation is just God did it.
Yeah. Isn't it really shame this person seemed to have the value of their faith and the importance of their faith, or accessibility of their faith, being bound up in their interpretation of science. And that perhaps they worship science more than they do the Bible because they're trying to get science to rationalize their faith as opposed to taking their faith on faith, right? And you know, I don't know. I don't understand why it's so important for some people to, you know, criticize science, but in fact worship science and want science to rationalize their faith by having faith in science that doesn't.
Oh, I mean, I can tell you. It's because they know that ultimately faith-based reasoning is not very convincing to most people. That's why. Darn it. And Skeletor, maybe that cheese got patched just like the cheese I tried earlier got patched. I don't even know why I'm bothering fighting this guy. I don't actually care about the thing he drops. I'm just doing it. Because, like, it seems like a thing to do. Alright, we'll get a little bit more of him in.
God created the heaven and the earth. I have a lot of questions for people that believe in the Big Bang Theory. Where did all this matter and energy come from? That's just the first problem. Where do these laws come from? Why do we have things like gravity? And why did everything explode so perfectly? I mean, even the atom has design. Take, for example,
no, it has structure. You haven't demonstrated that it has design at all.
The neutron and the proton. The mass of the neutron inside an atom has to be bigger than a proton in order for stable elements to exist. But the neutron can only exceed the mass of a proton by an extremely small amount, an amount that is exactly twice the mass of the electron.
It's to do with the
That's a
core
very
constituency
specific
of the neutron versus the proton.
Yeah, like...
So what?
Look, so this is basically just the fine-tuning argument, right? There's a big problem with the fine-tuning argument, which is that we don't have other universes that we know were or were not fine-tuned to compare to. So, was the universe fine-tuned? Maybe. Maybe not. There's no way to tell. Right? You can say, oh, but if, you know, the universe were different, well, we don't know that it can be. We don't know how many universes there are. We don't know
the
how
universe
many...
even tuned in the first place. That's it.
Right. We don't know the answer to any of these questions. So saying, oh, the universe is clearly fine-tuned because, you know, it is a universe in which I can exist. Okay. Doesn't tell me anything.
It tells you exist in the universe. You don't exist in the universe you can't exist in, right?
Yeah, I mean, actually, interestingly enough, I would find it much more convincing evidence for God if I existed in a universe in which I couldn't exist. Because then my actual existence would be directly miraculous, as far as I could tell.
Yeah, you have a proof of non-naturalistic thing.
Yeah, like if the actual universe were like, or say just the place I lived were like, you know, say the metallic hydrogen oceans of freaking Jupiter or something. Darn it! I knew I wasn't gonna be able to dodge that. But I, to every indication, need like oxygen to survive, and I need to take in food and whatnot to survive. But like, I'm not doing that, and there is no free oxygen to take in. I mean, it would be hard to conclude anything other than that my existence is in fact miraculous, right?
Yeah.
Like, what other conclusion is there? Yeah, Olivia Williams also points out one of the other problems for the fine-tuning argument is that virtually the entirety of the universe is immediately lethal to human life. So if the universe was fine-tuned for life, it was in a really weird sort of way.
It was probably very carefully tuned, I would say.
Yeah, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to an intermission real quick, and we are then going... I'm going to pour some booze, some Coke. I'm going to come back, and we're going to continue on, and in the meantime, I'm going to leave you guys with the intermission video. So, after I figure out where the heck I put the intermission video in my stupid StreamYard, or not StreamYard, OBS... Where did you go? There it is. All right, I'll be right back. All right, and we are back, and I have some rum.
Wow.
I got a flask.
That is a dinosaur-sized hip flask.
Exactly. Because this has been just really, really dumb. So, yeah. Put that cap back on here. So, yeah, that is the size of the dumb involved here. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's get more of this guy in. While I go die more.
To happen in an explosion. Okay? This textbook gives a lot more of these just so things that just had to be this way in order for our universe to exist and for us to be able to exist. That if gravity were stronger compared to electromagnetism, we wouldn't be able to exist. If the nuclear forces were stronger or weaker, if the electrons were more massive. This universe is just finely tuned.
It turns out that
for us to
gravity
be
is
living
actually
in.
extraordinarily.
The textbook says
gravity
there is no
extraordinarily
fundamental reason.
Weaker than electromagnetism, right? He said if gravity was stronger than electromagnetism. How weak is gravity? Well, for electromagnetism, let's say that these two things are electrons, right? And if I put these two electrons together, and they're 1 centimeter apart, what's the gravitational attraction of these two electrons? Like they have mass, right? To bring them together. Versus the repulsion, because they're two negatively charged things going to push you over. How far apart would these two electrons have to be in order for their electromagnetic repulsion to match the gravitational attraction of it being 1 centimeter apart, right? Two things 1 centimeter apart, gravitationally going to go boop, versus how far apart do they have to be so that the gravitational repulsion of these two negatively charged things would match. The answer turns out to be in the order of light years. That is, these two electrons have to be many tens of trillions of kilometers apart so that their electromagnetic repulsion matches the gravitational attraction. That's how weak gravity is, right? So the notion of gravity being stronger than electromagnetism, like, no. It's actually one of the weakest fundamental forces that we know of.
All right, hold on. Skeletor over 9,000. I do not think that your cheesing method is working, because I am trying to use it to heal. You just stay near the gate. Oh, great. And it does not appear to be working.
What if you froze the process, found the areas of memory, and said, I beat the thing, and changed that? And
well, then I'm not playing the game.
Oh, well.
It's like...
Yes, you are. You're just playing game with the game. Right?
Okay, but Landon, how would you feel if someone was like, hey, for my birthday, I'm going to play against, you know, some chess player that people know about, right? But then instead of actually playing, you just tipped over his king.
I sound like I'd be a creationist.
Well, yeah, but that's the point. Don't be a creationist.
Yeah. In regards to
I can't believe I did that.
Really great argument in general, fine-tuning arguments in general is just like, look, the fact that if physics itself was different, life that exists under this state of physics wouldn't be able to exist.
Not surprising.
It doesn't seem like that much of a big, like, surprising thing. Yeah, we evolved to exist in these physics because this is how physics works in our reality. And it's the only reality we have, so it's a sample size of 1. So what's the point of this? Is there a point? Or maybe, I don't know.
By the way, this flask is currently holding, like, 1.5 liters of Coke and, like, half a fifth of rum. There's no way of finishing this on stream. This is just so much volume. This is just going to go back in the refrigerator for some other time.
Nice.
I spent the vast majority of that break pouring alcohol and Coke through a funnel into that thing. And as Vishanti says,
that break talking to my mom.
Vishanti says, I got you your birthday present early with that flask. And yes, thank you very
It's brilliant.
much.
You see, that's what you have to bring to a
Skeletor
Ken
9000,
Hovind,
don't apologize.
to any Ken Hovind
Look,
lecture.
just like the previous cheese, it's entirely possible that cheese was just patched out, right? So... Oh, it's just... The flask made a noise. It's because, it's full of coke, so, like, the carbon dioxide is coming out of solution.
Yes, it does that.
Yes.
It tells CO2.
Carbonic acid.
There we go. Ah! Stupid jerks. Alright, let's hear from this guy, now that I beat the boss.
Why all the universal constants should agree. There is no fundamental reason why we live on this wonderful planet. Why are we so lucky? No one knows. And perhaps no one will know.
I mean, to some extent, there's just the point that, like, you couldn't have lived on a planet that wouldn't have supported your existence, right?
Mm-hmm.
How would that have worked? So, like, is it really that significant? I mean, it's not nothing, right? It's... I'll say this. I do think there is something to be said for the idea that Earth does seem to be unusual in a way that I don't know that the Copernican principle can really account for. However, that on its own is not sufficient to just mean that whatever god you happen to believe in, or whatever pseudoscientific nonsense that violates virtually all of physics, is therefore just right by fiat, right? Because I'll admit, I'm a bit of a Copernican principle skeptic, because I don't see a lot of other things that are like Earth. And so, if you want to say, like, oh, Earth is nothing special, I'll be like, well, maybe, but also... maybe it is, because we don't seem to have a lot of other candidates that are very Earth-like.
So part of the thing and within planetary science, and being a planetary scientist, that's the special thing of astronomy I'm involved with. We've learned in the last third of the century is that planets are not rare, but actually sort of common. And that, for example, given the around 1,000 light year sphere, which we've mapped out planets, not everything, but done a survey, we're fairly confident that our galaxy alone of more than 200 billion stars has at least 1 trillion planets gradually bound to those stars. And those planets come in an extraordinarily wide range of temperatures and sizes and compositions and so forth. So that if you have to roll the dice to produce a planet that's stable enough that chemistry can cause things to evolve and life to spring up, however that happens, you can. If you want to get, and we have a catalog of several dozen Earth-like planets in habitable zones where it's not too hot, not too cold. There to suggest that the Earth itself might not be that special. Now, question is, well, then why haven't we found someone beaming their version of I Love Lucy back to us, right? Answer is that space is big and detection of things is hard. We just barely detect existence of a planet, let alone stuff. But telescopes like James Webb give us more data to look for planets with interesting chemistry going on in their atmospheres that we can explore further. It's hard to even detect these things, let alone detect critters and others. We're working on it.
I'm now realizing that maybe I should have used something that didn't have bubbles to mix in with this rum. Because the bubbles are definitely causing problems with the canteen. Whoops! Not canteen, flask. That's what I meant.
Another dapper failure.
Yeah, look, Dapper L's are a dime a dozen, really.
I mean, can you get them in bulk?
I mean, yeah, basically.
It's full?
Like, yeah, there's... It's nice. Oh, there it is. I just popped it back into shape. Thanks, metal.
That's how metal does.
Cheers. Alright, now I'm leaving the cap off for a little while, just so it doesn't keep doing that. Which is a little risky. I'm living on the wild side here. I'm also going to go buy that last item from Sly.
Yeah. Shall we play more?
Yes, we shall.
We must suffer.
It says, we have formulated a question whose answers transcend science and ventures into the unknowable. That's religion. That's what they're teaching.
I mean, Maybe, but here's the thing: they're not teaching any confident conclusions about the part that's unknowable.
Yeah,
So-
they're just saying we can't know.
Right.
That's just it.
Yeah, which
They're,
is
they're like, this isn't science anymore.
right,
That's
which is
what
not
that said.
unreasonable. So, you know. All right. Let me go here.
Okay. Now, Lawrence Krauss wrote a book called A Universe from Nothing, in which he is trying to explain this worldview and trying to explain the evidence of how he believed the universe just exploded out of nothing. In his book, he says, "Indeed, something from nothing may have been required for the universe to come into being. Moreover, all signs suggest that this is how our universe could have arisen. I stress the word could here, because we may never have enough empirical information to resolve this question unambiguously, but the fact that a universe from nothing is even plausible is certainly significant, at least to me." So he says that the universe had to have exploded from nothing. Therefore, that makes it a possibility, which makes it interesting, at least to him.
Okay.
Well, I don't care what's interesting to him.
That's
And
fair,
to say
I
the
guess.
universe had to come about this way, and that's how it did, is actually a logical fallacy.
Says the guy who literally believes in creation ex nihilo.
Yes.
That's the
and-
thing that bugs me, right? It's like,
Let's be very certain here. There's an important qualifier here. May.
yeah,
He's not saying absolutely. He is saying may.
Says the preacher whose opinions morph into acts of truth for him just because it's his opinion. So
ah, all right.
Presenting a logical fallacy known as an argument by fiat, which he later accuses Christians of doing, by the way.
Okay.
But the big question is, why does he say the
No.
universe had to have arisen from nothing? Why does he say the universe had to arise?
DM Continents Go Room Wing says, can you confirm that the dinosaurs succumbed to a massively high magnetic field and you survived in a Faraday cage? Which is, again, another young Earth creationism thing. I can confirm that did not happen, as a matter of fact. Yep.
what? The early Earth was a magnetar, or what's
so-
this high magnetic?
So there's this creationist argument that, based on the fact that over the last couple hundred years or so, it appears that Earth's magnetic field has been losing strength, that therefore it is appropriate to extrapolate that back more or less linearly into the indefinite past, at which point we get to problems for, the livability of the planet a few, tens of thousands of years ago.
But that's like saying, well, the sun sets it's getting colder, so in a week or two it's going to be at absolute zero.
Yes, that is exactly equivalent.
They just don't have any sense of.
I love that Landon is still like, but the creationists are saying something that doesn't make sense. It's like, yes, Landon,
Yes,
welcome to creationism.
Welcome to the club.
Maya Atkinson for $10 says, happy birthday with a confetti coming out of the thing emoji. Thank you very much. I'll take a drink.
Yeah, that's it. And the $10 is appreciated because it helps
It
make
really
this
does.
channel continue. In fact, could even improve.
Oh, I'm hoping to improve the channel. I currently am hoping to at some point get a recording booth that's specially for just recording my audio to help with things like that. Because my audio isn't amazing. It could be much better. Oof. And at some point, maybe a dedicated mic for just recording in the booth with its own actual hardware setup and whatnot. Of course, that's gonna be one of those things. When am I gonna have the $500 or $600 that it's gonna be costing just to spare? I don't know. But yeah, it really does help. And also, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Maya is one of my first ever mods on the channel, and yeah, she's been here since basically before the channel even really existed in its current form. And so I really appreciate her. She has
Thank
been,
you.
yeah, Maya has been a wonderful help building the channel from way early on. Before there was even 1,000 subscribers on here, Maya was here helping out. So, I honestly, this channel might not really still exist if it weren't for Maya. So if you like this channel, you should appreciate how wonderful Maya has been in keeping this channel afloat, helping moderate chat, all that stuff. So thank you very much, Maya. I appreciate all the work that you've done to help with this channel, and that you never ask for anything. You don't even ask for thanks back. So, yeah, thank you very much. Alright, here we go. Let's get some, oh, I might have to Alt-Tab, because I think I actually set the game as my active window. Here we go.
That way. Well, at the end of his book, he gives us a clue as to why he believes this. In the question and answer time, it says, "Are you an atheist?" And he says, "What I can claim definitively is that I wouldn't want to live in a universe with a God." See, he does not want to believe that there is a God, and that's why he has to believe that this whole universe just exploded out of nothing. And that's how he develops all of his ideas afterwards.
Well, let's stop.
let's-
But I think what he is saying, when I've heard him, express his opinion, is that the idea of the Baptist fundamentalist God is a God he finds, as an entity he finds abhorrent.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he's expressing there.
I agree. And, I mean, look, there are good arguments to be made that the God that a lot of, I don't want to say Christianity because there's a lot of differences in God concepts among Christians, but that at least the God concept that this guy believes in would not be a fun God to have as a real existing entity.
I don't want a God that sends gay people and trans people to hell. That's just not acceptable.
What if they're really big jerks, though?
I mean, yeah, but all of them?
No, just the ones who are jerks.
I mean, sure.
Okay.
Okay, so can we send Ken Hope in the hell?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's fine. Because I'm just saying, like, I don't think that if there's a hell that people could be deservedly sent to, that they should get a pass just for being gay or trans, right? They should still have to follow all the rules of everyone else. It's just that being gay or trans shouldn't be a cause for getting there.
And I mean, let's be real. If hell exists, it's just Tampa, Florida.
I mean, yeah. Alright, guys, Watcher Night time. If you thought I was going to die a lot before, wait till I fight Watcher Knights.
But there's no evidence for this. Now, once this nothing explodes and creates all this gas that exploded out of nothing, all this gas has to collapse down to form stars and planets. Now, how does that happen? This textbook says astronomers estimate that there are more than 100 billion stars. That's a lot of stars. Now, how did they all get there? The textbooks will say that all this gas started collapsing down due to its own gravity to form stars and planets. The problem is this goes against Boyle's gas law.
No,
this is not possible for this to happen. See, as the gas cloud collapses down to its own gravity, it creates friction, which creates heat, which expands the ball of gas. It can't collapse down to its own gravity. All nebulas are in a state of equilibrium. They're in a balance. They don't collapse down.
No, not all of them. Some of them are.
Now it says the balance between gravity and pressure in a nebula can be upset if two nebulas collide or a nearby star explodes. They're trying to explain how these stars can start forming.
There we go.
But the problem is, first of all, if everything is exploding away from a central point, nothing should be colliding in space.
So
if
far
the Big
away.
Bang theory is true.
No, the rate of shock waves exceeds the rate of the motion of the object that is hitting it, right? It's like saying, well, no cars can hit each other on the freeway because they're all traveling fast, right? That didn't work. Okay. Also understand that the Big Bang expansion of space, not of objects through the grid of space. But
By the way, Al Trucker for $6.99 Beaverbunks says, "Happy birthday to the dapperest dino I know. This coin to sharpen at least one tooth. Keep on speaking truth to ignoramuses of YouTube pelagic forever." Thank you very much. And $5 from Strawberry Vein says, "This is why I'm such a huge fan of the Gnostic concept of Yaldabaoth. But what about the Sarkic concept? How are we on Sarkic Yaldabaoth?" Yeah, see, everyone likes to talk about the Gnostic version. People don't like to talk so much about the Sarkic version. And if you get that, congrats. You are into some obscure stuff.
I don't.
There you
But
go.
you know what I am pretty into right now?
Tell me.
Bread, balsamic vinegar, and white wine.
Yeah, that's because that's a really good combo.
Oh, it's so good. So glad.
And good balsamic vinegar, not the.
Well, yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
I mean, balsamic vinegar is pretty great.
I knew I should have sat at a closer bench. Why did I set my bench all the way back at freaking Dirtmouth like an idiot?
I don't know.
What a stupid thing that I have done. Alright.
Second of all, even if you could form a star by another star exploding next to it, where did the first star come from?
Landon, where did the first star come from?
Well, the gravitational collapse of hydrogen caused material to accrete into an object where the temperature and pressure reached the point where it began to fuse, the hydrogen in particular. Now, where did the collapse of the first stars come from? Well, in the early universe, in the Big Bang process, there were sound waves. And those sound waves were moving through the material, particularly as a result of after the process of inflation. And in fact, those sound waves, we can actually measure, by looking at the background radiation, the fundamental tone of the sound waves coming through. Now, sound waves are probably a result of quantum mechanical fluctuations that occurred in the post-inflation process. And in fact, we can look at the harmonics of the universe, these sound waves, where at the Big Bang flash, 378,000 years after the Big Bang process started, and the universe went transparent, and all those photons went off to the distance because hydrogen went from a positive to neutral. At that point, the fundamental wavelength at that point was around 500,000 light years across. Today, because the universe has expanded some 1,100 times, the fundamental tone is now at 550 million light years across. In fact, we see by mapping galaxy clusters these voids, these bubbles, three-dimensional bubbles, at the size of 550 million light years. And if you want to know what that frequency is, it is, if you go to the piano and you find B flat in the middle, and you go 71 octaves down, you'll hit the current fundamental tone of the universe. Those resonances were the things early on, higher frequencies that caused collapse of the first stars. And in fact, one of the jobs of the James Webb Telescope is to help better understand and measure those processes that he's talking about, or failed to talk about.
Okay, well, goodness. For $10, Jake Nelson says, "Happy birthday, Dapper. As an audiophile, I have to contribute to improving your audio, even though it isn't as bad. As it is. Oh, as it is. Got it. Sorry. So, well, it's very much appreciated. Look, this month is probably going to be a pretty good month as far as like the channel goes. Between a 10K subscriber, the stream, although it has actually been a little disappointing in terms of the views on non-stream videos. I don't know why, but for some reason the algorithm has just been like, you know what, your last couple of videos? Nah, don't like them. And I can tell it's the algorithm because I'm getting normal amounts, or very, very slightly under normal amounts of, like, impression click-through rates. Which is basically every time YouTube shows my video, how many of those times does someone actually click on it? And so if your view count is low, but your impression click-through rate is normal, that just means YouTube's not showing the video very much, which is an algorithm problem. So yeah, I don't know what kind of algorithm magic I'm supposed to do, because, you know, despite the fact that this is a vital part of the job, YouTube likes to keep its algorithm completely opaque. Which, imagine if some other job, right, where you had a boss, and, like, what you were supposed to do was just never communicated. But if you didn't do the thing you were supposed to do that had never been communicated, you just didn't get paid.
But Dapper, some bosses do that.
Mm-hmm.
Cite algorithm transparency when?
Yeah. No, they do. They say, oh, we can't do that because then people would just game the algorithm. Then make the algorithm less important.
Yes.
Well, the other business of the algorithm is going to constantly change. Because if the fun purpose of the algorithm is the economic growth of the company, and conditions change, then algorithm changes. And if they're true customers, advertisers, want a different algorithm, it will change, regardless of whether you like it or not. And even if they didn't explain the algorithm today, and you could understand it or understand its implications, and they may not even understand the implications, the algorithm tomorrow is going to continue to modify. We keep changing. So the algorithm is not this monolithic. If you sine of x plus tangent of y minus project tunica. That's not the algorithm, right? It is a complex system, some of which they don't even understand the implications of. They measure and they try to tweak to get what? Not your enjoyment, not Dapper's benefit. It's so that the company can gain economic value.
Yes, that is absolutely true.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not saying that you're trying to justify it. You are absolutely right.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Yeah, I suck at this boss fight. We're getting into the part of the game that I kind of suck at, guys. Also, I'm very out of practice with this game.
Okay, so let's see what this
Yeah, let's see what he's got.
cubic creature says.
What does Minecraft?
Now, this is a middle school Earth Science textbook. The high school textbooks don't give us anything better. The high school textbook says, for some reasons not yet fully understood, some nebula become dense enough to begin to contract. It says a shockwave from a nearby star may trigger the contraction.
2006.
Of course, they never answer where did the first star come from. They still don't answer that. By the time we get to the college textbooks, it's even worse.
Oh no!
The college textbook
But
says
again,
astronomers are
the
uncertain
first
how
stars were
formed in the
formed as a result of the sound waves that resulted from
but Landon, that wasn't
the quantum mechanical variation of the early Big Bang process.
Yeah, but Landon, if that's true, then why wasn't it in his textbook for babies?
Yeah.
It was. They just ate the pages.
Aha! Sounds like a convenient line. Oh, come on.
Okay, so what is this? Earth by Mark Hendricks and Graham R. Thompson.
Yeah. I understand astronomers are uncertain. It's one of the reasons why the James Webb Telescope was built, because they're trying to gather further information to help refine models and to potentially falsify current theories or have them conceived.
I also think it's important to note that different textbooks cover different things in different amounts of detail.
Yeah.
This is an Earth Science textbook. I don't think it's going to cover
I was gonna die there.
stellar formation in detail.
Yeah,
I think they're
there's that
mostly
too.
going to be concerned with is geology, geography, maybe some oceanography, probably ecology, that kind of stuff. Not in-depth physics and cosmology.
Yeah,
probably
not.
Really likely the
And
bare bones.
do we know everything there is about stellar formation? No, that's why it is being studied. So it's a very active area of astronomy. Some of the less understood processes of evolution has to do with some of the supermassive stars, like Betelgeuse and so forth, and how they end their short lives. And if some of those stars, like Betelgeuse, would just go supernovae, we could get some really good information. By the way, it's far enough away it won't damage the Earth, but we'll gain a heck of a lot of data. So Betelgeuse, if you could hurry up and just end your tubby life and go bang, we'd appreciate it.
Strawberry Vein for $5 says, when I said Yaldabaoth makes a lot more sense than the... Sorry, when I said fan, I meant that Yaldabaoth makes a lot more sense than the Old Testament god. Not that I want to join an SCP demon cult in moral support of him. Hey, that's fair. I'm in the wrong place, by the way. This is not where I was trying to get to. All right, here we go.
Nebula. However, once the first stars began to generate energy, they just skip over it. They don't even bother trying to give an answer to it. Now, this...
Okay, let's pretend that we didn't have any answer for this question, right? No idea where the first stars came from. Okay. We have sufficient evidence for the Big Bang on its own. We know that it couldn't have started with stars. So we know that at some point, the first stars had to get here, right? That's not an arguable thing. So even if we didn't have an answer as to how did the first stars arrive, how did they form, it would not in any way dissuade people from thinking that they did form. Now, I've used a similar analogy to this before, and I'm going to talk about it now, right? Let's say that you were driving, by the side of the road, and you encountered a car wreck, right? Big car crash. And, you see that it's icy, and you see some skid marks on the road from tire treads, and you're like, you know what? I think what happened was this car got knocked away from this, it lost its treading, it lost its traction, and it slid into that ditch over there, and that's how the car crash happened. And your friend's like, well, I don't know, man, because I don't know where that car was manufactured. So, and it's like, well, it doesn't matter to my theory how or where the car was manufactured. Goodness, I hate this boss.
Yeah, he's not quoting like a physics or cosmology textbook. This is an earth science textbook. This is purely concerning the Earth.
But you just said that there's things that are uncertain, right? And
Yep.
and they didn't make up saying, well, we're just going to make up and say a god did it, or a thingy did it, or Cthulhu did it, right? They say we're uncertain, but what we know is now what we know from observation is that there was the universe went through a period that was called the epoch of reionization, right? When the universe was cooling after the beginning of the Big Bang process, roughly 378,000 years after that process began, the universe cooled to the point where that proton could grab hold of the electron and create neutral hydrogen, transparent to the current wavelengths, and light took off, which is the microwave background that we can measure today. At that point, the universe went into a dark age. There was really nothing to create new. There wasn't anything dense enough, energetic enough to glow, to shine, right? Very much. And what we only measure is around 400 million years, maybe 370 million years after the Big Bang process started. We began to see the universe going from neutral to charged. And why is it charged? Well, the hypothesis is that the very first stars started, quote, switched on, began to fuse, and the radiation pressure that they put out, a lot of ultraviolet light, started ionizing gas. The era of reionization occurred because the first stars started forming. And one of the jobs of the James Webb Telescope is to try and collect optical data to test that hypothesis, to see whether or not this model about reionization can be falsified or not.
All right, here we go.
Going back to the middle school textbook, it says gravity and pressure were balanced until something upset the balance. Oh, until something upset the balance. Then it says, research information on the formation of the outer planets, inner planets, and the sun. Then imagine that you witnessed the formation of the planets and sun. Write a short story describing your experience. So it says, hey kids, read the material that we want you to, and then imagine that it happened, and then write a short story describing your imaginations.
Okay, hey kids, imagine what the Bible says actually happened, and then write a short story about you having witnessed, I don't know, Moses parting the Red Sea.
But this is
So
just
what?
a pretty standard exercise for kids. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Do you want kids not to use their imagination? Because
Apparently.
That's an important part of school, is having kids use their imagination, because kids are imaginative. This is just a way to engage kids. Because if you do it dry, the kids aren't going to learn anything. Wow. Who would have thought?
Right? One of my keys struck. That was weird. Well, one of my buttons stuck. Alright.
This is science? The textbook says
Yeah.
describe how our solar system
Well,
formed.
I mean, the imagination part
Ooh,
isn't.
I was hoping they'd ask that. My answer is that God created space and Earth on day 1, and then he filled up the heavens with stars and planets on day 4. That's my answer.
Okay.
Now, I don't think I'm going to get credit for that
Oof.
in class, even though that's the right answer. And maybe that
no,
doesn't
it's
bother everyone,
Why
but
do
that
you
bothers
say the
me.
right answer? What evidence
Yeah, I
do you
wonder
have
how-
Now,
to
once
right
the
answer?
this whole universe explodes out of nothing, and then once all this gas collapses down to form stars and planets, you still have to get life to emerge from non-living matter. This textbook says scientists think. By the way, that's always how they frame it. Scientists think. They want to make you believe that all scientists believe this, therefore you should believe it too. I have a book called Insects.
Man,
Yeah, okay, so should we just not believe experts?
look,
Is that what you're saying?
car mechanics think that you should change your oil. But that's just something from, like, big synthetic oil. We can't trust that. Just because all the auto mechanics think that you should change your oil doesn't mean you should. Okay, cool. I mean, it's the exact same logic, right?
Yes.
It's just dumb. DM Constance Go Roomwing says, Can you confirm other dinosaurs burned up in... Can you confirm other dinosaurs burned up in the sun back when it was larger than Earth's orbit, and that you survived in a bunker of dwarf star alloy? No, I cannot confirm that. I can confirm that did not happen also. Goodness.
I mean, early medieval historians think the Middle Ages were, completely normal and not at all Dark Age. But then why is it called the Dark Age? That's just what they want you to believe.
Strawberry Vein for $2 says, this guy's putting out IMAX quality projection. That is very true. I will take a drink for that.
By the way, it always bothered me, this notion of the Dark Age, because if you look at other civilizations, they, quote, weren't so dark.
Well, neither was the civilization that's supposed to have been dark. Basically,
Why is that term? Where did that term come from?
it came from the fact that there was a reduction in record keeping and monumental architecture building in Europe during the medieval period. So it was dark in the sense that we didn't have a lot of records, so it was hard to learn about. That's it.
As opposed to the opaque ages? Maybe that would have been a better term.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. For $5, Jake Nelson says it's never good to do it dry. Yep. Thank you. And Jack of Hearts for £2 says, take a drink when he says explodes out of nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you don't need people to be writing stuff down, like, I don't know, historical documentation, to have a thriving civilization.
No,
there are
you
entire
don't.
civilizations that didn't have writing. So, yeah. Just... The early Middle Ages were completely fine. They weren't that much different from the time before or after in terms of general quality of life.
Next you're going to say there were civilizations that didn't have the internet. I mean, how could that be?
It's one of those things where it's like, no, this is literally just a myth. And saying medieval historians are wrong because, well, there's a lack of large historical documents from this period is just bad.
Which, I mean, there is.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it wasn't, like, thriving in the same sense it was thriving under the Romans, or was thriving later under, like, the HRE.
Oh, come on, man. I mean, it wasn't. It was thriving in different ways.
Yeah,
For instance,
basically.
the Romans were all about things like, building cool colosseums and arcs of triumph. And the medieval Europeans were into, like, starving less and having fewer plagues, which they did
Right.
actually.
I still blame the Romans for the Senate, which was probably one of the more competent legislative bodies that we know of in the entire history of civilization. Combined with making leaders into deities and so forth. Yeah, every time I go to Rome and I see the SPRs that said the people of Rome on a sewage cover, I think apt thing, because the Roman Senate, not a competent body.
I mean,
No.
that changed throughout time. It wasn't always as incompetent.
Yeah, people like to fetishize Rome, but like when you look overall at Roman history, it was very elitist. Not
Yes, it was.
terribly for the pleb. Incompetence ran pretty high at times, especially late in the empire.
Nepotism was the norm.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Nepotism wasn't just a thing that happened, it was expected.
Yeah, well, I mean, why wouldn't you give your buddies the good jobs, right?
Basically.
Who else can you trust more than your buddies?
Except when your buddies stab you for even better job.
Well, you know, we don't talk about that so much.
I mean, Venice, the Council of Venice was a really good example of stabby, backstabby.
Yeah, as it turns out,
Front stabby.
stuff that disappeared in the early Middle Ages in Western Europe was stuff that was hyper specialized.
I forget I
for
don't have the
Roman
shade
Empire,
cloak.
Yep.
or things that are not expected outside of that imperial environment, like extremely monumental buildings. Overall, average person was doing pretty good
Yeah.
for their time period.
Come on. Is there another piece? You know what? I think there is. I think there's another piece of pale ore I can get without doing too much more work.
Let's
Anyway,
see what more
should we
of
keep building
Cubic
our brain
Man
cells?
happens
Yeah.
to say. Maybe he'll see something different.
Oh, goodness.
It says, "Are you an atheist?" And he says, "What I can claim definitively
Oh.
is that I wouldn't want."
Real quick, Steve Reno for $5 says, TD, please tell Dapper that I hope he has a happy birthday, even though he is a pelagic tunicate-hating monster. Look, there's nothing monstrous about hating pelagic tunicates. That's the pelagic tunicates that are monstrous.
And by the way, I think Krauss has got a point here where he didn't read this point of, are you an atheist? Not in the sense I can claim definitively that there is no God or purpose of the universe. I cannot claim definitively there isn't a teapot orbiting Jupiter, as Bertrand Russell once said. But it's highly unlikely, of course. Right?
I mean, that sounds like he's an atheist to me.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I wouldn't want to live in a universe with a God, for instance, the fundamentalist Christian God.
Look,
Anyway, I'm legally required to do this. Dapper, happy birthday, even though you're a pelagic tunicate-hating monster.
Thank you.
But Mothra.
But Mothra, yes, Mothra was in there, which is very much appreciated. Okay.
to live in a universe with a god. See, he does not want to believe that there is a god, and that's why he has to believe that this whole universe just exploded out of nothing. And that's how he develops all of his ideas afterwards. But now, but there's no evidence for this. Now, once this nothing explodes and creates all this gas that exploded out of nothing, all of this gas has to collapse down to form stars and planets. Now, how does that happen? This textbook says astronomers estimate that there are more than 100 billion.
Yeah, I feel like we were already
stars.
at this part.
That's a lot of stars.
We never did a big mistake.
Now, you didn't notice me go all the way back to the beginning of the build or the movie accidentally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of.
How did they all get there? The textbooks will say that all this gas started collapsing down due to its own gravity to form stars and planets. The problem is this.
Jackson.
It me, Shoobity D.
What up?
Oh, I have your relative bread.
Yes. TD.
I will not
eating
apologize for eating them.
Jackson.
Oh no. Well, you are a bird, so TD, so it makes sense.
Yeah,
That
although he's more of the snake-eating kind of bird than like the bread-eating kind
Yeah.
of bird.
Yeah.
I
Hey
feel like
there,
he'd accept
Jackson.
bread if I offered it. Hello.
I
I was just working on thesis stuff, and now I'm here. So there you go.
What, like actual academic papers and whatnot?
Allegedly, I've actually been putting together the poster for the paper. So the paper that we're doing shouldn't be done until like probably in the fall, but we're putting together like a little poster with some of our early findings. So yay!
Neat.
I don't think you missed any useful information in this video we've been watching.
I heard like a minute of it, and I was like, oh no.
Have you made
Yeah,
sure
it's
to
pretty
find
bad.
kind in your thesis?
Do what?
You know? Have you made sure to find kind in your thesis? Because you have to mention kinds.
I'm working with the beetle kind, all like 300,000 species of them.
Yeah, every one of those is a kind.
Yep, no, they're all the same kind. Because you see, kinds can go from like one species to like 300,000
Everything?
species. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, won't worry about it. Zerolon, for $5 in their first super chat on the channel, says, Monster Hunter reference time, AIG is a supply box full of Kezu larvae. I have not played enough Monster Hunter to get that one, but thank you. I think I know what we're going for here.
Well,
I hate these guys.
I'd say AIG is a flat bag of flurfs.
A flat
What?
bag of flurfs, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, in terms of cool things, if you've never seen a secretary bird like hunt, I know the San Diego Zoo's done demonstrations of it with like a rubber snake. They
is
kick
very
the shit out of the snake. Just
Yeah, I've had the fortunate thing to watch many of them in the wild.
Wow.
And they when there's a poor snake going on, they actually just flock there. They compete with each other to grab the snake, and even they rip it apart, and people fight over the parts of the snake. I mean,
Wow.
they really, it's a thing.
nature is metal.
It is metal. That's true.
Nature
Don't
is
get into
metal.
nature if you aren't prepared for things to be completely brutal.
Very
because it
true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, out in the wild, and that's one of the things that was fun to go in Africa and see stuff like watching hippo versus lion.
Wait, I have 2 pale ore?
Kent, the hippo
How
won.
come no one told me I already had 2
Easily.
pale ore, you
That
jerks?
lion had no.
I blame all of chat for my mistakes.
Chat does tend to do that, don't they?
Right? How
Why would
dare
you do this, chat?
Who are you, Dave?
Seriously, how dare you,
Oof.
sirs?
None of you know what you're doing, what you're
None
talking
of them.
about.
Nope.
No.
Alright, we're gonna play a little bit more of this guy. This Mr. Cube Man.
All right. Let's do
Goes
it.
against Boyle's gas law. This is not possible for this to happen. See, as the gas cloud collapses down to its own gravity, it creates friction, which creates heat, which expands the ball of gas. It can't collapse down to its own gravity. All nebulas are in a state of equilibrium. They're in a balance.
Alright. So, tell us, Landon, our resident astronomy guy.
Before Landon does,
okay.
let's be clear here. I am a dumbass on astrophysics, but even I understand that this is stupid. This is
Yes.
really stupid.
Yeah. So it's somewhat, there's a little bit of thing about most nebulae in their sort of current state will stay gaseous, and it requires some input of energy to begin to create a density of something. That on its own, the nebulas often have a temperature that would not allow them to collapse and accrete. But thankfully, we have processes such as various stellar explosions. And prior to that, we had the original sound waves through the medium that were also causing density fluctuations to occur. And the notion of friction, I mean, part of the process of when we can see this happening, of planetary system literally being formed, because we can see the gas collapsing and heating up. Why? We have infrared telescopes that begin to peer into these gas clouds and start to see these balls of heat being generated from the blast of the system. But gravity continues to overwhelm. More matter comes in. The pressure gets high enough with fusible nuclei, and you start to get fusion. And then the star kind of sputters, but at some point pops a bubble in its envelope, and the edge of the bubble tends to then generate the Jupiter-like things of that planetary system, and the other materials continue to form, evolve into planets, which then turn into places where interesting chemistry occurs, which then creates the internet and creates a condition for Dapper to then have a show.
Wait, I thought that was Al Gore who created the internet.
Well, Al Gore might also be the Nebula.
Oh, Too Young to Feel This Old says, "Happy Egg Hatching Day, Dapper. I just got here, so hopefully nobody made that joke before. Unfortunately, yes, that joke has been made a few times already.
Yeah.
But I do need to check on how many souls do I have? I have 206 essence. Yeah. I think if I go kill the who is it? The banker dude. I think then that might get me enough for another Palor upgrade. Because you know what? It's time to upgrade my nail. What am I on like now? The channeled nail? Yeah, channel nail. Yeah, time to get spiral.
For Dapper, I'm gonna have to go pretty soon because I actually have a research colleague that I have to actually talk about some pending research programs we're doing. But I just want to appreciate again how much I learned from all that biological stuff. Being the hardcore planetary science physicists who didn't really pay as much attention as I should have to all this biology stuff. I've been learning a lot, right? Because not only you say "nah" to when he started talking about life, but I also learned what actually might be a little bit. So thank you again for the education and happy birthday.
You're very welcome, and thank you because you also tell me things I didn't know. So have a great rest of the day, Landon. Have a great research conference or whatever. I don't know what nouns to use because nouns are nonsense. You should just all have nothing but verbs. And you say, well, how would that work? Trust me, it can work.
Anyway, best wishes, folks.
All right, thank you. Lord Crocus World Gaming for $2 says, did he get dropped a lot on his head as a child? If by he you mean our speaker here, possibly. And also, that is Lord Crocus World's first super chat on this channel. So thank you very much, Lord Crocus World. I really appreciate that. All right, here we go.
They don't collapse down. Now it says, the balance between gravity and pressure in a nebula can be upset if two nebulas collide or a nearby star explodes. They're trying to explain how these stars can start forming. But the problem is, first of all, if everything is exploding away from a central point, nothing should be colliding in space if the Big Bang Theory is true. But second of all, even if you could form a star...
The universe is unbounded.
Yes.
There is no end of the universe.
Yeah, there's... well, at least as far as we can tell.
Everything just like suddenly goes in complete opposite direction and nothing ever comes into contact with anything ever again.
Jackson, how you like my flask?
That is a flask.
Yeah, it is. Isn't
that is most certainly a flask.
That's the minimum amount of alcohol necessary to get through a Ken Hovind lecture.
Oh, and you know what? We're
I believe that
more than halfway through, and I feel like a whole lot of people did not see the way that the stream started. So let me. Give me a second, guys. Now I'm going to take my headphones off, so I won't be able to hear TD or Jackson. So, but let us check out how the stream started real quick. Just because, I feel like there's a few of you who didn't get to see that, and it's fun, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to go full screen for my camera. So hello, everybody.
Right.
And so this right here is how the stream started.
Shit, it's Lord Draken! Totally him. Totally him.
So, what do you think? Pretty sweet, huh? Doesn't like to stay on. It's actually a pretty small helmet. It does not stay on all that well. But that's okay. Let's put that back over here. Oh, come on. Whoa, goodness, lots of doggo noises. Let's fix that.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So many doggo noises. My goodness.
They are good
They're-
puffers.
Yes. Well, they're very, very concerned about something. I'm not sure what.
Dogs be doing dog things.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, maybe it's because Lord Draken just appeared suddenly.
You know,
Possibly.
you make a good point. Lord Draken is indeed a pretty scary fella.
Very evil.
All right, so I'm trying to remember where the where our banker dude is. I think I remember. As long as it's not a motorcycle helmet. What's wrong with motorcycle helmets? Why can't I wear a motorcycle helmet? All right, we're gonna listen to a little bit more of this guy. Alt tab so I can go and click on him or whatever.
Star by another star exploding next to it. Where'd the first star come from?
Yeah, we already did
Now,
that.
this is a middle school Earth science textbook. The high school textbooks don't give us anything better. The high school textbook says, for some reasons not yet fully understood, some nebula become dense enough to begin to contract. It says a shock wave from a nearby star may trigger the contraction. Of course, they never
Triggered.
answer where did the first star come from. They still don't answer that.
Not in that.
By the time we get to the college textbooks, it's even worse.
His
The college textbook
Mommy
says
and Daddy
astronomers are uncertain
loved each
how the
other very
first-
much.
Science textbook that
Yeah.
has an astronomy section online only. It's not of the focus. It's like no, go actually get a cosmology textbook.
No, they don't want to.
That'd be too easy.
Because you know
Not
what?
allowed.
I'll probably actually have stuff like more detail. Because guess what? Earth science doesn't care as much.
You lie, TD.
We really don't. Like, we weren't talking about how stars formed in Geo 1. We were mostly concerned about how the Earth formed, and that was pretty much it as far as...
Okay,
the
but TD, in
astronomy
that
cosmology.
case, then how can you maintain your well-known atheism?
I-
Yeah.
hold on.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be getting the big rock. It's round 2.
You're just saying that because you think I'm a dinosaur, which I am.
Yes.
How
Pay
insulting
no
and
attention
rude.
to the primate
And-
behind the curtain.
This is a human suit. This has been explained many times.
Okay,
Yes.
my bad.
Yeah. It's a very
Says
convincing
literal
human
piece of
suit.
bread.
That's very true. I was convinced.
Yeah,
but now
plus you're-
I see the light.
Yeah, plus you're bread. What do you
Very
have?
true.
Eating your family.
I don't even have a brain. No central nervous system whatsoever.
None. You don't
Nope.
even have tissues.
Not at this point, yeah.
Yeah.
You're just a bunch of ground wheat, water, salt, and sugar.
Yeah.
It's true.
And yeast.
So eat me
Together.
sparingly.
Alright, here we go.
Stars formed in a large nebula. However, once the first stars began to generate energy, they just skip over it. They don't even bother trying to give an answer to it. Now, this going back to the middle school textbook,
Because it's the
it
business
says
of the
gravity
stars
and
only.
pressure were balanced until
It's not our
something
business.
upset the balance.
Textbook for literal babies.
Oh, until something upset the balance. Then it says,
Middle school textbook.
research information on the formation of the outer planets, inner planets, and the sun. Then imagine that you witnessed the formation of the planets and sun. Write a short story describing your experience.
Yeah, we did hear this bit.
So it says, hey kids, read the material that we want you to, and then imagine that it happened, and then write a short story describing your imagination.
It literally says do the research.
This
Right.
is science?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, doing the
The
research?
textbook says
Yes.
describe how our solar system formed. Ooh, I was hoping they'd ask that.
Okay, so
My answer is that
asking
God
you-
created space and Earth on day 1, and then he filled up the heavens with
Cool.
stars and planets on day 4.
That's fun.
That's my answer. Now,
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to get credit for that
No.
You
in
won't.
class,
because they're
even though
asking
that's the
you
right
to
answer.
repeat the information
And maybe that doesn't
provided
bother
in the book,
everyone, but that
because that's
bothers
how
me.
education works.
Okay. Now,
Imagine
once
having to defend your idea.
this whole universe explodes out of nothing, and then
What's that?
once all
That's
this
not how science
gas
works.
collapses down to form
Yeah.
stars and planets,
Having
you still have to get life
to
to emerge
explain
from
what you've
non-living
learned
matter.
It's a basic
This textbook
part
says
of learning.
scientists think. By the way, that's always how they frame it. Scientists
To
think.
show
They
you
want to
understand.
make you believe that all
I mean-
scientists believe this, therefore you should believe it too.
I
I have
don't
a book
think
called
that's what
In
they're
6
saying
Days
at all.
Why 50 Scientists Choose to Believe in Creation.
50
Now,
whole scientists
Can
out
you
of
guess
like
as
a
to what the
million.
topic of the book is?
Out of
50
Right.
scientists that
Tens of
choose to believe in
thousands
creation.
at
Actually, it's
minimum.
51 because the writer doesn't include himself.
51
But these,
out of
it has
how
chapters
many
written by
total?
mechanical engineers.
Yeah, how many scientists are there? It's a lot more than 51.
Okay.
I'm very
No,
confident.
Let's read it out. Mechanical
AJ Monty
engineer,
White.
biology,
Wow.
biochemistry, medical research, biology, physical chemistry, biology, physics, biology, mathematical physics, biochemistry, genetics, biochemistry, chemistry, science, horticultural science, inorganic chemistry,
You can grow
mathematics,
plants, guys.
biochemistry, botany, mechanical engineering.
Yeah, growing
theoretical
plants is
chemistry,
important.
Physics,
Ed.
geophysics,
Your very name implies how important
biology.
growing plants is.
That's true, but I don't know if I'd pick a horticulture guy to tell me about like the origins of
Yeah.
life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, that's
know-
fair.
Oh wait, no, Danny Faulkner. There you go.
Andrew,
Let's
well, there's
love it.
AJ Monty White, Danny Faulkner, Andrew Snelling,
Ugh.
John Morris. I don't know most of these guys.
Yeah, so here's something.
Kurt Baumgartner.
Snelling, Morris, Baumgartner.
You mean
They're
known
not very
academic
well
progress?
regarded
No.
I don't
in
recognize
terms of
most of these guys.
honesty.
Timothy Standish. Okay, Timothy. Oh, Jonathan Sarfati, Jerry Bergman.
Oh, of course.
Okay, so Timothy Standish works at the Discovery Institute, which is supposed to not be young Earth creationist, but oops, I guess oh well.
Well,
What's a few zeros
technically-
between friends?
Well, technically, I don't believe that the thing they signed had a firm stance on like the age of the Earth. So
Well,
like,
that's true.
maybe they get a pass there.
But Behe and Meyer try to waive their credibility as like, look, we're not young Earth creationists. Look at us. See,
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're more
but, like-
sensible. And then like Timothy Standish is like, huh? What? What are you guys talking about?
They wave around a list effectively of people and say, "Wow, look at these people that support our position.
Yeah.
They have degrees," but like
Yeah.
completely ignoring that the vast majority don't hold this position. Which
Yeah,
is
there was a paper
why
that like
quite a lot of creationists just say the experts are liars because it's more functional.
And in the meantime, we can demonstrate very conclusively that in many cases, in fact, it is creationists who are lying.
no.
Yeah, I know. Shocking,
No.
right? Shocking.
Oh gosh.
All right, here we go.
Smelling light to me.
Here's
and I
biology,
am-
medical research, physics, genetics, mathematics, zoology, astronomy, geology, chemistry. All of these guys are scientists who think that this naturalistic worldview just does not work. I have another book called 30 PhD Scientists Who Believe in the Bible.
Oh, good.
You can get the website, thedescentfromdarwin.org, which has PhD scientists sign a statement that says, "We are skeptical of the claims of the ability of random mutation and natural selection to account for the complexity of life. Careful examination
Hey,
of the
that's
evidence
me.
for Darwinian theory should be encouraged."
Hey, I remember that. I remember that thing got about, what was it, like 400 signatures? Yeah. And I also remember that a number of people, after finding out what it was for and what it was actually, then had requested that their names be taken off. But their names weren't taken off. So that actual number of, like 400 or so is a little exaggerated. It's not
Yeah.
super accurate. But then on top of that, y'all remember Project Steve?
Yep.
So Project Steve basically was a attempt to sign a counter statement to this particular statement, and it got about, I think, somewhere around like 1,200 signatures. And yeah, in order to sign it, not only do you have to be a scientist, Your name has to be etymologically related to the Greek word Stephanos. So like Stephanie, Stephen, Stefan, which represents about 1%.
Esteban.
Yeah, Esteban, which represents about 1% of working scientists. Which means that those 1,200 signatures are actually more like, 120,000 signatures when you actually work out that math. So, we've got like this 400 signature thing where a very large portion of the people who have signed it have requested to have their names taken off, and they haven't. So it's really closer to maybe like 350, 200, I don't know. Compared to basically like 120,000 scientists who were like, nah, Darwin's definitely like a evolution, natural selection, all this. Yeah, we're skeptical in the scientific sense, but no, but this is totally a real thing. Yeah. So.
Yeah, feels bad, man.
Right?
Ow.
All right.
Don't seem very impressive now.
DM Wing Continents Go Rune Wing. Sorry, DM Continents Go Rune Wing. There we go. I got it. Says, can you confirm that dinosaurs across all time periods were killed by a time-traveling meteor and you survived in the world beneath? I also cannot, in fact, confirm that. That is also another thing I cannot confirm.
You just stop asking the question. I'm charging the laser.
My goodness, what a flask!
It is a ginormous
What an
flask.
absolute unit of a flask.
This flask actually comes to me courtesy of Vishanti.
Nice.
Yeah. So it is very much appreciated.
Earlier.
Yes. Well, I mean, she's at work, and I believe she's got to get back home and whatnot. I think we've probably seen the last of her for this stream, most likely, because I believe that by the time she gets back home, like, the stream will probably be mostly done. So, yeah, I know. Oh no, he opened the thing. Lance Hall for $5. Creationists are a fail logic toonie. Sorry, hold on. I have to collect myself. Creationists are fail logic toonicants. Which, yes, that is correct.
Correctist. Maximus.
Yay, pale ore. I'm gonna go upgrade my sword. Alright.
I mean, pelagic tunicates are higher in the ladder than creationists.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't want to fall that far. Damn it. I'm slowly unlearning how to play this game. Like, the first time, I did a lot better than I'm doing right now.
Well, no, it's because this man is actively killing your brain cells.
Yeah, well, the alcohol wasn't probably helping either. Alright, so we're going to go to the King Station. We're going to upgrade my nail one more time. But in the meantime, though, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to improve my sound quality just a bit during the break. And then we will be right back. So, stick with us. We will be back very shortly. All right, we are back, and I have a couple thank yous to say. So, first of all, while I was gone, there were some Amazon packages delivered. One was a copy of the Avatar Legends role-playing game, which is based on the Avatar The Last Airbender / Legend of Korra franchise. And that was from someone who would rather not be named, so I want to say thank you very much. And then also David Hercules, who is the one who sent me the helmet that you saw, also had delivered for me a Carolina Reaper summer sausage, which I am greatly looking forward to because I've had one before and it was delicious. So, thank you very much. And guys, you ready for some more of this this guy's nonsense while I go upgrade my nail?
Let's do this.
All right. I might have to hit Alt Tab. Goodness, I'm now like at the point where like I think like partway through one RPG core rulebook, and now I have another one, and I'm like, let's just keep that up. You know, just always have an RPG core rulebook to read.
Last time I saw, there were over 1,000 people that had signed this document. There was actually an open letter to the scientific community
been, as far as I remember, but
of
whatever.
people that were skeptical of the Big Bang theory, and they had about 400.
It's over
signatures to it.
400.
But they'll say that all scientists believe in this in evolution. All scientists believe in this naturalistic world.
Evolutionist.
Look, here's the thing with all scientists. Scientists are a big group, and you can find a scientist who will believe just about any kind of nonsense that you can imagine. Right? That doesn't make it the scientific consensus. And when we say scientists say, what we mean is there's a strong consensus that this thing, right? So, for instance, there's a strong consensus that, say, black holes exist. But you can still find some people with degrees who will be like, nah, I don't buy it. Cool. But, like, when virtually every scientist disagrees, and you found one guy who agrees with you, it's not really great. And, again, sure, you can say that's an argument from authority, and to some extent it is, but again, I don't have the time to learn everything. Neither do you, neither do most people, and so we use it as a useful heuristic that sometimes people who have spent their entire lives studying a particular thing might know more about it than you do. Weird,
Yeah, and
right?
it's completely unrelated, but once again, in spelling mistakes in this this presentation, evolution in.
Oh yeah, there's an extra N in there.
Yeah, to your point about like you can find scientists. Sometimes you can even find like famous scientists who hold wacky views. Like to give one example, Richard Dawkins rails about epigenetics in a couple of his books, and it's like, my dude, wrong time for this. It's not the 90s anymore.
Right? You're a few decades out of date on that one.
Yeah.
Look, Dawkins is the definition of old white scientist. I'm sorry.
You're not wrong.
Feels bad.
Yeah, it does. By the way, I don't think I'm going to beat this game this time. This is disappointing. What I might do is later on... I know. On a different day, I might upload the finale to Top Hats Off, which, if you're not subscribed to, go check that out. It's my other channel. It should be linked in the description. If it's not, I don't know, one of my mods can put on the link. Because, I don't know, it's a good time. It's where I play, I would have been playing the Power Rangers RPG today, if not for this stream, which is going to be all the stream energy I have for today. Because, you know, we've already been going for, what, more than 4 hours? So, yeah. But, hey. Let's hear what else we got.
First of all, many thousands of scientists openly say they don't believe in it. Second of all, most people who believe in this naturalistic worldview will deny one or more parts of this naturalistic worldview.
Okay.
So someone can believe in evolution but not believe in the origin of life. Or, you know.
Yeah, well, first of all, everyone believes in there being an origin of life. You believe it, everyone believes it. Now, you can say, oh, I don't believe that it happened naturalistically, but I do believe in evolution. And here's the reason. Those things are not a single worldview. Those are all different ideas that different people have had at different times. They are not just one big thing.
Yeah, it turns out you're just trying to fit them into one easily attacked worldview box.
Mm-hmm.
Also easily strawmanned.
Oh, there he is. Icarus has put in the link to Top Hats Off. Thank you very much, Icarus.
Thank you, Icarus.
Greatly appreciated.
You've not flown too close to the sun today.
Not today.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Most people have never heard of alternative theories like creation. Most people teach evolution just because it's their job.
I would
And
be
many
very
people are
surprised to hear that people have not heard about creationism.
Hey guys, there's this new book I want to tell you about. It's called The Bible. You might not have heard of it.
It's like the least printed book ever.
Yeah, it's pretty obscure. Like really, you probably haven't heard of it, you know, but it's new. It's pretty great.
You sound like a hipster.
That's part of the point there. That was the joke.
Hey kids, do you know who else is a really cool guy? Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. Gotta get down with the JC. That's, yeah, all the cool kids.
Ridiculed or even lose their job after they are outed as an evolution skeptic. You can get the book series Slaughter of the Dissidents by Jerry Bergman. He has 3 books documenting all the hundreds of people.
Seems a little dramatic.
Yeah, all those people who were like, I don't buy this evolution thing, who were then killed.
They were taken out back and just shot.
No, they were obviously fed to literal lions at the evolutionist zoo.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's the proper way to martyr Christians for not accepting the scientific consensus, I guess. Which
okay, so if you're teaching creationism in a public school, yeah, you should be fired.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, not sorry.
I would argue that if you're doing it at a university that is accredited, you should probably also be fired because you're teaching things that are very obviously wrong. It's like having an accredited flat Earth professor. That shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, but like, I highly doubt anybody has been fired for being a creationist but not actually teaching anything related to that. For just being a creationist.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Frankly.
Yeah.
What I suspect, and I know this has happened, is where people who are complete pieces of garbage have been fired for being pieces of garbage, and then they go on like I was fired because
because I was a creationist.
Darwinist.
My favorite one with that was when Mark Armitage was fired, and not really fired. They just closed that position because they closed down the lab he worked in. Mm-hmm. And he was like, they're firing me because I'm a creationist who's finding all the evidence that disproves the ancient age of the Earth. And it's like...
Persecution complex.
No. They literally don't have the lab you worked at. I don't know what you want. Well, I mean, I know what he wants. He wants to keep that nice job.
There was another dude who was like an astronomer who was like, I didn't get tenure just because I don't accept the Big Bang. And it's like, no, because you haven't contributed any papers in like several years.
Right, yeah. Publish or die, man.
Yeah. Which sucks, but even still, if you're not contributing at all to the literature, then I don't know,
Yeah, I knew that wasn't going to work out. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason that publish or perish is a thing, right? Because if you want the school to make you an unfireable part of its permanent staff, and by unfireable, I mean, yeah, you can fire a tenured professor, but holy hell is it a pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be an actual criminal. Trudy Sub says, slaughter for not genuflecting to Darwin's side. Yes, goodness. Seriously, I'll take a drink for that. That is ridiculous.
And yeah, tenure should be reformed, but it's mostly on the side of academia in of itself has inherent flaws and is inherently elitist, and that needs to be solved because, yeah, you shouldn't have to pay money to get published. That's kind of stupid.
I tend to agree.
Anyway, more stupid?
Yes.
For our addled brains?
Sure.
Lost their jobs because they criticized evolution. These are teachers and professors and scientists that you are not allowed to question this idea. But most importantly, majority opinion means nothing. This is actually the same argument that the Pharisees used against Jesus. They said, well, none of the Pharisees believed on Jesus. Have any of the Pharisees believed on Jesus? They said, we don't believe in him, therefore he can't be the Messiah. This is the same kind of...
Okay, first of all, I don't remember that ever coming up, that the reason that people said that Jesus wasn't the Messiah is because they didn't believe in that he was. They gave reasons. Some of the big ones being that, you know, he didn't seem to be fulfilling a lot of the messianic prophecies that people were expecting him to. You know, that was a big part of it.
I mean, again, this is all not actually, like, looking and, you know, addressing actual evidence for evolution and other naturalistic theories. It's literally all just attacking the validity of the ideas themselves. But not even all that well.
No, I mean,
it's just
we only
giant
recently
poisoning of the well.
we only recently got out of just incredulity.
Yeah.
For a while, this is just incredulity.
Yeah, and now we're in poisoning the well.
Mm-hmm.
And
appeal to authority, logical fallacies that the
poison is a very
Pharisees were
strong
using
word,
against
still.
Jesus. John actually records that many of the Pharisees actually did believe in Jesus, but they didn't want to speak out because they didn't want to lose their jobs. It says, "For they love the praise of men more than the praise of God." And I think that's what's going on here. But anyway, textbooks say scientists think that life developed from simple
I'm sure
chemicals
Kenneth
in the
Miller
oceans.
really cares more about the praise of men over the praise of God, you know, or Mary Schweitzer or Robert Bacher, you know.
Yeah.
These reactions form the complex molecules. These molecules may have joined together to form structures such as cells. Well, that sounds simple enough. Problem is, there's no evidence for any of this. Here's an article written
There
by
is
John
no
Gordon in
evidence
Scientific
that-
7
American.
billion years
that
ago.
It says
simple
scientists are having a hard
molecules-
time
Significant
agreeing.
evidence of it.
Okay,
like-
hold on.
Just
There's no evidence apparently that like mineral surfaces can catalyze the formation of
No.
more complex molecules from simpler ones. I guess it's not a thing
Correct. That is not a thing.
that hasn't happened in the lab. I guess I don't know.
I mean, what he's going to want, and ultimately what's going to come to, is direct evidence in geology of this happening, but that's just unrealistic.
Who
But we
invented
have
this fight?
experimental evidence showing, you know, chemistry does chemistry. Oh, shock. Biology is inherently chemistry.
Nuh-uh, it's vitalism.
Shut up!
Goodness. I hate this fight.
Your species, all of your species except you is extinct, so get wrecked.
That doesn't make vitalism false.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. That's logically
I said so,
inane.
so it's true.
Oh. Darn.
Womp womp.
I didn't consider that.
It's one of those things where, like, yeah, origin of life is not like a theory like evolution, but saying there is no evidence for origin of life is just fallacious.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
Anyway, let's continue.
On when,
listening
where,
to that
and most
stuff.
importantly, how life first emerged on the Earth.
1991.
The what is already a given, and you're not going to ask who or why, because those are religious. So of the 3 questions you're attempting to answer, you can answer none of them. So that's good. He then writes a follow-up article in 2011 that says, "Psst, don't tell the creationists, but scientists still don't have a clue on how life got started." Thanks, John. Keep us up to date. Now, people used to
I've
believe
never
in
heard
this
of this
idea
guy.
called spontaneous
Nor I.
generation, the idea that life could
I'm
just
not
come
saying
about
he's-
by non-living
I just- I
material.
don't-
This is
I
called
don't know.
spontaneous
I'm not gonna-
generation. They used to have recipes for making bees, and what they would say is that if you killed a bull...
Okay, sorry, TD, go ahead.
It sounded like an opinion article, and frankly, opinion articles on science tend to be pretty bad.
Yeah, they often are pretty bad.
Yeah.
Goodness. Have I mentioned I don't like this fight?
and you put it in your barn and just left it in there, then the meat would just start producing bees. This is called spontaneous generation. And of course this is wrong, and bees only come from other bees. And many people like Francisco
He's
Reedy
saying, of
and
course
Louis
this is
Pasteur have
wrong,
done a
but,
bunch of
like,
different experiments.
Yes.
People thought that for like centuries.
Yep, primarily.
He's only saying like Right. Yeah, he's only saying this with like the conceit of hindsight, right? It's like, well, obviously it's wrong.
Yeah,
okay, but like
clearly.
many well-educated people, including religious people, thought this for many centuries. So,
And,
also,
you
Pasteur
might
thought
know-
that abiogenesis could happen. Just want to throw that out there, and he actively tried to do it. So,
All right.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
sorry. Go ahead, TD.
and like it's clearly not the same thing. Like
No.
if you just read this and Origin of Life, just the descriptions of both, you can tell it's not the same thing. They are clearly different. But he's just going to say it's the same thing.
Smitty says, if I don't like the fight, why do I keep doing it? It's a required boss.
Yes.
I don't do this. I don't beat this boss. I don't beat the game.
Is showcasing that no, life only comes from other life. This textbook says life came from life, in other words, not from spontaneous generation. And they use this in the beginning of the textbooks as an example of how you do science. This is good science. However, halfway through the textbooks, they change their mind. This textbook says, while life has not been created from non-living precursors in the laboratory, there is some experimental evidence that the spontaneous generation of life may have led to the common ancestors of all living things.
It's not spontaneous
But
generation.
I thought you just said
They're
that
saying
spontaneous
the origin
generation
of
was
life
wrong.
there. They're not referring to actual like spontaneous generation in itself. Oh my god! Like
Not-
understand context in that words can be used without referring to something specific.
Context is for chumps. And this guy is no
The
chump.
English understanding of a 5-year-old. Actually,
Correct. Yep.
I just how can you be this dishonest? Just how?
Intentionally?
Okay, fair. I don't know. I can keep you in bread.
But now you're teaching it as right. They start calling it abiogenesis later on in your textbook, but it's the same thing. It's life coming
It's
from
not.
non-living matter. The evidence they use for this is something called the Miller and Urey experiment. Their experiment was testing whether complex organic molecules could arise spontaneously under conditions thought
did
to
it
have
work?
existed on
I
the
wonder
early
if it
Earth.
worked.
Bill Nye describes this in his book on trying to make you believe in evolution. And he says the experiments were intended to see if they could make something
That's not what his book
alive
is
using
called.
nothing but non-living chemicals. Do you know what emerged?
What
Not
is it
life.
called?
Undeniable. He said in his book on trying to make you believe in evolution. You know, my one gripe with that book is that it is not undnyable. My one gripe. He
Oh.
missed a prime opportunity.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate.
He missed it. He fumbled the
Sorry.
ball.
Bad marketing.
That's all I'm saying.
Has anyone kept a death counter for how many times I've lost this fight to the fucking night Watcher Knights? Of course not. You guys should be keeping a count because I'm sure it's a lot. I should have had a counter.
Dapper lame.
Yeah, look, I suck at this fight. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I suck at Watcher Knights. Watcher Knights are... Look, there are a few multi-enemy bosses. Watcher Knights are by far my least favorite of the enemy bosses. Mantis Lords, on the other hand, while not being easy, are great because they have an actual pattern. There are places where it is definitely safe to heal if you have a good timing. There are windows that they leave open with enough telegraphing. The the arena isn't so far away that you can't actually tell what the bosses are doing, which is, you know, nice. The Watcher Knight arena is too big. The telegraphing is insufficient. It's too chaotic. There are... Rather than actually being a coordinated team, the Watcher Knights are just individual combatants that don't have any combined patterns that you can really detect. It's just... Overall, it's not a well-designed fight, in my personal opinion. It's not the hardest fight in the game. It's just the most bullshitty.
That's what you were trying to make, wasn't it? He says, but something fascinating all the same. He says, a handful of amino acids. See, amino acids are the building
Wait a
blocks
second.
of
Are you telling
proteins,
me
and
that
then the
they
proteins are the
build
building
organic
blocks of
molecules
structures like
from
DNA.
inorganic molecules?
And so what they do is they say, we made a couple of amino acids in the laboratory, therefore we know how life got started.
I don't think that's what
No,
they said
the
at
problem
all,
is-
actually.
That
What do you think they said?
I think they were testing the Haldane-Oparin hypothesis of the early Earth's atmosphere and geochemistry, and that based on that hypothesis, it should be possible to take simpler inorganic molecules and form them into more complex organic molecules. I think.
That sounds
Not
like
positive.
some atheist propaganda, Jackson.
You are probably right. You're never
Basically,
wrong.
We've shown
I'm rarely
that
wrong.
amino acids can form naturally. Thus, it's plausible for life to have formed
And-
without like.
And the funny thing about that is, like, when it turned out that there was like a lot more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than we originally thought, then the researchers took that and were like, okay, well, let's try it and design an experiment given our new understanding of like early Earth atmosphere. Oh, look, we can still make organic molecules. Huh, whack.
Yeah, because here's the thing: if you can't make organic molecules in the atmosphere of early Earth, then yeah, that would show pretty definitively that this can't happen.
Right?
But no, we've shown that it's possible.
Right. It's their and TD. That's a really good point because like their argument, the creationist argument, there is literally never your experiment didn't work. It's always, well, you set it up in a way that would generate the best results.
Which,
Like,
yeah.
that's always their argument, right?
Yeah, that's how experimentation works. But
Yeah.
more importantly, is like it's still using the actual data we have for early Earth atmosphere, which we have. We can look at rocks for this.
All right.
We can have
I'm
rocks from that
taking a
time.
nice big drink because, god damn Water Knights. I hate them.
Do it.
Cheers,
Right.
everybody. I did it.
Wine.
I killed the frickin' Water Knights, my least favorite boss in this entire game by a lot. I hate Water Knights. You guys have no idea.
First of all, they made only 2 of the amino acids out of the 20 that they need. They've done this experiment many, many times. Every time they do this, they've come up with more and more problems. They don't even...
No.
Go ahead, Jackson.
No.
Go off
No. First of all,
No.
I'm pretty sure it was like, I thought it was like 6 that they made originally. Well, at any rate, they found a certain number originally. Then some researchers, like decades later, analyzed the precipitate from this experiment, and they were like, "Oh, look, there were more amino acids in it than we originally thought, than Miller and Urey originally thought." And I guess he's just gonna be like, "Nah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's fine."
Not important.
Yep.
I think the atmosphere is the same as Miller and Urey did. Their supposed atmosphere was debunked
look.
by their own ideas.
We predicted his own argument.
But there's a lot of problems with this. But anytime someone says that, oh, life just emerged from non-living matter, say, first of all, life has never been created in a laboratory. They're not even close to
No one ever tried.
creating life in a laboratory.
So,
No one has
Second
ever
of all,
tried, I guess.
even if they did create life in the laboratory, that doesn't back
Heads
up
I
what they
win,
believe.
tails you lose.
You say, Jonathan, what
Evolutionist.
happens if a bunch of intelligent scientists get together and design life in the laboratory? I'd say that probably proves intelligent design. They don't believe that.
He has one single brain cell in his head.
Remember that time you said heads I win, tails you lose, Jackson? You remember
Yep,
that? Long
do
ago?
remember that. Yeah,
I just
that's a drink trigger,
Like-
isn't it?
does he not realize that he's coming off as a complete asshole by saying that?
No, he probably doesn't.
Oh, well, I
answer
challenge
is
you to come up
no.
with an experiment that could prove you right. All right, here it is. Ha! You proved me right. Good job, idiot.
Right.
You know?
By the way, DM Continents Go Room Wing. I'm never gonna get that apparently. Says, well, I can't think of any more dumb creationist ramen to kill the dinosaurs. So I'll just say that turtles are the best tetrapods. Again, I cannot confirm, but neither will I deny.
That an intelligence put life together. They believe this happened by natural processes on the Earth, but we've never seen that happen. There's no place on this world where that has ever happened. If
have
life
not
were
seen
bubbling up in the hot springs of
the
yellow,
events that led to the formation of life like 4 billion years ago on Earth today, that is probably true. I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, that does seem true.
What he's ignoring and or doesn't understand is the conditions of Earth now are not conducive for the formation of life, and even if they were, it would these molecules would be immediately gobbled up by the life already existing on Earth, because, well, it's free real estate.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude, you literally just read off how the atmosphere is different. Actually brain dead.
Yep.
Potato Man.
Yep.
Get out of here, Minecraft Steve.
Well, I've now officially done my least favorite part of this game. It only took until now, which is great.
We believed in you the entire time.
Thanks. You shouldn't have.
Ignore the
Thanks.
cash being exchanged from bets.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have believed in me the whole time, but that's okay.
Stone, then they'd have an argument. But we don't have any evidence for this. But if we don't have any evidence for this, why do the textbooks teach this? Well, this college textbook
there is evidence, but
said
okay.
the quiet part out loud.
Oh.
And it said, but without invoking a supernatural creator, the working hypothesis must be that the first living organisms must have derived from non-living precursors.
I'll take what is a hypothesis for 500, Alex.
Yes.
Right?
Dude,
Oh,
it's a
my
hypothesis.
goodness.
And yeah, we can't invoke supernatural creator because that's not science.
Okay,
You can't invoke that in science.
how do I not have the elegant... I do have the elegant key. Yeah, okay. Oh, right, because I only bought it recently. Never mind. I'm trying to think, like, how come I don't have the elegant key to go into the place and it slides out of stuff? I'm just being dumb.
Seriously, the only
They
people
say,
pretending we have everything figured out here are people like David Farina.
Yes.
That's it. People who are not professionals and aren't well versed in the subject.
Look, I don't want to super get into the Farina tour debate because, in my humble
It's just
opinion,
a-
it was a complete dumpster fire. Now, I think James Tour did worse than Dave Farina, but I don't particularly care to help James Tour out by telling him what he could have done better. I am, however, disappointed that people attempting to give constructive criticism to Dave have been met with, let's see, a combination of just name-calling weird conspiracy theories, like, Lars Cade, I don't know if you're here, but you've been accused of being an imaginary fictional atheist that the Discovery Institute simply made up one day, which is weird because apparently they made you up like over a year ago and signed you up to my Patreon, which is a really weird thing for them to do just because they knew that, like a year and a half later or something, that they would need to have a fictional evolution.
They're in deep, Dapper.
guy.
They can't pull out now.
It's such a weird
They have to go
thing.
just all the way with it, you know.
Oh, yeah, the whole, like, anyone who doesn't agree with me is just a religious idiot. And here's another thing. He likes to say that he doesn't have anything against religious people. And, I mean, I was willing to believe that. But given that literally his only comeback, not literally, but one of his only comebacks for anyone who thinks that he didn't do an absolutely stellar job in that debate is that you're just a religious moron, even though a number of the people telling him this are not religious, are agnostic or atheists or whatever. Yeah, that just tells me that, yes, he does have a problem with religious people.
Yeah. And
I mean, it's...
he's supposedly a science communicator, and behaving like this in science communication is not acceptable.
No.
And yeah, I'm going to hold feet to the fire for that. But
Yep.
he openly admitted in just Twitter dumpster fire that he did not watch Reason and Doubt's review of it. He only skimmed it. He didn't watch it in depth.
Mhm.
And he still is saying that he didn't answer anything, that he's just... that everything he says is bullshit.
Yeah, like, no actual response.
His he just goes to effectively juvenilism.
Yeah, which is not great.
Yeah, it's not how you should behave
No.
as a science communicator, or an adult for that matter. It's... yeah. Anyway, back to this.
Yes.
Since God doesn't exist, it has to be true that life came from non-living matter. We're going to assume that God doesn't exist. We're going to assume that God didn't create this. And then we're going to work off of that assumption. Okay? And if God didn't make it, then yeah, it would have had to have made itself. But I don't know why we're starting with that assumption.
Made
we're starting
itself.
with this atheistic assumption.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. Like, no one puts it that way, right?
Nope. Nope.
Okay.
Once you
Yeah,
have
it didn't make
the whole
the
universe
same way.
explode out of nothing.
TD, you gotta stop going after, like, a real long pause that I start the video on.
No, it's called stalling.
No! Stop it!
No.
After like no one says anything for like 2 seconds, we're gonna hit play. Stop then jumping in like 3 seconds after that. Goodness, you're breaking the flow.
Nothing. And then even if you can get the stars and planets to collapse down and form themselves, and even if you can get life to form itself out of non-living matter, you still...
Let's see. Steve Reno says, Dapper, did you watch any of Sal's quote-unquote replies to see if you could respond with Zach? I only have watched fully the one that I did. I jumped a little bit in on what, as far as I know, was his latest one. That was the one that had, like, a weird cartoon Dapper being spanked, which, like... I mean, Sal, I'm flattered, but, like... Yeah, probably not. You're not super my type, Sal. Sorry. You know. So I watched a little bit of that, and it did not immediately grab my attention as something I wanted to respond to. Which also means it's not something I'm, going to talk about the contents of, because I didn't watch it. And not watching things is the reason why we have the Sal Bitchmade timer, which is currently at 58... I want to make sure I get this right. Let's see. 58 minutes, 4 hours, 46 minutes, and 38 seconds. So, yeah, that's fun. All right, here we go.
I'll have to explain how this life form changed into all the other life forms that we see on Earth. The vast diversity.
I wonder if we have a
life
process
between
like evolution
you
or
and
something
birds
to
and
explain
bananas and
No, we don't. That's definitely not a thing.
Tragic.
Sounds fake.
Yeah. Like, why would you even suggest it, Jackson? It's so obvious.
It was just a silly thought. A silly little guy thought. I'm just a little
all
guy.
right. All right, that's fine. That's an acceptable reason for you to have such a silly thought.
All right.
Because you're just a silly guy.
I'm just a little silly guy.
Yeah. Do you think Sal knows the degree to which picturing someone spanking at least even the avatar of another adult is an innuendo and not so much a sign of discipline? Is he too naive to make that connection?
Was that not rhetorical? I thought it was rhetorical.
Hello? Oh, there it is. It's back. That was absolutely bizarre. I've never had that happen. Okay, well, here we go.
trees, and the textbooks teach this happened through...
Oh, but no, that was not rhetorical. In fact, actually, you know what? Let's make it a poll. We're gonna make this a poll on my channel. Here we go. Okay. Did Sal intend to make such a suggestive thumbnail? Yes, no. What do y'all think? Now, try to be honest about this, right? Like, I know that yes is the funnier, like, they both have their own comedic value, I suppose. But, like, try to be honest about this one. And also, apparently I've frozen. TD, are you back?
Yeah, something happened. I don't
Okay,
know what.
I'm gonna hit refresh on this and we'll see what happens. Sorry about this, everyone. Technical difficulties. I have no idea what happened. Okay, TD, you're back, but now my webcam is frozen. That's fun.
We were experiencing technical difficulties.
All right, Jackson's here.
So it wasn't just me. I was like, oh no, not again.
Yeah, something went screwy.
Yeah, I don't.
Dapper's human suit has been frozen in place.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't just me. All right.
It's been turned into a statue.
I gotta find out what the heck's going on with this thing.
Which box do you want me to look at, you bum?
I can't believe you didn't have turtle as an option.
Okay, I think I'm back.
I see you moving again.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
good.
Or, sorry, your suit is moving again, as it were.
Alright, it means I have to reshare this stupid video file. Which means I have to scrub through it again. Ah, it's so loud. Richard Dawkins, great. Okay, we didn't get quite that far.
Ricky D.
We were still at origin of life.
Textbook.
There we were.
Today's scientists accept the evolution of life on Earth as a fact. There is too
Sorry,
much
everybody.
evidence supporting evolution to doubt it.
That is very
Now,
true.
Richard Dawkins,
Yeah.
in his book on the evidence for evolution, The Greatest
Let's
Show
go
on
see if
Earth,
I can get some
he
maps.
has my
That is a good
favorite
book.
quote.
Yeah, actually,
It is a
that's-
really good book.
It's one of my favorite Dawkins books, The Greatest Show on Earth.
Yeah.
Look, he's got some stinkers out there, like the God Delusion, in which he's like,
Yeah.
hey guys, what if I turned r/atheism's pretensions at philosophy into a book? And it's like, what if you didn't?
Have you
I'd
considered
rather
not?
die.
Also, I mean, Ancestor's Tale, also really good. I say not biased at all. Not doing a whole series
Oh,
on it
you
or
know.
anything.
No,
But-
not at all.
The Selfish Gene is decent. It's decent. It's kind of dry, but it's pretty good. I really like Climbing Mount Improbable. That one's super good because it talks about like seashells and the evolution of the eye and the evolution of spiderwebs. It's really cool. The Blind Watchmaker, again, kind of dry, but it's pretty good. It's like the process of evolution. What else have I read? Science in the Soul is okay. It's just kind of a collection of essays. Trying to think what else. I've read like 10 of his books. I've read most of them.
Okay, but this guy's got a quote mine that's gonna blow everything out of the water.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear. Let's see this quote mine. Let's see what he's
All
got.
right, here we go.
that I've ever read all time.
All
Okay? Here's what he says. He says, evolution is a fact beyond reasonable doubt, beyond serious doubt,
Yep.
beyond sane, informed, intelligent doubt.
Yep.
Yep.
Beyond doubt, evolution is a fact. The evidence for evolution is at least as strong as the evidence for the Holocaust, even allowing for eyewitness.
I mean, we have
Oh,
Holocaust
yeah.
deniers also.
Yeah, true.
So-
to the
Yeah,
Holocaust.
and all of them can have their knees broken.
Very true. You know what's funny? And that's very true. But also, what's funny is Dawkins started the Greatest Show on Earth with an analogy. He's like, imagine you're not a biology teacher having to defend evolution to a class, but you're a history teacher having to defend the existence of the Roman Empire. Right? And you try to bring up, like, you know, the fact that we have statues and coins and all this sort of stuff, and your students are just like, nah, nope, don't buy it.
Yeah,
Not real.
thing. Fake
You're
news.
just making it up to sell more history. And what's really funny is there was a TikTok account that was seriously like, or I think they were serious, like, are we really sure the Romans as an empire existed?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. It was stupid. It was really stupid.
Oh wait, I'm in the wrong place. Why am
How
I?
could you?
I know.
He says, it is the plain truth that we are the cousins of chimpanzees.
Yep,
Somewhat
Yeah.
cousins of monkeys, more distant cousins still of
Yeah.
aardvarks and manatees,
true.
yet more distant cousins of bananas and turnips.
Yeah.
Also true.
Continue the list as long as desired.
Yeah.
Okay.
He says that didn't have to be true. It is not self-evidently, tautologically,
Yeah.
obviously true. And there was a time when most people, even educated people, thought it wasn't. It didn't have to be true, but it is. We know this because of a rising flood of evidence that supports it.
Yeah.
He says evolution is a fact, and this book will demonstrate it. No reputable scientist disputes it, and no unbiased reader will close this book doubting it.
Yeah. No, and that's fair. Like I reread I didn't reread this one recently. Well, I mean I reread part of it recently for a script, but I reread Jerry Coyne's book Why Evolution is True recently.
Yeah.
And when you read these simple books, these books that are aimed at a lay audience, look at, you know, Your Inner Fish is another good example, right?
Fun book.
And you see do what?
Fun book. I like it.
Yeah, it is a good book. And you see these books and the evidence that they lay out, for evolution, and then you like try to get into an argument with a creationist about it, right? You present this evidence, which is pretty straightforward, right? Like, the blastopore becomes the anus in like all vertebrates, tunicates, lancelets, starfish, acorn worms, and you're like, there's no reason for that to happen unless we all share a common ancestor who did that.
Right.
That is the simplest answer for that. This is the most parsimonious answer for that distribution of traits.
Yeah.
And they're just like, nah. God just likes reusing parts. Just because. In a nested hierarchical fashion, unlike the way anyone designs anything ever.
Yeah.
Because he can.
Yeah. But Jackson, convergent evolution.
Yeah, man.
Therefore God.
That's true, very true. Why didn't I consider that before?
Because
if only genetics existed or something.
I can feel my brain melting and draining out of my head.
If only genetics existed. Tragic.
If only.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Then you haven't gone very far.
Yeah, if that's the dumbest
you're,
thing...
You're literally in the opening of the book, the opening statements.
I mean, like
establishing what the position of the book is.
Also, I just have to point out, like...
The forward.
Young Earth creationists and flat earthers exist. That's not the dumbest thing anyone's ever heard.
Very true.
Yeah, pretty much.
Get out of here, bugs.
No.
I'm talking to you.
To bug you.
Not only has he so convinced himself that he's related to a turnip, but he's also so convinced of his ability to explain it to you that if you read his book and by the end of it you don't agree with him, there's something wrong with you.
I mean, that's kind of
I'm not even that arrogant.
Yeah.
There's a chapter on, like, sort of using the example, or analogously to the example I gave. Like, he talks about the vertebrate skeleton. Why is the vertebrate skeleton a thing we can talk about?
Yeah.
Why is that a thing? Or the tetrapod skeleton. I think he goes with the tetrapod skeleton. But again, like, why? Why is that a thing we can discuss? Why is it that we have all the same bones that a frog does, that a bird does, that a lizard does, right? Why? Why is that the case?
Yeah.
There's no reason for that to be the case.
I will say outright, homology is probably one of those things that is strongest in terms of evidence of evolution for me. Aside from, genetics.
I mean, that's what nailed it for Linnaeus, right? Is Linnaeus looked at the pattern of traits and developed the nested hierarchy as a creationist, well before Darwin came around.
Correct.
This is like, Darwin explained the pattern of nested hierarchy, but Linnaeus, a creationist, was the one who actually came up with it. So...
Or noticed it, perhaps.
Sure, right, yeah. Who observed it, yeah.
Now, every textbook has a section on the evidence for evolution. All these textbooks have an overview of the evidence for evolution. Now, the textbooks will cite you...
Yeah, the thing is, he's conflating evolution with just science, broadly. Because he's already gone over how, like, the stellar formation is part of this, and everything else is part of this. And it's like, dude,
Charles Jackson, is that you?
Right? Well, the thing is that they all do that, right?
That's true, yeah.
It's not...
They're all store-brand Kent Hovind.
Sad.
We have Kent Hovind at home, Mom.
Kent Hovind at home. Minecraft Steve.
Oof.
You 5 lines of evidence for evolution. The idea that you're related to a tomato.
Come up with more, but sure.
They'll cite direct observation of evolution, homologous
it's hard to
structures,
refute that
vestigial
one.
structures, embryological development, and the fossil record. I'm
going
to go through each one of these.
So, I would say actually, like, the 2 through 5 are actually kind of like all the same piece of evidence. Like, I would say observation 1, then the nested hierarchy of traits as evidenced by homology, vestigial structures, the fossil record, genetics. I would say that all kind of counts as 1 in my mind.
Okay.
He didn't even include biogeography on there.
True.
Which is lame, because biogeography is the best.
It is. And it's one of the things that creationists almost never actually go into. In fact, you know what, Jackson,
because it's impossible for them to explain?
You're a pretty big person on that one. Why don't you tell us a little bit, because you probably know more about it than I do.
I mean, just sort of in general, there is a distribution of organisms across the planet, right? If you take a latitude, like any particular latitude, and you go from one continent to another, you can, likely find locations that have essentially the same climate, same temperature, same, amount of rain, whatever. But what you don't find are the same organisms living in both of those places. You don't find, zebras at the same latitude in North America, right, or South America,
Right.
that you do in Africa or whatever. Pick any example. What you can find though are that organisms, the genetic, the phylogeny that you can generate based on genetics matches the geographic distribution of organisms. Right, and especially with what's really cool with archipelagos, which especially young ones, where you can see as organisms like sequentially invade islands, so you can track their evolution across the islands and then back to like a mainland or something. And so in the Ancestors Tale series, we talk about the elephant bird. So the distribution of palignates, so like ostriches, emus, rheas, all those guys, and their biogeographic pattern is explained best by the independent development of flightlessness in a bunch of their members repeatedly. We talk about the dodo, and with the dodo you have also the solitaire, which is also now extinct, and both of them are on these Indian Ocean islands, and their closest relatives are also on islands around the Indian Ocean, which I know, big shock, right?
Wow.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Or we talked about the Galapagos finches, where the finches have these different ranges, and when they do overlap, they have niche differentiation. So if their beaks overlap in size when they are allopatric, when they come into sympatry with each other, which means when they live in the same area, there is selection for them to have separate niches, so they don't compete for the same resources. And now you could say, well, maybe God just did it that way. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's not great. Yeah. Neil Shubin. Why is it Neil Shubin knew to go to the Arctic of Canada to look for animal, amphibians that lived in what was formerly like a rainforest? Why could he do that? Right?
Curious, isn't it?
It is a little curious, yeah. Why do marsupials, or crown marsupials, I should be more specific, why is it you only find them in South America? Or their ancestral distribution is South America, Antarctica, and Australia. And then, of course, our Virginia came across during the recently. But, researchers predicted that marsupials would be found in Antarctica, given their current distribution in South America and Australia. Very curious.
Yeah, it is odd, isn't it?
Because they ran from the Middle East, apparently, ran through North America, left no fossils, ran all the way down to South America.
That is the best explanation.
Ran all the way across Antarctica and then to Australia. Yeah.
I do not like teleporters. Just stay where you are.
Teleporting is bad.
Right?
So.
Not my physics read.
But anyway, so yeah, creationists almost never talk about biogeography because literally none of it works in their favor. Intelligent design people talk about it a little bit.
What's that?
But they just kind of go,
TD?
do it.
And showcase how none of this is evidence for evolution. They're all false lines.
Didn't mean to do that.
This textbook says evolution is supported by an overwhelming amount of scientific evidence.
That is true.
And it says one of them is direct observation of evolutionary change.
Hey,
you can directly observe it. The textbooks will show your kids Darwin's finches. They'll show that these finches in the Galapagos have beak shapes. Some of them are slightly thicker or slightly thinner than the other ones.
That is true.
The textbooks will show Endler's guppy populations. They'll say that these guppy populations are brightly colored when there's no predators, and then they're drab colored when there are predators in the environment.
Weird.
The textbooks will show things like the...
So, what is his problem then? Because
Well,
Yeah.
let's stop macroevolution.
That's probably true also, yeah.
Despite the fact that it's exactly what evolution predicts is going to happen.
It's just adaptation. That's not real evolution.
I see.
He's gonna be like, they just extrapolate with no evidence whatsoever, ignore the fossil record, and that's how they come up with, the diversity of life.
Yeah.
Peppered moth, where when the trees were light colored, then most of the moths were
natural
white,
selection.
and when the trees got
Whoa.
darker, then moth populations became darker.
Oh, wow.
Now, I have a
Whack.
surefire way of getting you guys out of paying your taxes.
Oh.
Is anyone interested in that?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Now,
Wait, do we go to
taxes
jail
are
afterwards?
a real headache. How many of you have paid your taxes before and can verify that taxes are a real headache? Okay?
Okay.
Now, if you wanted to get rid of a headache, all you have to do is take an aspirin. Aspirins
No.
get rid of headaches.
No.
And so, if you take an asprin, it'll get rid of your taxes.
Wait, huh?
Now,
So his argument is just, I can equivocate?
Wait, what?
This
If
is
you-
stupid. This
if you
is
look
really
at-
stupid.
I think his
A,
argument is supposed to
then
be
B.
that they're, like, we are equivocating with definitions of evolution. Which isn't what's
Just
happening.
like this being evolution definitively.
I hope so.
Exactly
because
what's expected.
That's what? Because otherwise he's like A, which leads to B, which leads to C. But if you just cut out B, you don't have to worry about A, I guess. Which I don't think that's how that works. Whatever.
Can we continue? Because
No.
I'm not entirely certain I understand.
Yeah.
that logic works, but it also doesn't work.
It
right?
really just doesn't.
So what I didn't tell you is that I
not.
changed what the word headache meant halfway through the sentence. Okay? This is called a fallacy of equivocation, where you change the meaning of a word.
Wow. That's
See,
a
the
drink.
textbooks will say we know evolution is true because we see evolution all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What they don't tell you is that they just changed what that word
Micro
meant
and
halfway through the
macroevolution.
conversation.
Okay, so there's two things that they could reasonably mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
So evolution is the case because we watch the process happen, so it definitely happens. Now, if you're going to say common ancestry is true because we can see evolution happening now, well, it's not quite going to be that that cut and dry, right? Like, it is possible that universal common ancestry was false and evolution was still broadly true. So, when they say evolution is true because we can see it happening all the time, that is strictly true. Evolution, the theory of evolution is true in the sense of descent with modification, because we see it happen all the time. That is not on its own the evidence that's used to support, what do you call it? Universal common ancestry, right? Like there is a distinction there. But, like, I don't know where this is equivocating. If the complaint is you shouldn't say that the evidence of universal common ancestry is just the bare fact that evolution occurs, then I'll say, yeah, okay, that's fair. But I'm not sure that's what's happening.
Let's let him continue.
Okay.
Saying whatever
They're
he's
trying to
say.
prove to you evolution, which is the descent of all living things from a common ancestor. The idea that
That's part of it. Okay.
every living thing on this planet is related. But then they say we see evolution all the time, and they're referring to variations among living things.
Whoa, Dapper, you called
These
it.
variations are called
Big brain.
microevolution.
Big
The
brain
textbook
time.
defines.
Yeah, it's almost
What-
like
what
I
he
know
just
how
did.
they think.
So this whole thing is projection, because what he just did is change the definition of evolution.
Well, okay, but
equivocating.
he's accusing other people of doing the thing that he's explaining. So, like, he has to go over the change in definition that is alleged to be occurring. And like I said,
Yeah.
look, I wouldn't say that it's impossible that there are people out there saying that universal common ancestry is evidenced by the fact that, we see organisms evolve. Which it's not, right? That's not the direct evidence for that. It's allowable, like it's an allowable thing to think happened because of, the fact that we see all these organisms change. But on its own, the universal common ancestry cannot be concluded simply on the fact that evolution occurs. You do have to go farther than that. So,
yeah,
like,
we can look today at evolution occurring. Look at fossils that show transitions.
also
and
DNA.
that along with DNA and biogeography and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Take it all together. And I like how he has microevolution change in allele frequencies in a population over generation.
That's just evolution.
Which is the actual definition of evolution.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
What are the
Maybe
odds?
don't accuse others of changing definitions when you're doing it.
Macroevolution is going to be like one kind changes to another kind.
Well, of course it is, because he's a creationist. They have to misdefine macroevolution in order to deny it.
So there's actually a historical reason for why micro and macroevolution are delineated in the literature. And the reason was, for anyone who's not familiar, is when these terms were coined, which was by a Russian entomologist named Yuri Filipchenko back in the 1920s, there is a popular idea in many biological circles of what's called saltationism. Basically, the idea that you have macromutations. So you have like a population which has minor variations, and that's microevolutions, that's genetic change within the population. But you can't just sequentially build up these small variations into bigger ones over time. You have to have like a big mutation, which then causes the origin of new species.
Yeah.
So that's saltationism or macromutation. And that is why Filipchenko and Richard Goldschmidt and other biologists of that day made the distinction between micro and macroevolution. It's not simply because, like, if it's just a gradient, like, it doesn't make any sense really to
should have gone down
to make a like just a line in the sand, right? It's just kind of arbitrary.
Because even the species are arbitrary, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, we're gonna hit play.
So there's change in the allele frequencies in a population over generations. I believe in this one. I believe that there are variations among living things.
We're actually about to wrap
You don't
up,
look
so
the
I'm
exact
probably
same
not
as your
gonna send a
parents.
link out to more
And
people.
even statistically, over a population, you can have various animals looking slightly differently. So I would agree with this one. But what the textbooks are trying to convince you of is macroevolution, which is the idea of all living things being related, the creation of new species.
That's not even what his definition says.
Taking a drink.
In fairness, he didn't say one kind to another, but his definition is actually the normal definition. Evolution results in the formation of new species and other larger groupings. That's yeah. Okay, and
and then he's gonna be like, "Nah, that's not what it's this other thing. It's universal common ancestry." It's like, no, dude, it's not. Those are not the same idea. And look, I'll admit, there are times when I just use evolution and I mean one of those things and I mean the other, and I'm not always super careful to delineate them, right? So there's something to the charge of like, oh, well, you're just equivocating. Like, I don't think that I'm equivocating necessarily, but like, I mean, like I said, there's something to the idea.
I mean, macroevolution or microevolution over a period of time.
Y'all ready for the platforming section?
Yeah, do it. We believe.
Thanks. Yay! Alright, I'm gonna hit play.
Species is how it defines it in this textbook. The word species is a little iffy. We can talk about that some other time. But the guy who came up with these terms, micro and macro,
he's on our side. Species
was done by a guy named Debunks. He was an evolutionist. He noted that there was as yet no hard evidence
that is
to connect
absolutely
the
not
small-scale
what he
changes
thought.
within species, which he called microevolution, to the origin of new species or large-scale changes we see in the fossil record. That's
1937.
macroevolution. But he said,
1937.
we are compelled at the present level of knowledge, reluctantly, to put a sign of equality between the mechanisms of macro and microevolution, and proceed on this assumption to push our investigations as far ahead as this working hypothesis will permit.
Who wrote that book?
A sign of equality. This is a fallacy,
Jonathan Wells.
equivocation,
Weird.
logical fallacy.
Wait, that doesn't sound like some kind of evolutionist.
Yeah, that sounds like.
Wait, he's a
What's the word?
creationist. Oh my
yeah.
goodness.
Also, for $5,
But
Seismic Nugget says, Merry Birthiversary. Thank you very much. Well, I can't say that back. Unless it is your birthiversary, in which case, hey, Merry Birthiversary out there to any of you who are having a birthday today, except for the 45th President of the United States.
Orange Man. Everybody knows who he is. Nobody likes him.
True.
Anyway, moving on.
Well, some people like him. I just don't know why.
No.
Okay? The type of evolution that your textbooks are talking about cannot be supported by direct observation because it is, by definition, not observable. Okay?
I mean,
We can't observe the formation of new species, guys. You heard it here first.
Speciation is very, very observable. Okay.
This textbook admits it. It says radical
Admits it.
transformations of life forms can never be observed in this way because these transformations take place over vast amounts of time. Well, that's convenient.
that's
That we
not
don't
my
have to give
problem.
evidence for it. We don't have to see it. Now,
like
the textbooks will then
genus level
say
stuff.
that evolution happens through natural selection. It says natural selection is the process by which organisms that are better adapted
Whoops.
to the environment survive and reproduce more successfully than less well-adapted organisms do. Now, here's how this works.
Uh-huh.
Imagine you have a bunch of insects, and you use an
Got it.
insecticide on them to try to kill
Uh-huh.
off the insects. Now, some of these insects will be resistant to
Whoa.
the pesticide.
That checks
So
out.
those ones that are resistant to it will survive, and they'll reproduce, and they'll have the next generation.
Nice.
And so in the next
Yeah.
generation, most of them will be resistant to the pesticide, just like their parent was.
So
And then
evolution
after a
to
few
me.
generations, almost all of them are resistant to that pesticide.
Cool.
Okay.
The textbooks
alright.
say sometimes an insecticide that used to work well no longer infects an insect population.
That is
It
correct.
says these insects survive insecticide treatment and pass their resistant traits to their offspring. And it says that this is evolution.
Yes.
The problem is that the reason that this happens is that a few insects in the population are already resistant to the chemical.
Okay.
Nothing new
I
has
mean-
just happened.
That's just
See,
a
natural-
variation in population.
Savage Cobra official per se says, just now getting off work. Happy orbit completion day. Thank you very much, Savage Cobra official per se.
So here's the thing: members of the population will have naturally, because of gene mutations and stuff, higher resistances than other members of the population.
TD, are you
And the
saying
ones that have the higher resistances get selected for.
are you saying that there's some kind of like naturalistic origin for the diversity in the genome of living organisms?
I don't know, Jackson. What do you think?
Well, I mean, what's the alternative? That the variation didn't exist until the selection pressure was applied, and then like directed mutations happened.
Excuse me.
Is that the alternative?
I think we're also forgetting created heterozygosity,
Die.
Oh, yes.
in which variation just exists.
No. No. No.
ambiently in the space.
Yeah,
It just
it's just
is the variation in the room with us right now.
yes. Wow. All right, let's hear some more from this guy.
Selection is a selective force, not a creative
Whoa.
force. It is quality control,
Whack.
not
I
design
wonder if there is a
engineering.
creative
It is
force or
survival of the fittest, not arrival of the fittest. Okay? This you can't just select.
I wonder
Gee,
if there's like a different process that results in the formation
Yeah.
of variations or something.
No, I'm pretty sure
this is classic-
scientists have
this
just
is very
never
classic.
thought of this problem.
No.
This is just classic creationist, just taking the things one by one, individually, outside of everything else that's involved, and strawmanning the shit out of them, and then looking at the other things.
Yep. It's like they really are. They'll do things like say, okay, well, natural selection, sure, that's real, but that doesn't help. That doesn't solve evolution on its own, right? You can't get evolution just from natural selection. To which everyone's like, yeah, we know. I'm like, okay, now look at mutation, right? You can't just have things evolving, just adapting to new environments just because of mutation. Everyone's like, yeah, we know. And then they'll be like, all right, and then look, epigenetics. I mean, that can help you adapt to environments in some ways, but that won't get you to go from like, a Miocene ape all the way to a human, and then everyone's like, yeah, we know. It's like, oh, look at sexual selection. I mean, that might get you a slightly bigger tail fin, but that's not gonna, get you from like, say, some kind of primitive dinosaur bird all the way to a peacock, and then everyone's like, yeah, we know. And it's like, oh, look at neutral evolution. That's not going to actually adapt you for, like, a harsh new environment. And then everyone's like, yeah, we know. And it's like, so therefore, there's no evolution. And it's like, no, because, you see, these things are all things that co-occur, like, together. There's...
No. Not allowed.
It's as if the theory has multiple mechanisms.
That's disallowed, uninvited. No. Cancelled, blocked, reported.
Go to jail, do not pass go.
I mean,
Not
ultimately,
quite
it's the same. You could make the same argument about all sorts of things. You could say, okay, look, nothing about the behavior of an ant explains the collective behavior of the ant colony on its own, which is true. Therefore, ant colonies aren't actually things done by ants. There's actually a controller of the ant colony who's directing things from above because real life is sim-ant. And it's like,
Yeah, his name's Anthony.
no, yeah. It's like, no, that's not, because the thing is, the simple rules that individual ants follow in their behavior combine in complex ways that are emergent from the simple behavior of each individual ant. No. Not a thing, according to creationists, apparently. Emergent phenomena are just fake news. You guys are being lied to by the Nazi commies. Yeah. And Satan. Can't forget Satan.
Cannot forget Satan.
Satan.
And nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
It's true, they do not. I can confirm. Alright, here we go.
Something new to happen. Okay, all this new stuff would have to come through genetic mutations.
No way.
This textbook says that the evolution of eyes or wings had to involve mutations. No amount of shuffling of existing genes could get the living world from no eyes
that
to
is
eyes.
probably true.
The problem is that we've never seen any kind of beneficial genetic mutation that adds
Oh, wait, we gotta let him finish the clause.
information to the
course.
organism.
Information.
Saying, I can prove to you evolution. We have evolution.
Alright, so, first of all, what's information in this context? It's weird how it's never really defined, isn't it?
Whack.
Yeah.
It's God information.
So, one of the things is, if you want to say, we can't increase X, right? You're going to need to find a way to define X in a way that lets other people who aren't you measure it and get the same numbers you did. We don't have that for information in this context, because creationists have never bothered to define it in a way that's scientifically useful. By which I mean, in a way that, we can take measurements and actually say things about this quantity of information. Now,
It's like,
that means that the no information part is pretty darn useless. Now, the other thing is, though, that the rest... Oh, goodness. No. The other thing is that we've never seen useful mutations. I mean, my goodness. We've seen so many that I wouldn't even know where to start. Like, in humans, we have things like, lactase persistence. There are various mutations that give people resistance to heart disease. I mean, you can look at, like, the entirety of the Lenski long-term E. coli experiment, which is basically just all about various beneficial mutations happening in multiple different lines of bacteria.
The peppered moth example?
Yep, the peppered moth. Yep.
Yeah.
It's just all over the place.
I mean, yeah, when researchers do artificial selection experiments, like, they are selecting beneficial mutations that are beneficial to their end goals, right? So it's just over and over and over selection for beneficial mutations.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody really... someone put it before, I don't remember who it was. Somebody explained, like, there's really not a need to, like, write down a list of beneficial mutations in the same way there is a need to write down a list of harmful mutations. Because one of those has medical relevance, the other really doesn't, for the most part. And so, yeah, creationists are able to point to, like, oh, look at all these things. You get phenylketonuria and cancers and all sorts of stuff by bad mutations, but where's the list of good mutations? It's like, well, why would anyone record it, really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that you can't find it. Obviously, just go look in the literature. But, So.
it'd be nice if the word listed, but realistically, nobody's going to put in the time and money to do that.
Yeah, whose job
And
is it?
It will take both.
No
A
one's.
lot of both. Because, guess what? Getting access to journals legally is a little expensive.
Yep.
Maybe there's a problem.
Oh,
with the
Bree
system.
said happy birthday. Thank you very much, Bree. I really appreciate it. Alright, I'm gonna hit play.
Oh boy.
Of bacteria that they become resistant to antibiotic drugs. Well, the problem is that what's actually happening in the bacterium is that it's losing a piece of information. It's losing a piece that the antibiotic is attaching itself to.
That depends on the method of antibiotic resistance. There's
It
not
really does.
there's not a one-size-fits-all antibiotic resistance. That's not how antibiotic resistance works.
So, like, there are, oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank on the name, but one of the ways in which antibiotics work is like punching holes in the peptidoglycan, like cell wall of bacteria to let in, you know, or to basically to lyse the cell in essence. And one of the ways that bacteria have evolved resistance to such things, like beta-lactamases, or beta-lactams, which punch holes in the cell wall, is they evolve like beta-lactamases. So they take their normal enzymes, which are basically already have the function of reinforcing the cell wall, and you make them faster, or you know, you cause them to not bind to the beta-lactams like penicillin, things like that. And so they haven't actually lost anything. They've just changed the function of the enzymes slightly. That's it. It's the whole thing.
Sounds made up, man. Sounds
Yeah,
like more Evo atheist propaganda.
Yeah, and I
wouldn't
mean,
be surprised,
aside from
honestly.
no definition of information, like, let's assume here because he's saying basically gene was lost, that's a loss of information. Okay, so is it just DNA equals information? Because in that case, duplications are like one of the common mutations that occur.
Yep.
So there you go, gain of
No,
information.
propaganda. Wrong. Can't do that.
More importantly,
Not allowed to
it's like,
define information.
Indels are fake.
yeah, it's just okay. So evolution doesn't really care about how much information there is. It's just how well it is at surviving in an environment.
Evolution
So
doesn't
if
care
it's-
about your information. Got it.
So if it
Thanks,
gets
Ben.
rid of the thing that the antibiotic is attaching to, then yeah, it's surviving when everything else dies. That's success. Yeah, just maybe
Sounds
don't
iffy.
think of evolution in terms of how much information is there, because that's not useful.
Sounds
at all.
fake. This all sounds fake.
Just like your human suit.
You only believe these things because you want to sin.
Not really.
Oh, Nestor20 says there's also a protein that confers resistance to a class of antibiotics by digestion, and after mutations, it was also able to degrade another class without losing the former activity. That sounds like some gained information. Yeah, let's begin the nail art lesson. I want to learn more nail arts.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Learn how to crochet with your nails.
Flask. The biggest of the flasks. Alright,
The lark.
here we go.
And so it's only helpful in that one scenario. It's not helpful in any other scenario. This textbook
Yes.
says that these viruses have no advantage in the absence of the drug. In fact, they replicate more slowly than the normal viruses. Okay?
Yes, but they
So
just die.
natural
gonna get you
selection
anywhere either.
happens,
See-
but silly that natural selection happened, I guess, is the argument.
Yeah, apparently. It's
It's
a very
the same-
weird argument.
It's the same with like how creationists will say, well, if it's not purely beneficial, it's not really beneficial mutation. It doesn't count. When
If you can't
in
just
reality,
drop an African elephant into Antarctica, it doesn't count as beneficial.
yeah, like here's the thing: purely beneficial things are rare. There are trade-offs in everything. Like everything is a cost benefit. The reason why it's a beneficial mutation is because the cost of replicating a little slower is worth not dying when the when it gets introduced into a hostile environment, which happens often enough that it's very, very useful for the virus,
Yeah,
bacteria, whatever else you're talking about.
One of the odd things that creationists do like to do is say, like, oh, this beneficial mutation doesn't count because in some other environment it would be harmful. And it's like, okay, but beneficial versus harmful is context dependent. Right?
Mhm.
Like, there's no
Yeah.
absolute fitness. That's not a thing.
It's why much of the rather endangered flora of Southern California is drought resistant. Yeah, that causes it to be less successful at other times, but when there's a drought, it's more successful. It
When would
survives.
California ever have a drought, TD?
I don't know. When would it?
I mean, it's not like it's in the middle of some kind of, like, decades-long drought or anything, is it?
No, not at all.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Hey, Jackson, could you send some water? We don't need it, but could you just send it? You live in a swamp. You can do that, right?
You have to come get it. You have to wrestle it from our cold-blooded alligators.
No, I can't afford the gas. It's so expensive.
It's okay. Apparently, you can't afford the water either.
Ooh,
Oh,
burn.
Ouch.
Get
let me
wrecked,
pour some
Callie.
water on that burn.
Whatever. Southern Louisiana will be underwater. in 100
Confederate
years.
States. No.
Literally subsiding.
Yeah, what's up with that? Why y'all gotta be sinking, Louisiana?
Well, because you see,
sediment.
we said coastline. What is that? No thanks, not for me. I've had enough.
I
You
mean,
also
it's
said,
like you
hey-
did everything within your power to ruin the chances of being able to have any settlements in Southern Louisiana in the future.
Yeah,
Like,
also,
you got rid of the mangroves. You live in an area that is just actively subsiding.
Okay, in large part,
because of the
that's
weight of the
okay.
sediment.
In fairness, we are at the mouth of the Mississippi like basin, so that's not entirely our fault.
Yeah,
It's the product
it's
of
the
being
delta.
Yeah.
You restricted the river so it can't move around and continuously build the delta. But you also got rid of the mangroves that protect the delta from being eroded.
I mean,
delta's also
okay,
subsiding, so-
no, they do. There are actually projects to build like islands to protect against like storm surges and things like that. However, yes, also they do destroy local flora and fauna, and I mean, like also we do just have lots and lots of rivers that carry away our sediment. So there's only so much you can do, and it's not that we're helping really. So,
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't see New Orleans being a thing in 200 years.
it'll be the lost city of New Orleans. It's fine.
It's
Agreed.
Atlantis! Get wrecked!
no, you're thinking of the lost city of Atlanta.
Oh,
After Delta leaves, it'll just be gone. Because the only thing keeping Atlanta a city is the Delta hub.
You know what they say.
rough.
You know what Delta stands for.
The letter in the Greek alphabet?
Don't expect luggage to arrive.
Ah, yes, of course.
Or delay everyone's luggage through Atlanta. That's another one.
Yes. Alright, here we go. We don't have a whole lot more time, guys. We're gonna get some more in.
There are varieties of dogs in the world,
No, there aren't.
but they're still dogs. And they probably had a common ancestor. It was a dog.
Yay! Hey guys, did you know that the common ancestor of Pictaxon was a member of Taxon?
That sounds. I could believe that. I could follow that train of logic. I
The
think.
common ancestor of all dogs was a dog. The common ancestor of all canines was a canine. The common ancestor of all canids was a canid. The common ancestor of all caniforms was a caniform. The common ancestor of all carnivorans was a carnivoran. The common ancestor of all ferungulatans was a ferungulatan. And so on and so forth ad nauseum. All the way back.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
so we have like verifiable evidence of diversity below and at the species level. Within species, we can see clear connection between species. We can observe new species evolving. We have very clear fossil and genetic evidence of species evolving over time. We have biogeographic evidence of distribution of species in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wonder, is this maybe evidence for universal common ancestry of life?
No. Definitely not.
Ah, okay.
This is called microevolution. And I believe in microevolution. I don't believe that every living thing on this planet is related. And there's a big difference between these. Microevolution is just the shuffling of genetic information. Macroevolution requires a gain
that's not what it is.
of genetic information.
No, it's not.
Both
What is-
involve gain of mutations and things like that, but
Jackson, tell us what do you need to do to make crocodile scales turn into feathers, basic feathers?
could you mutate them?
Yep.
Is it maybe like a
Whack.
point mutation
Yeah,
in a
basically
single
it's
gene?
just expressing a particular gene a little bit differently. A slightly different pattern.
Which
Yep.
is wild.
Yep.
Crazy stuff, man.
Weird.
Alligator feathers.
More real than horse feathers.
Very true.
Look. If I ever make a fantasy world, alligators are feathers.
Sounds good.
Alligator fence.
Sounds like a good idea.
which they've never
It does
observed.
sound really cool, honestly.
And microevolution is observable, and macroevolution is not observable by definition.
All right, you heard it here first, guys. No one has ever observed speciation except for, all the times that we've observed speciation in real time. Those are fake, though. Those are from Satan and the Democrats.
Yeah, the funny thing is that speciation can take long periods of time, but it doesn't necessarily have to.
It does not.
Can happen fairly quickly.
Yep, it can happen well within a human lifetime.
Yep.
But whenever I hear this kind of argumentation, I always think of the favorite phrase of the skeptic. It says extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Okay.
It
If
is.
you
It
claim
is not that extraordinary.
every
that
living
new
thing on this
species form.
planet is related, that's an extraordinary claim.
I mean, you're kind of right, I guess, but it's almost like we have multiple independent lines of extraordinary evidence in that confirm that fact.
Yep.
So whack.
It's like we have 150 years of evidence.
If your evidence for this is that finches have slightly different beak shapes,
It's not.
that is not extraordinary evidence. Okay?
Fair.
Seems
Now,
like
the
he's being a
textbooks will
mite
then
bit
say we have
dishonest
evidence
there.
from homologies, from similar structures in different organisms. The textbooks will show your kids these four-limb structures of different animals and say this is proof that they're all related.
Weird that
It
God
says
would
these
do that.
similarities.
Yeah, why is it that there's several different versions of the fin, right? So we got like the dolphin fin, which is different than the mosasaur fin,
The
which
dolphin.
is different than which is different than like, the ichthyosaur fin, which is different from the like sea turtle fin, which is different from the actinopterygian fin, which is different from like the teleost fin, which is different from even more basal fins like the bichir fin. Why is this?
Because God.
And then-
Anyways, are you Finn?
Why is it that structurally the dolphin fin is more like a bat wing than it is like a teleost fish fin?
Even though they occupy the same environment. Very curious.
Yeah. It's
They
almost
play
like
the same
there's
role.
some kind of contingency based on, common ancestry or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Why do the whales, the cetaceans, and the mosasaurs have a different movement of their tail flukes than, the sharks? Why is
Satan
that?
made it that way to trick you.
Oh, okay.
God said
What if I
dolphins
don't
get
think so?
hyperphalange. Boom, there you go.
But yeah,
What if I think Satan's like this fake thing that came later?
doesn't matter. He still did it. The fact that you're
Okay.
wrong about Satan doesn't mean that he's wrong about you.
Well,
Something.
Satan could go suck a dick.
I mean,
An AIG.
I'm not sure he can. Is he supposed to have like a mouth and anatomy and whatnot? Is he supposed to like actually be like a spiritual creature that doesn't really have a real body?
I don't know. I thought it was a goat.
A goat? No, I think he just appears that way sometimes. But then also sometimes as like a goat-footed man. I don't know.
Suggest that cats, dolphins, bats, and humans had a common ancestor. The argument works like this. They say, if we all evolved from a common ancestor, then we would have certain similarities.
Mm-hmm.
We do have those similarities, therefore we all evolved from a common ancestor. This is actually a logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent. You could look up the logic of this some other time. But the problem is that there could be another explanation.
Hypothesis testing is affirming the consequence?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I don't think this is how it works.
So we can't make predictions about anything because that would be affirming the consequent, I guess.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
If there was a common ancestor between fish and tetrapods, we should find Tiktaalik. Too bad Tiktaalik isn't real.
It's affirming the consequent, man. How could you?
Neil Shubin had to be like, "Oh man, I just affirmed the consequent," and
Darn
like
it.
reburies the Tiktaalik skeleton.
I mean, you can just look at it, look at how evolution actively just expects this to be true, and how creation, while it can accommodate it, should not expect it to be true, and then just Occam's razor it. It's just it. Womp
Alright.
womp.
As to what these similarities are, namely that we have a common designer. Okay, things that are designed to have these similarities as well. there was an evolutionist named Bera who had used the car as an example
Oh
to
my
teach
god,
his
another
students
from stupid
of
Jonathan
how we
Wells.
understand evolution and how.
Look, he loves that
This-
book.
This stupid. Okay, long story short, did this too. It's literally the only person who calls it Bera's blunder is Jonathan Wells.
Oh.
And what's so funny is he goes, everyone calls it Bera's blunder. No, no one does that. No one would even know who this guy is, except for the fact that you're talking about it.
Yeah,
Like,
I
I've
do
never
believe that's
heard of
true.
this. I think he's an anthropologist or something. But in like any other context, yeah, Tim Bera, okay, a biologist. I've never heard of him in any other context except this. Not one. Which is curious.
It is
Right.
curious.
But like his analogy was simply like you can see if you look at over the course of a few years how like car designs change. And then you can compare that to like over a few million years, species don't change dramatically. But if you kind of zoom out over the course of a century, you know, cars have changed quite a bit. And, you know, over like, I don't know, 50 million years, species change quite a bit.
Which
And that
is
was kind of it.
true.
That was the
Yeah.
whole analogy. And they're like, jokes on him, cars were designed, which
Yes,
I do
I,
not
that's
know how
when
analogies
breaks
work.
down.
yeah. I don't think that
Like,
was news to
analogies
him.
break down. Shock.
Yeah, I got a Hallow Nest seal.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Paleontologists look at fossils and figure out evolution using fossils. And he used the car, the Corvette, as an example of this. You could see the evolution of the Corvette. The problem is, the Corvette did not evolve. It was
Yeah, that's what
intelligently
it is.
designed by people.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, and he didn't really realize this.
Look, I don't like the analogy, right? I think it's a silly analogy. I don't think it should have been made. But like, we know, no one is surprised by this. This isn't news.
I dropped the.
In fact,
second
anything
F-bomb.
that could be, anything that is
Well, being
designed
frustrated.
can be ordered in these
Sorry.
evolutionary sequences. So just because you can order it in an evolutionary sequence doesn't mean that it evolved.
Actually, it
There's a lot of other
can't.
problems with this.
There are not one technological device of any sort that can be grouped with all of its like sibling technologies into a nested hierarchy of technology.
Yeah, I've seen
That
people try,
doesn't happen.
and they fail miserably. Remember that
Yeah.
time that we had the taxonomy of powered vehicles and it included bikes somewhere? And was like, your definition of powered
Why?
vehicle seems different from mine. Weird.
Yeah, like bikes are unpowered vehicles, but then there are e-bikes that are powered vehicles.
What?
This seems to violate some things.
But also, I mean, we're kind of missing with cars, like, you know, the central point of biology, which is that there is a genetic material that gets passed down from generation to generation.
Yeah.
And so if we don't
You know what?
have
You know what
that,
happens? You know what happens in cars pretty often? One car gets a feature, then all the other cars in that class adopt the feature.
yeah, it just gets horizontally transferred to all the other cars, which is not really how vertical transmission works.
By the way, for $5, Mrs. Spexender says, the stream is still going. I dipped after my super chat. Very impressed. Anyway, happy approximately 8th birthday. Thank you. How do you even keep track? Well, so Landon Knoll helps. And also, I use basically, like, I use this thing, like, fraction of the year from my hatching day to the summer solstice in the year that I was born. And then that works out to being, you know, the 14th of June, according to your weird modern, what is it, Pope Gregory calendar?
Can we call him Pope Gregory instead? It sounds funnier.
I mean, I guess you can call him whatever you want. I'm not the Pope of calling popes things.
You probably also had help from that Time Lord guy. I think he's called the Doctor.
Never heard of him.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe use another name. Like Fred.
That
sounds
doesn't
like
sound
we
it.
could use.
All right, here we go.
Really what they're trying to do is they're trying to explain what these similarities mean and where these similarities come from, but I don't think they explain it very well. They have to explain away a lot of similarities that don't fit very nicely into their theory.
It would be great if you named some right now. I'm going to take a drink because I don't think you will.
It's gonna be Convergent Evolution. Because not understanding that similar features evolve under similar pressures, but are still distinctly distinctly different if it occurs in organisms that aren't very closely related.
Yeah.
Because if it's in sufficiently closely related organisms, it will be indistinguishable. But because they were effectively working from the same starting point.
Yeah, like if two different like equid lines both derived like single-toed conditions, probably wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah.
Trudy Stubbs for $1.99 says, still waiting on kitchen utensil phylogeny. Yeah, that's something that creationists say, oh, you could just do this with kitchen utensils. And, like, they never do, though.
It's in the same way many human populations have just gotten more melanin in their skin very, very quickly over the course of just a few generations.
Yeah.
Completely independently of one another, to use an analogy.
All right, here we go.
This textbook says one of the things that makes the interpretation of evolutionary evidence difficult is that similar features may arise independently in several evolutionary lines. This is when two animals supposedly happen to evolve the same structure, and they have to say this because their ancestor didn't have the structure that they have in common. This is called an analogy, or it's also called convergent evolution. Yep. And it says, but
That's
analogous
exactly
features have nothing to do with common descent. Just to give you an example of this, the eye of the octopus is very similar to the eye of the human. But our supposed ancestor didn't have that eye.
Convergent evolution has a lot to do with ancestry, because the convergence incorporates the ancestral pattern, right?
Yep.
So like mollusks, whatever eye they have, they build on the same base, right? Because they all share a common ancestor, in the same way that vertebrates, no matter what changes they add to their eyes, they're building on their base, their common ancestor. And so that's super important. Like as you were talking about with the fins earlier, the ancestry of each group impacts the structure of the fins. Weird.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's almost like evolution's real.
To work on that, ichthyosaurs and dolphins both convergently, independently evolved the same general body structure as the shark for the streamlining of their body. But they're clearly different and show it in their ancestry. Ichthyosaurs are clearly reptiles, and dolphins are clearly mammals. We know this. It's just one of those things where, yeah, convergent evolution happens. In fact, it's pretty much expected under similar conditions. Wow.
All right, I'm going to hit play.
I come from. They say, well, we just happen to evolve the same eye because we live in similar environments.
Not the same eye.
It is distinctly structurally different, which is one of the ways we can tell that it's convergent and not homologous.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Yeah, they're not the same eye. It's what, we both evolved camera eyes?
Yeah, I guess.
You are expecting him to know the difference between vertebrate and cephalopod camera eyes, and I would not set that bar above him.
Yeah,
So,
no.
If you're going to talk about it, know the difference.
He is not going to clear that bar. So
Now,
TD, if he had to follow that like criterion, he wouldn't be able to talk about anything.
maybe he shouldn't just be...
We don't live in a similar environment to the octopus, but there's a lot of...
We do in regards to getting light into an eyeball to form a picture, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the kind of common environment that we're talking about, is the need to get light to go into one of these guys and form a picture on the back of a retina. There's only so many different kinds of environments that's like that. And camera eyes, if you need to have good visual acuity, are just kind of how you get it done. There's more than one kind of camera eye.
things that they can't explain very well, and so they just explain it away with analogies. They can't even say that similar structures come from a common ancestor, because even in their own theory that doesn't work. This textbook says, in essence, classical taxonomists would look at how many similarities one group has to another, and on that basis try to...
Go ahead, Jackson.
What does that even mean? No, I'm just, what does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe he'll explain.
To judge relatedness among them. The word judged is used advisingly here. Because
not
at the end
allowed
of the
to
day, in the classical
judge
system,
things, I guess?
subjective judgments usually need to be made about who is more closely related to whom. It is a matter of weighing one piece of evidence against another, but who's to say what piece of evidence is more important? You should be to say if you're teaching this, okay? And it depends on which textbook you read. See,
so for classical
this college biology
taxonomist,
textbook
what he is
says that
specifically
bird and
referring
bat
to is
wings
like
are homologous,
morphology.
but this other biology textbook says that bird and bat wings are analogous. They can't figure out whether they.
Okay.
The bones are homologous, but the wings are
Goodness.
analogous. You dummy.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
I like to use the phrase homologous as, right? They're homologous as forelimbs. They're analogous as wings.
Yeah. So it's literally just a reading comprehension issue, I think, there.
Yeah,
And
basically.
not understanding what he's reading. Because, yeah, the bone structure as forelimbs is homologous. They're analogous to wings. In the same way, our canine teeth are analogous in their function to, piercing teeth in dinosaurs. Yeah.
And they're
Our teeth-
homologous as teeth.
Mm-hmm. Analogous function, homologous in origin, albeit our teeth have evolved to a different manner of permanence. And we have differentiation because we're too cool for school. And eggs.
Wait, what?
Screw your eggs.
Oh, I get it. Oof. Whoops, I died. I die a lot in this area. I don't mind.
Come from their common ancestor or not, even in the evolution worldview. Okay? Now, I can take any, you can randomly put any animal on any evolutionary tree of life, and I can explain it by evolution. I can
No,
say
you
that-
can't.
Good luck. I'm gonna say
You
I
can't.
want you to explain to me why mushrooms are primates.
Yeah, no. Like, you can't do that in cladistics or phylogeny.
Yeah, it's really, really
You
very
can't even
impossible.
do that under Linnaean taxonomy.
Oh,
Yeah.
here.
You unlike creation, where you can just say, well, they're the same kind because God.
All right, we're gonna get a little bit more, and then I'm gonna start wrapping things up.
any of the differences are caused by the changes in evolution, and any similarities that any two animals have are homologous if their ancestor had that structure, or I can
But we can't just say that any structure is homologous or analogous as we need it to be, right? You actually have to look at the structure involved. It's not as simple as just like, oh, well, it's not homologous, so I guess it's analogous. You actually have to look into these things. And the thing is, you could find patterns that would break evolution. So, for instance, if bird wings and pterosaur wings and bat wings were all identical, that could not realistically be explained by evolution because those animals do not descend from a common ancestor that had such a wing. So that's a problem for evolution. Similarly, if every bird had a completely different style wing, like if every bird species had its own unique arrangement of the bones to make up the wing, that was radically different from any other animal, that would be hard to explain as convergent evolution, because those are animals that do share a winged ancestor that had a particular kind of wing. And I'm going to die again. That's okay. So no. The fact that it is currently explainable for every known organism is in fact evidence of common descent, because it doesn't have to be that way. There are other options that are like ontologically possible. So, all right, we are about ready to wrap this up. TD, where can people find you if they want to follow you, or do you have a channel you want to tell anyone about, or anything like that?
I haven't uploaded anything up for a while on my channel. I'm not huge into making stuff on YouTube. I do it when I
For shame.
want. But you can catch me on Power Rangers every other Wednesday. So Wednesday in 2 weeks.
Correct. All right, Jackson, where can people find you?
On the street sometimes.
On
But
the
don't
street.
pursue me.
Okay, good.
I have a channel which is called Jackson Wheat. Because I'm not as cool as Dapper, and so I don't have like a persona. I'm just little old me. I'm just a little guy.
What do you mean a persona?
You have,
Brett.
I mean, sorry, you're like as this skin
I'm
suit that you're wearing right now.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
This weird human persona that I have occasionally.
Correct. Yes.
Got it. Okay, I was confused for a second.
I don't have like any cool cross vertebrate personae. I don't know.
You could just get one.
That's true. I could, but I'm just not that cool. So if you like evolution and zoology stuff, come check me out over on my channel. Yeah.
What if I only like evolution?
Evolution. Well,
Evolution.
you're in luck because we've been doing evolution, the evolution of aves recently.
Ah, I get it.
Ah!
Yep, we've been doing a lot of that recently. I did it for like the past several Ancestors Tale videos, and we happened to talk about that in our last Thursday stream. So yeah,
Oh yeah, I
which
was there
involved
for that.
you.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
there for that.
Crazy.
Which, by the way, that'll probably end up on my channel at some point.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I
like
actually
at some point, I will run.
Nestle...
Sorry.
Sorry, no, you go ahead.
At some point, I will run out of like, or I just won't be able to do like a Saturday stream or something, and I'll just be like, "All right, that talk I had with Jackson, that's what's going on. What we're doing."
Well, yeah, so Nestle suggested to name like to make a playlist where like we have people on to talk about not just dumb creation stuff, but like actual interesting topics
Yeah.
that we like. We did like an Abiogenesis one with Immutable Destiny like a couple weeks ago, and then we did you were there for the bird talk. So yeah, we might do stuff, more stuff like that in the future. Something
That sounds cool to me.
Yeah. So that's all I do.
Nice. All right, so let's see what's happening here on this channel. Well, so some of you might know that we had the yesterday. In addition to Kent with the Bend, there was a surprise to everyone, myself included, premiere of part 2 of the Quantum Mud Fossil University episode, which was about Roger from Mud Fossil U talking about how much he is a very bigly understander of particle physics. And so part 3 of that is coming out tomorrow at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Then on Saturday, I'm going to be continuing Dapper Reacts, talking about the Genesis Apologetics Conference that we've all been going through. I believe this time Dan Biddle will be our speaker, which always fun when Dan Biddle shows up to say things, because oh boy, is he a special guy. That's what I'll say. He's a special guy. Yeah, very... I don't even know. Why aren't you letting me hit... I think there might actually be something wrong with this controller. After it, like, had that weird, like, malfunction earlier in the stream where it just turned off. Yeah, because, like, sometimes I'm hitting Y and it's just like, no, you didn't. I feel like I did, but okay. Anyway, so that's going to be Saturday. Then, on Tuesday, the plan is currently Matt with Maddie. Yes. And then, let's see, later that week, I believe on Thursday, although I had to double check with Maddie, I will actually be on again with Maddie, and we will be going over to her channel to talk about climate change denialism and climate change and things like that. So if you enjoy my chats with Maddie, you'll be getting 2 next week. Originally, we were going to do that chat this week, but then basically, she and I both found it would be easier if we just did it a different day or a different week. And so, yeah, we've rescheduled that to this next week, but it wasn't really announced, so I don't even know why I'm bothering to tell you, because it's not a change for any of you guys. So, yeah, that's as far ahead as I'm going to look. I know there was a question about whether or not I watched any of the Sal stuff. The answer is yes, but I'm not sure if I'm going to cover any of it. So the thing with the Sal stuff is, one, I'm not going to cover it if I'm not going to watch it. And 2, it's really long-winded, and a lot of it's a little on the boring side. And also, a lot of it ends up being like Sal complaining about other people. Like, recently he was off constantly complaining about, like, Joel Duff and, like, calling him Dr. Doofus or something. And it was just like, what is this? And, yeah, like, if it were just, like, you know, complaining about some, you know, science YouTuber, like, as a meme, but then also, you know, giving lots of cool arguments, then I might pay more attention, because I'm fine with, you know, having that as a meme that occurs occasionally just for funsies. But, like, yeah, no, it's pretty cringy, and so I haven't been able to get through much beyond, like, what I already covered with Zach Hancock. So yeah, what I'll say is, if you notice one of his streams and you think it's actually worth me responding to, please do ask, because the answer is not no. The answer is currently, like, I don't see a reason to respond to anything that he's put out so far. And also, if Sal watches and he gets this far, which I doubt, Sal, all you have to do to set that bitch made timer off, right? Turn it away. All you gotta do. You don't even have to respond to anything. All you have to do is watch either the 3-part series or the supercut that's already been released. That's it. It's that simple. But with that, guys, I am going to say thank you very much for coming to the Dapper Dinosaur birthday stream. I really appreciate it. I hope you all had fun. Thank you so much for the super chats. Yeah. Bye. Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Bob Knob, Benthoven, Tapioca Weasel, Denny5252, Elleron Teller, Phil Rivara, Ian Chen, Kelvin Brostig Van Manen, Landon Knoll, Mabdy Babby, Monkey They Them, San, Sphincter of Doom, and the Venerable Bede. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 10% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos, often 3 to 5 months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.